Morning, everyone. Everyone get seats. We'll get started. All right, we're going to get started. We have a pretty tight schedule today, so I know we're running a little bit behind, so hopefully we'll keep things running very smoothly and not have too many delays. So, welcome to BSides St. John's 2022. Absolutely. And for those that don't know, this is our 10-year anniversary. And if we pretend that COVID never happened, this is our 10th consecutive year. So we're just going to forget about the last 2 years and say we've had 10 consecutive years of BSides. So we are still one of the longest running events in North America. I believe we are the longest running one in Canada. And we are in the top 5 or 6 for the longest running in the world, so globally. That's a pretty good achievement. All right, so for those that don't know me, my name is Robert, and so I work at a local company called Colab Software, so I'm the VP of Security there. And if you want to know more than that, you can look me up on LinkedIn and introduce yourself today, and I'll be more than happy to share some information. And I am also one of the many volunteers that dedicate their time to making this event possible. Without them, obviously, none of this would be possible, and we all do this in our spare time. So it's a pretty big achievement. So we do have a few special thank yous that I want to mention. Without these individuals and companies, this event definitely would not be possible at all. An absolute very special thank you to our partner, TechNL. Honestly, without them, we definitely would not be able to do this. They handle all the logistics behind the scene for the invoicing for the vendors and all the payments, collecting all the funds and doing our reimbursements. It's honestly without them. And honestly, a very special thank you to Allison from TechNL. Just without her, none of this would be possible. Want to say a big thank you to, again, all the volunteers that make this happen. People don't realize the amount of work that's needed to pull this event off. It is an absolute tremendous amount of work. So when you see the folks walking around with these red t-shirts on, just go and say thank you. It's a lot of work, a lot of late nights, and a tremendous amount of effort. Want to say a very special thank you to all of our sponsors. Without them and their support, of course, none of this is possible. None of this is done for profit. It's whatever money we collect to put off the event, it's used to put off the event, and that's it. It's done. So make sure that you go and talk to all of the sponsors today, hear what they have to say, thank them, collect some swag. They've got some great stuff out there. Everybody loves swag. And of course, lastly, thank all of you folks. Again, without having the attendance that we have, what's the point in putting off a conference? So absolutely, thank you to each and every one of you. So a few housekeeping items before I turn it over. We have a nice lunch today. It's going to be soup and sandwiches. There's assorted sandwiches and wraps. We do have a limited quantity of gluten-free and vegetarian options as well. So if you don't have requirements for gluten-free and vegetarian, please, take the regular stuff because there is a limited quantity. Lunch will be buffet style. So to keep things moving, we're going to do it in sections. So we're going to call, point out, and then you can go get a lunch, come back, sit down, try and keep everything running smoothly. Again, we have a very tight schedule today. We are running behind, which I should have anticipated for because it happens every single year, but I'm optimistic. So to help keep things moving with lunch, it would be really great if you use the tables, the rectangle ones in the back for your dishes. So just when you're finished, just go and put them back there. That will help the staff, be able to keep things clean and also minimize the disruptions that might happen with having people come and collect stuff from the tables. We have an evening social, again, as always. That will be immediately following the last presentation of the day and our grand prize draws. And we have some great prizes, as always. The prize draws use the Admit One tickets that you should have gotten with your registration and your ID card. So if you didn't get one, when we go to do the prize draws, we'll just make sure that whoever didn't get one, they'll get a ticket beforehand. And then we'll do the prize draws. We do multiple throughout the day, and then we'll do the kind of like the grand prize draw at the end. An important thing to remember is that you have to be here to win. We don't have names associated with those tickets. It's a number. I pull a number, and if you're not here, it goes, and I pull another one, and I'll keep doing that until somebody wins. So we also have Capture the Flag this evening, hosted by Hack the Box, and with that, we've got some really great prizes. A couple PlayStation 5s, some gaming gear, so I think somebody's going to be pretty darn happy when they leave here today. So something else that we have this year that's going to be a little fun. So many of you know that we have these challenge coins that we give out every year to speakers and to the winners of the Capture the Flag. So, of course, because of COVID, we missed 2 years, and these coins are engraved with the year on it. So we ended up with a pile of coins for 2020 and 2021 with nothing to do with them. So this year, you may have seen the Matt put out a social media post saying, come with a $20 bill. So we're going to give these away in exchange for a $20 bill. And all the money is going to go to charity. We're going to give it to the Keith Keating Memorial Tournament fundraiser for cancer care in this province. They're doing a fantastic job of raising money. Yep. So basically, you get a, in exchange for $20 bill, you get a nice commemorative token for an event that never happened. All right. As always, the bar will open after lunch. Drink tickets are available. You should have gotten some already. These tickets are good for anything. So if it's a liquid, you can drink it. you can have a ticket for it. It doesn't have to be for alcohol. I tried to get just tickets to say drink, refreshment. The entire city is cleaned out of those tickets for some reason. So your tickets are going to say alcohol, but it's not just for alcohol. It's for whatever you want to drink. Of course, it goes without saying that don't drink and drive. If you need a cab, there's phones out in the lobby, or you can let one of the volunteers know, and we will be more than happy to call a cab for you and send you on your way. If you have any questions at any time or any concerns, or you need help in any way, please speak to one of the volunteers or come talk to me directly. More than happy to help. Again, all the volunteers wearing the red shirts. So Chris Parsons is going to kick things off today by introducing our first speaker. Thank you very much, folks. Enjoy your day.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Robert. And it is awesome to be back in person. So we're running a bit late, so we'll get the show on the go. Our first speaker is Patrick Curtin, who is talking about ransomware, correct? Yes, talking about ransomware. There's your wireless. I'll just get hooked up here first. Nice.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Good? All right. Excellent. Okay. So ransomware is a very hot topic, of course, probably the hottest topic in cybersecurity now. When you think about cybersecurity, there's a lot of different ways of looking at the problem. My personal favorite way of doing it is what we're going to do here, which is looking at an actual incident and walking it through and seeing what happened and what could have been done better, what worked well. In this case, not very much. The problem with this way of looking at cybersecurity is you almost never know enough to do what we're going to do here. And there's a reason why this one is an exception. So if you're doing incident response at your own organization, sure, you're going to know, hopefully you'll be able to figure out what happened. But when you read about them in the press, there's little snippets. There's almost never enough for you to build a picture. This ransomware example from Ireland is a bit different, and it's an excellent way of illustrating how important executing fundamentals are in the field of cybersecurity, because this is a worst case scenario. This is one employee making a couple of mouse clicks, bringing down a whole organization, and not just any organization, a critical infrastructure provider. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by looking at the targeted organization, look at how they were set up. We'll look at the threat actor, and then we'll look at the timeline, the steps that occurred in the compromise and the recovery. We'll talk about the impact, and then we'll look at the post-incident analysis, and finally we'll talk a little bit about prevention. So the graphic on the right is the cover page of the post-incident report, which was made public. This is super rare, okay? It's a big report, 150 pages, written by PricewaterhouseCoopers. It is redacted, so there's about 10 pages of technical details that are completely blacked out, but other than that, it's all available out there for everyone. It's an excellent read. And this, again, I can't emphasize this enough, it almost never happens. It only happened here because the targeted organization, some enlightened soul, decided this story needed to be shared because there's a lot to learn here. So a shout out to the HSE for publishing this. So who is the HSE? It's the Health Services Executive in Ireland. It is basically the healthcare system of Ireland. So Ireland, 5 million people. This makes the HSE the largest employer in Ireland at about 130,000 employees. It is a designated critical infrastructure provider. Huge budget, of course. Healthcare for an entire country, 22 billion euro. The IT budget, about 200 million euro. Okay, that sounds like a lot of money, but if you look at the budget, it's less than 1%. 1% is a bit challenging. And we'll get into a bit about, the different tensions going on with budget in a healthcare organization, but in the US, the benchmarks I've seen is it's about 3 or 4%. Banks would spend more, 8 or 9 or 10%. But 1% is your first sign that maybe not all is well here. And they're supporting a lot. They got 70,000 devices spread over a wide enterprise, over 4,000 locations. This would be not just big hospitals, but little clinics and that kind of thing. Lots of applications supported by 350 staff. That's not a lot out of an employee base of 130,000. Okay, so let's look at the network. Now I'm going to generalize a bit. There's a few exceptions to what I'm going to say, but in essence, this was a flat network. And it was done that to make it easy for staff to access the applications we need. So we're right away illustrating the tension between convenience and security. So there weren't enclaves generally set up in this network. A few exceptions. And those exceptions and what's going to happen here made the difference for those places that were not completely open. So a third of their servers, several thousand servers out of support. 30,000 Windows 7 desktops. These Windows 7 desktops hadn't been moved forward to Windows 10 because they had a problem running their medical imagery applications. There was a way around this. Some of the hospitals on their own figured out how to do this, but by and large, the enterprise hadn't moved off for that reason. So, whole bunch of workstations, whole bunch of servers not being patched. There was no CISO, no Chief Information Security Officer. They did have a CIO, but no CISO. Unusual for an organization of that size. No SOC, no Security Operations Center, no hub to act as the quarterback for security operations. 15 cybersecurity staff. So when you think about 350 IT staff, 15 cybersecurity staff, that is really, really small. When this incident happened, they were in the process of doubling their IT. They had received authorization to go from 350 to 650 staff. They were just starting to do that. So at least there was some recognition they didn't have enough people. The cybersecurity staff, I didn't write it here, but in the post-incident report, they are described as not having the necessary expertise or experience to do their work, which is a pretty damning statement. But when we get to some of the observations, I think there's other things we need to consider beyond just these poor 15 cybersecurity staff that would have been run off their feet. Okay, think back to spring 2021. This incident happened not too long ago, right? Only a bit more than a year ago, spring of 2021. Spring of 2021, Western health organizations are rolling out COVID vaccines, right? And there's applications involved, there's IT to support that. So some of those cybersecurity people were peeled off to help support this high priority effort. So not only do they have enough, or not enough, but they're also working on other things. And cybersecurity was a recognized high and likely risk. This was presented to the HSE board in the fall of 2020. So people were aware there were problems here. It was actually presented at the board level, the highest level. Now that presentation is not public, but it sounds as though it was just kind of an observational thing and it didn't talk about impacts. It didn't say, hey, if we don't do something about this, we might grind to a halt. And I suspect if it had, they would have been told, no, you're exaggerating. So we'll see what's going to happen. So this is how I feel as a cybersecurity professional when I look at this. This is a train wreck. It's surprising something didn't happen sooner, but this is an accident waiting to happen. And, it's appalling. It's terrifying when you think that it's a healthcare setting where, literally life and death. All right, let's shift gears to the threat actor. In this particular case, it's a group known as Conti. You'll hear them referred to as a cybercrime gang. It's also their ransomware is known as Conti ransomware, and it's a bit confusing because these guys are currently rebranding. They're in the news a lot, so they really hit the news big with this, and they've subsequently, I'll talk about it a bit, they've been involved in other high-profile things, but they've actually decided to rebrand, and it's not clear exactly what's going on, but it looks like they're based in St. Petersburg, about 200 people, and they have a very wide playbook, okay? They have some very sophisticated techniques, but their hallmark is what we call living off the land, which is where once you get on the network, you're gonna harness admin tools that are already found there. So you're not having to move malware in that could get detected. You're just gonna use stuff that's already sitting there in the admin's toolbox. So the FBI, as of about 6 months ago, they had estimated that this group had over 700 major ransomware victims, and in 2021, they extorted somewhere between 150 and 180 million. So that's a lot of money when you think only about 200 people are behind it. If that was a company, they'd be doing pretty well. And they've been described as an unparalleled big game killing machine. They've, 700 major victims in a few years. They're very good at what they do. And at the bottom there, they're good enough that the FBI issued a ransomware advisory about them. So that is also available for everyone to see. This is from about a year ago, September 2021. Now, that said, they've been breached themselves. Excuse me, I'm gonna have to get some water. My mouth's already getting a little dry. Sorry. Right, so in the fall, about a year ago, they were, actually I say fall 2020, sorry, that's fall 2021 and March 2022. So in the fall, they were breached by a disgruntled former employee, if you could call them that. And this employee, classic insider threat, brought all kinds of their intellectual property out, brought out their playbooks, published it all on Tor. So of course, cybersecurity researchers had a field day with that. And then, strangely enough, they're based in Russia. When Russia invaded Ukraine, they came out and said, we're in complete support of the Russian government. We're completely against Ukraine and the United States. We're gonna act in support of the Russian government. No surprise, there's always been thought that Russian-based cybercrime actors are loosely connected with the government. Well, when they did that, they then got targeted and a whole bunch of other things got leaked, including chat logs. So again, cybersecurity researchers were able to digest this stuff, analyze it, and build a picture of what they're like. And it reveals a pretty grueling work environment. They've got a lot of attrition at the working level. There's a ton of pressure. Some of them are remote. They're always expected to produce. And one of the researchers is quoted saying the leaks paint a picture of a surprisingly normal tech startup. And so this is what they look like. This is Checkpoint did this. There's about 200 blobs there. These are people. So they were able to identify leadership, people that are like doing HR, people that are, just doing their back end, people doing their software development, just like a startup. All right, so let's get to the middle of March 2021. March 14th, particular person at the HSE gets a phishing email. Not a spear phishing email, just a phishing email. And I get them all the time, but the ones I get are pretty crappy. I'm never gonna click on them. The ones these guys do are really good. Two of the themes they use is Apple cards and Amazon cards. And when you look at them, there's no spelling mistakes. All the fonts are perfect. all the graphics are perfect. So you'd have to look at it a bit more closely and say, yeah, this is still too good to be true. Why would someone be sending me this? But this particular employee, and there were others, it wasn't a mass campaign across the HSE, but there were numbers of employees getting them. And this employee had actually received them I think 4 times in the past, had never clicked. But this time, for whatever reason, March 18th, they click, and they get infected. That's the initial compromise right there. And that workstation is known as patient 0. Over the next 5 days, nothing happens. March 23rd, threat actor goes in and gains persistence. So in those 5 days, the workstation had just been cycled off, or if something had been detected, it could have been cleaned very easily. But that didn't happen. So threat actor goes back in, establishes persistence just on that workstation. March 31st, threat actor goes back in, and the enterprise antivirus detects the use of Cobalt Strike. So Cobalt Strike is penetration testing tool. It's pretty common out there. It's also common for bad guys to use it. That's why the enterprise antivirus detected it. Now, that workstation hadn't been patched in something like a year. The workstation had enterprise antivirus, but the signatures on the antivirus had also not been updated in something like a year. But it still detected this. It detected it, and that alert just went to the floor. Now, this is kind of surprising here. 5 weeks. Over the next 5 weeks, almost nothing happens. Okay? There's very little threat activity showing up in the logs. There's no reason to think there was. I think what this indicates, it goes back to that grueling work environment. These guys are infecting so many people, and they're not going to have a very organized workflow, right? So some cybercrime operator at a console somewhere finally is like, okay, let's go in now. They probably had a full dance card up until then. So 5 weeks later, they're leaving fingerprints of reconnaissance, lateral movement, and privilege escalation. So this is like, okay, things are starting to get really serious here. They took their beachhead, spread out, they've escalated privileges, so they've got admin rights in a bunch of places. So this is not good. This is definitely a sign that things are escalating. Then a day later, there's file activity. They're basically looking to see what they can get. What kind of files are out there? What information is there? Now, I've cleaned this up a bit. Over the next few days, there's a few more things happening. There are alerts starting to go off. Some of the hospitals are operated semi-autonomously, and some of them are detecting activity they don't like. There's actually one hospital that goes to the center and says, hey, we've seen something coming from you guys, coming from corporate. And someone on the corporate side comes back and says, no, the problem's on your end, which is not true. So there's some confusion there. But it's getting serious enough that the enterprise antivirus company with their own telemetry is starting to see, oh my goodness, something serious is going on. They start emailing their contacts within the HSE saying, hey, you've got unhandled threat events. And I would imagine the threat actor at this point is figuring out that they've been detected. And on May the 14th, you have the ransomware detonation. So what we're going to see here was a pretty huge deal in Ireland, but it didn't make the radar here very much. There's a reason for that, and that's the Colonial Pipeline compromise. So right around the time this is happening, Colonial Pipeline down the eastern US gets hit. That was a big cybersecurity story, right? There, again, critical infrastructure being threatened. There was some thought that aviation fuel would stop flowing on the East Coast, which didn't happen, but it was a pretty serious deal, and it did get a lot of traction in the press, and that kind of drowned this story out a bit on this side of the Atlantic here. It was still a big story in Europe. Okay, so let's look at what happened on the day of May 14th. 1 a.m., so the threat actor is deliberately deciding to set things off in the middle of the night in Ireland, okay? Fewest people would have eyes on at that point, makes sense. But a couple hours later, the first reports are starting to hit the National Service Desk. So this is like the help desk. This is not security people. This is just reports going to the help desk. Hey, I can't get my workstation to work. I got a blue screen. And things. This part here, the next few hours, is for an organization this size. They do seem to have responded well to something that happened in the middle of the night. By almost 5 in the morning, a critical incident has been invoked that would, unleash internal protocols about who to contact and what meetings to stand up. 5:10, there's a call with subject matter experts, and they make the decision to disconnect. So to staunch the bleeding, they're going to disconnect and power down. 6 o'clock, the CEO notifies the board. So think about it, the CEO of this massive organization is notifying the board at 6 a.m. That means the CEO has been involved for a few hours. Media starts getting reports at 7. The police are brought in at 10, 10:30. They've engaged some third-party help, a third-party incident response company. By noon, a malware sample has been shared with the IR firm, and 2 o'clock, text going out to staff. And at some point during the day, a ransom is demanded of 14 million euros, so about $20 million. So if you're a member of the HSE, you get into work, everything's off or should be off. Nothing's working. You're gonna, on your own Twitter, maybe if you follow HSE, you're gonna see this reminder on Twitter. If your workstation's on, turn it back off. And here's a tweet from an obstetrics hospital that, sending a message out. We're only doing emergency stuff today. If you got a normal appointment, don't show up. And this was common across the system with a few exceptions. All right, so let's look at right of boom here. After the detonation, what happens? Well, they set up a coordination center next day off-site. They didn't actually have an on-site place to do this from. So I'll get to that in a second. By the 24th, their incident response helpers have come up with a go-to-green process for secure recovery. So this is a way to recover the workstations. By the middle of June, half of the servers and half of the applications have been recovered. And by about a year ago, so September 21st, most of the servers and applications have been recovered. Okay. Some of you might be looking at this going, I'm missing something. And I did skip something very important. And that is that on May the 21st, they received the decryption key. They didn't pay the ransom, so we'll get a little bit into that. But that receiving of the decryption key is what actually allowed this whole go-to-green and recovery process to even happen. So Conti said, we're providing the decryption tool for your network for free, but you should understand that we will sell or publish a lot of private data if you will not connect with us and try to resolve the situation. Yeah, it is more important to be lucky than good. Now, why did this happen? The most likely scenario is that someone within the ransomware gang was like, oh my goodness, this is going to bring a lot of heat on us. This is not good for us. We got to walk this back. There's some chat to support that theory. We don't know for sure. They do target other healthcare organizations. Maybe it's because Ireland is kind of non-aligned. Ireland is not in NATO. Who knows? Okay, let's talk about the impact a bit. Devastating impact. It cannot be overstated. This is on Irish state media early June. HSE chief says cost of cyber attack could reach 100 million euro. Since then, the estimate is it might be as much as 5 times as high, massive cost. Okay, so huge financial cost. But we're talking about healthcare, so let's forget about the financial cost. What's the impact on healthcare? Well, first of all, okay, so when they encrypted, that went pretty broad. At least 2,800 servers and 3,500 workstations encrypted, but it's probably much more. That's where they stopped counting. So it was pretty broad. And the response, which they really had to do given their situation, you know, they had to disconnect and power down. Well, think in your own work, what would happen if you did that? It's going to have a big impact on your work, of course. One of the biggest things, HSE lost its email, and email was the way they primarily operated internally. It was, you know, a lot of us are now doing a ton of stuff on Teams. That wasn't the case there. More importantly, healthcare staff lost access to patient information and lab systems. So, you know, you're going in to get a treatment and your doctor can't access your file, which in a lot of treatments, that's really, really important, right? It's not just a one-off. It's housed, you know, especially say with oncology. On top of that, support staff lost access to financial and procurement systems. So even in recovering, like, okay, we got to pay for this incident response firm, like they would have been having to do all this stuff without the support of their normal systems. They didn't have access even to their employee contact list. They didn't have access to their access registers or network diagrams. So think about this, like in your own life, you got to be ready for a power outage, right? So hopefully at home, you got a few flashlights. So it's like 10 o'clock at night, power goes out while you're watching Netflix. Well, it doesn't do you a lot of good if you have flashlights and you don't know where they are. So they didn't even know where their flashlights were. They did not know, you know, what their assets were. They didn't know, they didn't have their network diagrams to work from. And then what does this all lead to? When you can't access health records and test results, that has a big impact on medical care. They had to revert to handwritten records. They had to issue a national healthcare indemnity. This is the government saying, healthcare providers, doctors, nurses, we know you don't have access to what you need, but we're going to assume the risk. We want you to carry on. And of course, the healthcare people wanted to carry on. They just can't provide the same standard of healthcare. And the government basically had to step forward and say, we'll assume the liability here. And there's even spill-on effects in something like this. Like when a baby is born, in Ireland, the information required for the birth certificate and child benefits, that was all shipped by email. So all of that ground to a halt. And then you have a big room of people here. Surely some of us have loved ones in healthcare. You know, they've had a real tough time during COVID. So these folks have been working through COVID, and now you got another crisis thrown upon you. And then to add insult to injury, some patient records were leaked.
Turn that one on.
No. Can you hear me now? Okay. All right, so this organization couldn't have done it on their own, obviously. So they right away, the Irish National Cybersecurity Center, which is tiny. The Irish military actually came in. This one's a bit funny. So you think about the Irish military pulling up, it's like, oh, they're gonna bring, you know, radios. No, they set up a Teams instance for the healthcare system. And they also brought in, they had some reservists who were white hat hackers, so they had some expertise as well. AIB, Allied Irish Bank, I'll just shout out to them because they're kind of the unsung heroes there. They weren't recognized in the report, but One of the members of the HSE board is the CIO of the Allied Irish Bank, biggest Irish bank. When this incident happened, he threw open his resources. They used their incident room, they used their staff, all for free. So this is a great example of another entity recognizing the problem, recognizing how important it was for the country, and let's do something about it. There was a third-party incident response provider that isn't actually spelled out in the report, or the company isn't identified. But PwC, they do this a lot. So they brought out their matrix of how to analyze what happened here. They basically measured the HSE's readiness against their framework. They conducted a pile of interviews, people, reviewed thousands of documents. So in their readiness framework of 28 elements, 21 of them are noted at very high risk. So, in their view, HSE was doing very little to reduce their attack surface, doing almost nothing to reduce dwell time or to limit blast radius, only a few things for recovery. So a lot of kinetic terms there, but basically, those basic things you need to do to have defense in depth and to minimize damage when compromises happen. Well, HSE was doing very little of that. They did a cyber maturity assessment. Not surprisingly, it came out as pretty poor. So measured against the 5 NIST cybersecurity domains. Basically, if you get a 1.0, that's like you're doing nothing. You don't get a 0, you get a 1. So they're not very far along the path to cybersecurity health here. So they came out with this report at the end, 72 key recommendations. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen recommendations for improvement being handed out to someone, but you normally tap out at 4 or 5. So 72 is a lot. Not surprisingly, it's like you need to have a CISO in there. You need to have an IT strategy that addresses all your technical debt, because there's a ton of technical debt there. They are saying HSE had to enhance their crisis management capabilities. So HSE, they run hospitals. They actually had great crisis management capabilities when it comes to mass casualty event, fires, earthquakes, floods, but nothing for this. Establish a suitably resourced and skilled cybersecurity team, and finally build defense in depth, including security monitoring, vulnerability management capabilities, secured privileged access, network segmentation. The list was longer than that, but those are some of the basics. All right, so there were a lot of opportunities. This didn't have to happen. So if we think about the initial email, well, this is the human element, training for your staff, training for people on hygiene, on not clicking on things you don't expect, on just basic awareness about the cybersecurity threat. That's a thing you can do. Okay. Now, is it okay for an employee to click on a thing, make a mistake, and bring down a whole network? No, it's not okay. But that's your first step. Okay. You still have to have safeguards after that. So that initial click, that should have, with a half-decent endpoint agent, that would have set off an alarm. Better than an alarm, it would have been blocked. So you should block this kind of thing. But if you don't block it, at least detect it. And if you have a way of detecting it, at least have someone dealing with that detection. Persistence being established. Well, that's another different activity, probably involved changing registry keys. This is another thing you can try to detect, you can try to block. It's not a super hard problem. There are products that do that. Then if we go to the other steps that were taking place, reconnaissance, lateral movement, privilege escalation, all of these things involve certain techniques the threat actor is going to do, techniques that can be detected, techniques that in some cases can be blocked. So again, you want to do it wire speed if you can. You want to block if you can. But if you don't block, at least detect, and then have someone in a position to triage those detections and have a look. Because there was time here. There was time here. It wasn't a matter of seconds. There was some time, at least in this case, for people to actually go, okay, there's something seriously going wrong, let's take steps. Similarly with the file activity. So basically every step along the way, there are fingerprints that the threat actor is leaving behind that you can detect and hopefully block. So I'm getting close to wrapping up here. This could have been way worse. So if the key had not been provided, they wouldn't have been able to do that recovery. They would have had to start from scratch and would have had, you know, the healthcare system went through weeks of extreme problems. It would have been, they would have still been going through it. So they're lucky there. Medical devices weren't targeted, they could have been. The malware wasn't destructive. You know, could have been a worm, could have been a wiper. You've been hearing maybe a bit about wiper malware being used in Ukraine. Malware could have gone on and just started destroying files. That didn't happen. But I think what this points to, you know, organizations, if you're operating on the internet, you got to take steps to defend yourselves. You have to invest. It takes money. And when I say money, you know, it's money for systems, it's money for people, which often gets forgotten. And it's also putting those things together. It's your workflows. It's what do you do? It's the processes you put in place to make those things work together. Too often, it's really focused just on, you know, a procurement of a system and not how you integrate it into the enterprise and how you actually get value out of it. So, no surprise to everyone here, you know, to talk about cybersecurity, it really matters, right? Like here's an extreme case where, you know, an organization, a really, really important one, is just brought to its knees. The cybersecurity fundamentals we talk about, okay, network segmentation being shown here, multi-factor authentication, monitoring. These things put together form multiple layers that, you know, it means you're moving away from just the perimeter. And in this case, they didn't even really have a perimeter. You know, it's having that multiple levels of defense so that when someone goes after you, and someone will go after you, you know, if they get in, they can't get as far as they want to. And at the end of the day, threat surface visibility is critical for attack detection and mitigation. So you need to know what you have. You need to know if your assets are patched. You need to be looking at what's going on those systems. You need to be able to hopefully detect, hopefully block those things that are going on. And in a lot of cases, you know, we are not talking about a 0 day here. The Minister of Health at one point early on came out and said, oh, this was a 0 day, there's nothing we could have done about it. Okay, well, A, it wasn't true. It wasn't a 0 day. It was old vulnerabilities. B, even if it is a 0 day, there's still stuff you can do because the threat actor is going to get on and do certain things like escalate privilege. And that is something that can be detected. That is something, the right solution you can block. Okay, so let's see how we're doing for time here. I guess I burned through that a little bit faster than I thought I might, but it does leave some time for questions.
Do you have any more details about the privilege escalation that happened? Once they were in, did they use existing exploits?
So yes and no. So in detail, no. So there's 10 or 15 pages, I can't remember which, of detailed text stuff that was redacted. We did see that Cobalt Strike and Mimikatz were used. So Mimikatz is something that is used to dump credentials, and then you can basically, even if it's hashed, you can sometimes harvest the passwords from that dump, that hash dump. One of the things that is often done for privilege escalation is something called LSAS abuse. That might have been what happened here, don't know. my company, we have people that are experts in that kind of thing. So, techniques, some of the ways to the techniques keep changing, but the basic techniques aren't changing that much. And so our solution and others look for that kind of thing. Any other questions? There's one way at the back.
You mentioned that a fairly flat network, but there were like a couple parts that mentioned in all the sections.
Sure. Yeah, unfortunately, the report doesn't provide a ton of detail around that, but there were several hospitals that got compromised, but the compromises were detected and cleaned up. And it's not clear why those hospitals, why that happened there and not elsewhere. There was mention of semi-autonomous hospitals, and I think some of those hospitals probably had maybe their own internal resources. The Department of Health, interestingly enough, was connected to this network, but they had their own, they basically had their own defenses. And so there was an attempt to traverse from the National Healthcare Network into the Department of Health, and that was blocked. But they didn't coordinate back to the other network to say, hey, something bad's going on. Now, they didn't have a ton of time, but it doesn't look like that happened. So there's this is where Security Operations Center is really important, because it provides that focal point, that hub. I ran a SOC for 4 years, and it basically is the nerve center for something like this. It's the go-to place. When something's on fire, you dial 911. Well, if an IT security incident is happening, that's who you go to, and you have people with playbooks and they're ready to go. So maybe some of those entities had a mini version of that. I suspect the Department of Health did, but I'm speculating at this point. Yeah, what are they doing? That's an interesting one. So 72 recommendations, they need to spend a lot of money here, and even just spending money, they don't have the horsepower to do it, so they have to bring in consultants. I tried to find out where they're at today. It's not clear at all, but this is a massive effort. So I think they will have done initial mitigations, but they're probably in not much better position than they were. This is a huge project. They have to, modernize their network and simultaneously secure it. So I would imagine there are teams of consultants and a lot of money being spent to make this happen, but I did try to find out, and the information, unfortunately, is just it's not there. Yeah, this is the downside of having someone like me who's, I did a bunch of open source research. There is a lot about the threat actor, and there's this report, but there isn't too much else. Well, that thing about Allied Irish Bank, I got that out of their board minutes. So the HSE's board minutes are public. So I looked at those, and there's not a lot of talk about this, but that was one of the nuggets I was able to pick up there. Okay, first I hope I didn't give the impression that it actually was conscience. I think it was risk aversion. I think it was possibly someone in the Russian government saying, Ireland's not our problem, what are you doing? Don't know, okay? But, they've gone after other healthcare entities. Conti totally mangled Costa Rica's networks. They went after several networks in the government of Costa Rica in the winter. They're still recovering from that. So how much worse could this have been? Well, I think, if the key had not been provided, all of those workstations, it's damn near impossible to do recovery of encrypted workstations if you don't have the key. Even when you get the key, sometimes it doesn't work, right? So there would have been a lot of healthcare records locked up. They had some kind of backups, but very inconsistent. That was another thing. You got to have consistent offsite backups. They didn't have that. They had some of it. So they might have been able to partially recover, but it would have been much longer. It would probably only be now that they'd be climbing out of this hole. You would have had, probably a year of healthcare disruption, probably longer. And here they're saying 100 million, maybe I saw one case saying up to 500 million euros in cost, would have been even higher. It's a huge cost. So yeah, it's one of these things where not spending on cybersecurity is a false economy, but it's still, in spite of everything going on, I don't want to sound sanctimonious. I know it's hard within an enterprise. Like in healthcare, they want to spend money on doctors and nurses and MRIs, right? That's what they want to spend their money on. They don't want to spend the money on the IT in the background. But you can't have those things now without properly supporting your IT. It's just a fact of life, and the world hasn't completely come around to that yet. Any other questions? I apologize for this noise. I'd like to think so. I really would love to have been a fly on the wall in the discussion that would have happened over releasing this report. There would have been quite a discussion, I'm sure. And it's not clear who, because this is, like, I can't emphasize this enough. This is super unusual, right? So someone really went hard to say we should do this for the good of everybody, right? And maybe there was that thought that we get this out there, there'll be heat on us to actually make sure this happens. But, the public's memory is short. I'll go next door. So UK has a similar thing, the NHS, the National Health System. They had a big hack in 2015. So that's right next door to Ireland. And, that didn't trigger anything. And NHS just got hit again. So, from a logical perspective, it should totally put the heat on everyone, but it's also a case of, we've moved a little bit away from it. I don't know how much heat is on them. My guess is they're incrementally improving things. They still don't have a CISO. So one of those board minutes, someone asked, hey, where's the CISO? And the answer was, we're still coming up with the job description. Now, everyone who works in governments will go, yeah, I came from government, I understand. Yeah. Any other questions? Doesn't look like it. All right, thanks so much, and happy 10th anniversary to BSides.
There you go, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, thank you, Patrick. So next up, we're gonna get to Stefan, who's going to be talking about security frameworks and zero trust, right? Perfect. Well, go ahead, Stefan.
Do I need to turn this on, or does he turn it on right away? Awesome. Can you hear me? There you go. Thank you. Am I going to get feedback with this, maybe? No? Yeah.
I'm just going to get him to turn off the mic.
Sure. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good? Awesome. It was a good talk. So thank you, Patrick, for doing this. It's really good information. So I want to talk about, I guess, a bit of the alongside of what he's mentioned regarding the lateral movement and all that. I want to talk about identities, right? And how we manage these as it relates to security, right? So when the hacker is actually going through doing his attacks and getting that persistence and doing that lateral movement, I want to focus on that and how we actually raise awareness for companies that are not looking at this right now, right? So it is a bit of a, I guess, a maturity model, right? You want to protect the organization first. You want to have an EDR solution. You want to have an AV solution in place. And then what, right? So we're going to talk about that this morning. Sorry, I'm going to go over this. So I've been doing this for about 20 years. Prior to CrowdStrike, I did about 8 years at Microsoft and 10 years at VMware. I've been doing endpoint security for a very long time. I know I'm old. I was actually doing security for Windows 95. There was no security in 95, but we still had to do it, right? And even though I'm from Montreal, so I don't have a French to English translator. So if you don't understand me, just come to our booth, and I got somebody that speaks really good English. And I'm a huge basketball fan. So what I want to talk about is the challenges that have been accelerated with the pandemic when we had devices that had to come online for your organization faster than expected. It's not a recent problem, right? I've been talking about BYOD for at least 8 years, right? If not more. When I was at VMware, we were talking about allowing people to bring their own device and connect it to a corporate asset. Or using virtualization and having a desktop that was secure, and their asset would be just a jump point. But that asset is still connected to the network, right? So Frost & Sullivan had some good, interesting feedback where it is saying the number of devices connected to our environment, so our corporate environment, is going up nonstop. All right, so I want to ask you a question. If I would ask you today, how many devices do you have with you that are used for either work or personal that might be used for works, right? So let's do one. Who has only one? You have only one? You're now an exception. So who has two? Two devices. 3? So we're getting more on the average, right? 3, 4 or more. Just go in the water and you'll sink. So so we see that the number of devices people have to support is just going up, right? Funny enough, when I was talking about BYOD way back when, one device was more than enough for everything, right? And now we're just ease of use. I want an iPad, I want a phone, I want a couple of laptops, a work machine, a home machine. Like these devices are connected. So it's just a bigger footprint for the hackers to actually attack the weaker factor, right? The people that are working from home that need to connect remotely, And you don't have to raise your hand because that's a bit of a tricky question, but have you ever done war driving? It's still a thing today. We still have people doing war driving in neighborhoods and just trying to get stuff. And now they see, okay, well, I can also get to people's Wi-Fi, and oh, by the way, I get access to a CFO laptop because his home Wi-Fi security is crap, right? So it's getting more and more. Like those remote connectivity, those remote machines that need to be corporately connected needs to be secured, right? So if you have a good AV solution in place, if you have an EDR solution in place, that's fine. How do we actually get to the next level where we actually validate that the people using those assets are the right people, and they should always be using those assets and those assets only to do the work they're supposed to do, right? I don't know, Robert, but Robert's maybe somebody that's actually helping me out on the weekend, and he's an admin. But should he be connecting to an Exchange server at midnight on a Saturday night? If he is, I might want to challenge that, right? I'm paying him for doing this 9 to 5 during the week. So why is he doing this on the evenings? Well, that might be a crisis. It could happen, but I need to be able to see that. Like, is he the right guy doing this at the right time for the right reasons? Or is he a guy that gone rogue? Or maybe he actually lost his account, or somebody was able to impersonate his account and do something he's not supposed to do. We need to be able to see this. So what we're hoping is raise awareness of the people doing what they're doing are the right people, and not a hacker that's impersonating an account that he was able to abuse, right? That's where we're trying to go. So we released a few months ago a global threat report where we were talking about, what's important. Of course, identities, endpoints, the machine themselves, the workloads, and data. Right? So we're doing pretty good. I think people are getting there, and if you're not there yet, that's definitely something you need to do sooner than later. I think people are doing good on the code execution side. People are doing well on protecting the machine itself, protecting the endpoint, and looking at what's going on in that machine. So there are traditional security solutions that got replaced by the next thing. I think that's fine. I think we're doing well there. I could be wrong, right? So, and feel free to come and see me at the booth and say, no, you're wrong. We're just starting steps. And I got to say, maybe the US is a bit further ahead than Canada is, but that's what I'm seeing, right? We're getting there from an endpoint and workload perspective where these machines are usually pretty well protected. But are we looking at the identity is hard to manage, and are we protecting that data, that critical data that needs to stay where it's supposed to be? So that report is free. You don't have to pay for it. It's interesting because this is done by the Overwatch team, our threat hunting team. We have a pro threat hunting team, and they do this full time. So it's something we release every quarter, and we actually talk about what we see in the field, right? So it's a worldwide team, right? We cover the globe, and we have people looking at this nonstop. So we'll tell you, right, in the last 3 months, here's what we're seeing from these countries, from these groups of hackers. We call them adversaries, and this is what's going on right now. And this could be a trend that we see in a different country that might be coming to Canada for healthcare, or that might be coming to Canada for retail. We have that information. We actually release this publicly. It's not something we charge for, it's a free report. But we see more and more, like Patrick was saying, we see more and more hackers actually using living off the land, built-in tools. So built-in tools, if using traditional solutions, those tools are not something that will raise a detection, right? Or that will trigger something. If it's a tool that's built into the OS, that's used by valid credentials, in a lot of cases, it'll go quiet, right? Nobody will see it, or at least it won't raise a detection. So we need to find ways to be able to, without blocking the people that still not legally, but that still need to use it, we need to be able to block the bad people from using it, if that makes sense, right? So that percentage is actually increasing. We're seeing a trend where we're doing, we call them malware-less attacks, right? It's getting more and more. Because the hackers are evolving, we need to evolve as well, right? They're getting better at using tools that are built in the system. We need to be better at actually blocking them for using those tools where they're not supposed to. The other one that's good, that also released on our site that's free, you can pull down. Gartner pulled out a report about identity detection and prevention. This is something that's big. This is something that we see increasing. That's why I wanted to talk about this today. It's been increasing since the beginning of the pandemic, but it's actually accelerating over the last couple of months. I guess timing-wise, the bad actors, the adversaries we saw from Eastern Europe started this alongside a few months before the Ukraine invasion, right? So January, February timeframe, and it is increasing now. Canada is sort of lucky because we're a smaller target, but that's not gonna stop the bad people, right? If these things are interesting to them, that might be some monetization they can do, they'll come after us. They'll come after the organization in Canada, right? So we're not in a fight yet. They're focused more on the Eastern European countries, but that's, nothing is stopping them for just opening up a door if that door is open and just going through. And we need to be able to make sure that we can see and manage and protect those identities, right? It is key to the enterprise. It is key to what you are allowed to do. So when you log into your system, you're using an identity, right? Everybody needs an identity to log into a corporate system. So is that identity always monitored? When I log in, sure, I'll have a Windows event log, or I'll have a Mac, I'll have Linux, whatever I'm using, Red Hat, whatever that is. I track that information. I know what's going on with my identity. But how are you checking if, Jody, who works with me, or Patrick, if those people tomorrow morning are, pissed at the company and they want to say, you know what, I'm going to grab everything and I'm going to go, right? Are we actually able to monitor this? Are we able to say, he's doing something, his behavior is not normal. He's supposed to do this during the week. We have a defined role. We know what he's doing or she's doing, and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So what's going on? And can we actually see it, or are we completely blind because they have valid credentials, right? That's pretty critical. So those keys are being stolen from the company, right? They'll be stolen, and there'll be something as simple as what Patrick mentioned through a phishing email, not even spear phishing, or it'll be a brute force password spraying, right? We're talking about Mimikatz and doing LSAS dumping, those rainbow tables hashes, those rainbow tables dictionaries, they're sold on the dark web, and they're constantly being updated. There's actually a really big market to actually get those databases, right? They used to be sold, and it's funny because I'm going to show my age now, but France was a big market for this about 10 years ago. We're actually selling the rainbow hashes of all the Windows potential passwords on CDs. You could actually mail order the CDs, and it would get there. And it was really efficient. You would get it in like 2 days. And then you would actually do brute force hacking against those CDs. Those groups got caught, but it was just funny. Like that hasn't stopped, right? The hackers are just more, they're well organized, they're more organized, and they will actually sell you those on the dark web. So we got to be careful. Those brute force password spraying, when you got offline LSAS, you got those credential dumps, you can get to those, right? So we need to be able to protect those. So when we focus on when we actually look at we zoom in on the first couple of steps on the cyber kill chain, we see that in a lot of cases, the first steps, when you're getting those initial access and you're getting that execution, they're using valid accounts, right? You see, sorry about the colors, but you see a lot of those steps, they're using valid accounts. They're using accounts that will bypass normal EDR and the AV solutions because they're not triggering anything. We got to be careful about that, right? And when we look at the global threat report that we release, we're seeing that, at least from a CrowdStrike perspective with our customer, we're seeing that there's over 80% of those attacks that are starting with identity theft, right? Or identity compromise, whether it be, again, phishing email, password spraying, or just dumping LSAS. However that hacker is actually getting their hands on those passwords, they're not starting at the initial access. They're starting way down the cyber kill chain. So it's going up, and it's not stopping, and it's not slowing down. And from an increased perspective, one of the other things we see is a lot more companies have unmanaged hosts, whether that be a legacy system that for some reason needs to stay in the enterprise, like we're talking about medical imaging is really a big one. Whether we're talking contractors that are coming in and not actually, you're letting them come in because they need to do work for you, but you're not putting all the stuff that the security tools that you should put on those machines because they're not part of your domains. Or depending what it is, you have a temp worker who's coming in with his own machine, that's a weak spot, right? A legacy host. And then you get valid credentials. And from that, they can do lateral movement and compromise even a managed host. We see more and more of that. In the last 12 months, our threat hunting team has seen an increase of almost 300% of abuse of valid credentials. The hackers are evolving. We need to evolve as well. We need to be able to block them. We need to find new ways to make sure that they don't do the bad stuff that they want to do. Does that make sense? Yes, it's still early. I get it. Is this something that you're able to do, like just by raising hands? Like, is this something that you are thinking about today? Have you started to look at how will I control valid identities within my environment? A few hands. There you go. It is something we need to do. It is something that everybody, from a community standpoint, we need to be able to look at. And kudos if you have projects. Kudos if you're already doing it, because it's. I think for Canada, we're not far enough in that sector, and we need to do more from that standpoint. Right? When you talk about the identity and the threat actors, right? Their objective is abusing. They want to do broad access, they want to do broad execution, and they want to monetize somehow. Monetization for e-crime actors, again, ransomware, money, some sort of extortion. Monetization for state-sponsored, China, Russia, Korea. They want to get some IP. They want to get some credibility. They want to get services down, right? So they want to go wide and go big. So when they get into a system, they'll look around. The hacker gets on a system, he's going to look around. He's going to stay quiet. He's going to try not to disturb anything. He's going to try not to launch tools that will actually trigger detections. So he's going to find out, who is he? What does he have access to? Where's he trying to go? And in a lot of cases, you're opening up a command prompt, you're doing an ARP request, you're looking at stuff that you have access to. Oh, okay, I got these domain controllers I got access to. I got these critical infrastructure server I can get to. And then he's inside. He doesn't have access yet, but he's able to run those, again, living off the land tools without triggering anything big. That's what he's looking for, right? So when we talk about the cyber kill chain and going back to Patrick's example, right, that initial access and they're doing the discovery, I guess we're usually pretty good at that. But what if the bad person is actually starting at the lateral movement stage? He basically bypassed everything you had put in place from a code execution standpoint. Everything you had, the solutions you put in place to protect yourself, he's bypassed all of that, and he's just starting at the lateral movement stage. So if, from his timelines, what I remember was between the time that the actual patient 0 was infected and that lateral movement, it was about 2 months, just under 2 months. 2 months is a long time for a bad person to be in a system, not raising any flags, but gathering intel. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to have that person there for so long, right? Even a few minutes is critical. So when you're talking about 2 months, and funny enough, what we've seen, and going back to the Frost and Sullivan company, what they've seen in the last 12 months is that the average is actually 250 days of a system, someone being in a system and actually doing full resolution and getting back to green, right? 250 days. It's almost a year before they're actually able to get back to normal. We need to shorten that window. And how do we do that? We need to be able to protect, again, the valid identities from being abused. So going back to my little separation, right? The first part is execution. Stuff like Mimikatz or doing anything of credential dumping, doing LSAS dump. We're able, when the tool is executed itself, all the traditional solutions on the market will be able to catch that. But if they're not using that because they don't need to, because they have good identities, then we need to have a solution to cover the last mile, which is hurting the most, right? When he's going from a laptop to an Exchange server, or going from a laptop to a DC. That's the part we need to be able to block. But first, we got to be able to see it. In a lot of places, people can't see it. They're blind to it. They don't know what's going on. We need to be able to see that part and protect it. I already covered that. So how's the health of your identity store, right? And you don't have to answer this because I know sometimes it's a bit uncomfortable to actually raise your hand for this, but let me ask you this. How many privileged accounts do you have in your organization? If I ask you tomorrow morning, can you tell me how many privileged accounts you have within your whole organization? Are you able to say, or it's going to take, a day, a week, a month to actually be sure that you have all the answers to that? How long will it take? Can you know at any given point? Why is that? Was there a question, sorry? Nope. So how are these privileged accounts being used? Active Directory is awesome. It's been around forever. I got to say, because it's been around forever, in a lot of cases, there's a lot of crap in there, right? And a lot of people don't have activities, projects, people actually cleaning up and looking at this day in, day out. Nobody has the cycles to do this. I could be wrong, right? And so if people have time to do this, you are awesome. It's really, really rare that people will actually go back in on a regular basis, look at what actually is in there, and say, okay, I need to clean this up. I got 21 privileged accounts that are jointly embedded in 3 different distribution groups that maybe they shouldn't be embedded into, right? It's not something that's easy to do, but we have to do it. That's how hackers are getting in. They're taking advantage of these access and the fact that it's been around forever, nobody's cleaning it up, let me take advantage of it. I'm sure I'll reach, at some point, an account that was going to have enough privilege to get me to that domain controller. Identify service accounts. Again, the same questions, right? Do you know how many service accounts you have in the enterprise? Identify stale accounts. What's your policy when somebody's actually leaving the organization? What's the policy when an account is not being used for months? What are you doing with this, right? Is that account going dormant or is it still accessible? If it's an admin, do you have a different policy for it, right? So that's something we need to know. It's something that you need to make sure you have in place. And if you do, kudos to you. A lot of people today don't have that, don't have that hygiene on the Active Directory side. Of course, assess the risks. That's what I talked about, group memberships, groups having access to groups, it's not the direct access that's going to hurt you. It's the embedded access. It's the ones that you don't look at because it's, oh, okay, he's part of that group. I'm good with that. And then you find out, oh, shoot, that group has Exchange access, a SQL Server access, system access. Oh, I didn't know that, right? Because somebody made that change 2 years ago and that person left and nobody cleaned up that group membership. That never happens, right? And then, at the end, of course, if you have multiple domains, if you're a big organization and you have multiple stores and they're actually, talking to each other, are there any crossovers, right? Are you stitching those identities? Are there permissions that are going across those boundaries that might be impacting you, right? Nothing worse than being infected by somebody you're actually doing business with, or you have a domain join with, when that you're doing your job, but they're not doing theirs. So you're going to fall victim through, something that's permeable and that you're able to get compromised from someone else, right? So state-sponsored. Why I bring this up? Patrick mentioned it through Conti, right? But we're seeing this in the wild today. State-sponsor is usually going to be some sort of group or hacking. We call them adversaries that are going to be partially or entirely funded by the country itself, and they're going to have really established a place where they need that information, but they don't need it quickly, right? China is famous for getting to places and staying in there for months. Super disciplined, low and steady, not raising any flags, but getting to where they need to go. And it'll take a long time before you actually know they're there if you're not putting the right policies and the right solutions in place. Right, that's the main difference. Monetization usually is going to be quicker. They're going to go in, they're going to make a loud bang, they're going to compromise you, or they're going to say, I want this amount of Bitcoins to give you the decryption key. But the nation state, a lot of cases, they're going to go a lot more a steady, slower pace, but they're going to be in your environment for a long time. And that's even, I think, for us at least, it's just scarier. We don't want them in there. We don't want them to stay there for a long period of time. We want to make sure and we're able to see where they are, what they're doing. So again, going back to my code execution and identity access, the middle part is the impact, right? For the state-sponsored, the people that are state-sponsored, the hacking groups that are state-sponsored, is when they're in there and they have access to a single system, it's almost all the time where they will actually won't raise any trigger until they reach a critical infrastructure server, something that's going to be important to you. And that's where we're able, that lateral movement piece, that's where we need to be able to see it, right? So that's usually not going to be, big organizations are going to have a lot of those servers, but it's usually not going to be as hard to do as monitoring at the same level of scrutiny all the systems, right? So if you have an organization of 5,000 employees, you might have 300 servers. So I think it should be easier to look at usage of privilege access on those 300 servers than looking at privilege access on all the machines all the time, if that makes any sense, right? So you'll have basic policies on the EDR side, on the next-gen AV side, and you're going to protect those machines from code execution. But when you're talking about lateral movement and where the bad people are trying to go, you want to be able to protect that lateral movement. So whether it be an RDP connection, SMB access, just launching a SQL debugging tool, right? You need to be able to see that the account doing this is the right account. We're still seeing today's service account. We're still seeing today's service account that have interactive login, which makes no sense to me, but still the case today. We're still seeing account today that can actually trigger applications on systems that they're not even supposed to have access to, right? So nothing worse than a SQL or Oracle admin coming to see a security guy saying, hey, I need domain admin credentials. Why? Well, it's a SQL server. It's my server. Give me domain admin credentials. Why? Because I need it. And if you don't give it to me, I'll go to your boss, right? That never happens, right? So giving too much permissions too fast It's still a thing, right? And we need to push back. I know it's hard. I know you have the hardest job when you need to do that, but we need to do it, least privilege access, and monitor those critical infrastructure server from those privileged access use. Another good one that I wanted to bring up, and this is something that was observed in the wild pretty recently. It was, I'm not going to name the hacking group, but it's a very well-known hacking group where they were able to convince the organization in an Eastern European country to divulge their credentials through a valid Office portal, right? Does it reach your antivirus and EDR solution then? It doesn't. It's a public portal. That person just got lured into entering their credentials. They thought it was going to a real Office 365 portal. Guess what? They were not. So without even reaching the front door, that hacker has valid credentials. That person, I guess we got sort of lucky. That person, can you actually see anything here, or is it too small? That's pretty good. Okay, I can't see anything here. That person was actually able to get into the system and then run a DC sync on the system itself. He was stopped. We got lucky, and that person was stopped. But it was not only an execution issue; it was also an identity where they were trying to run some tools to actually compromise the domain controllers. Right. Now I want to talk about NOPAC. So anybody here had to deal with NOPAC in November last year? Nobody? I guess you all got lucky and you patched as soon as Microsoft said you needed to patch. So NOPAC was released in November last year, right? And if you haven't, I guess the counterpoint to this is if you haven't looked at the CVEs yet, maybe you should look, because if it's not patched, you are definitely in a high risk situation right now, right? NOPAC was basically and why was this actually critical was when NOPAC was released, it was a responsible disclosure, right? So the researcher group and the people actually built the tool, disclosed it to Microsoft, but the turnaround time for Microsoft to actually do something, build a patch, was super short. I can't remember, but we're talking days. We're not talking months, right? Usually, security researchers, good people actually find holes in vulnerabilities and actually solutions. When they do responsible disclosure, they'll give companies ultimatum, right? They'll say, you got 30 days to do it. And then they release, right? They won't wait for you. But at least they give you time. In a lot of cases, though, the gray hat, they'll give you a really short period of time, right? 1 day, 2 days, 48 hours, not more than that. And that's where the companies need to turn around faster and release those patches, right? So for NOPAC, basically it was from an initial access to actually getting the compromise was super quick. We're talking seconds, right? So the way it worked in a high level was there was a vulnerability in the SAM account name and a domain controller impersonation where a hacker built a tool to say, I'm able to create a computer account, and then I'm going to rename the computer account to the name of my domain controller and just remove the trailing S, right? So the account itself. And then what happens is he's able to actually reach out to the Kerberos TGT and get a ticket as a domain controller. And that's all with just limited domain user accounts. He's not a system admin yet. And then he actually renamed his machine to his regular name, right? Because he needs an account, a computer name that has the right information with the $ at the end to be able to communicate with the domain. But now he has that TGT, what we call a golden ticket. And he's running another tool and say, it's not my computer name, it's a DC name. And now he's able to obfuscate and be a domain controller, right? 2 tools, they were weaponized super quick, and people were able actually to use it in a matter of seconds. That's pretty impactful. That's super high risk, right? Microsoft did release patches, but we don't know how much time actually between the time that the patches were released, actually between the time of the disclosure to Microsoft, how long it was for the weaponization itself. The tools, I think his name was Charlie Clark, something like that, Charlie something. The tool was released super quick after the patches. That's the dangerous part, because then you got people all over saying, hey, let me try this. And you use it in Cali, it works like this. I'm not an expert by any means, right? It's been at least 10 years I've done some really good pen testing. I was able to use the tool. So even if a manager is able to use the tools, a lot of script kiddies are able to use the tool, right? And that's the danger. People that don't know what they're doing can actually cause more harm because they don't know what's going on and they don't know what they're doing, right? So what should have been done? What approach have we taken instead, right? So when the name change happened, it's not normal. we can actually look for it. There was a guy from Splunk that released a really good Splunk query that if you have Splunk, a really good query to say, look at all my events through all my environments to see if I have an account name change. And if that account name change has removed the $sign, should never happen, right? When you're doing this in one step. And then if you do this, then you're able to report it to the EDR tool, and the EDR tool is able to alert you. And that's the goal. We want to see that change. That's suspicious behavior. On its own, it might be okay. I don't see a valid reason why, but there might be a reason. You know, a blue team exercise, tabletop, somebody actually doing this for the right reason. There might be a reason. But, you know, in 99% of the cases, there shouldn't be a reason to do this. We need to be able to catch it. You need the tools to be able to see those suspicious behavior and block it. Does that make sense? And then the famous Log4j. Maybe, I didn't see any hand raised for NOPAC, but have you guys had to deal with Log4j? Oh, thank you. I was kind of starting to sweat a bit, right? Log4j was another one, right? They were dropping a shell on a system. They could stay there for a while, right? They were not getting detected. And it took a while for people to actually see, you know, am I affected? Do I even know all the Log4j places, all the middleware I have that potentially have that vulnerable system? They don't know. They didn't have any tools to actually even investigate. They didn't have any tools to look at all the components within their environment and say, I might have something. I don't know. It might be. I can't reach it. So the bad people that were leveraging Log4j and, you know, the whole Sunburst fiasco and all that, they were able to get in there and stay in there for a long time before being detected. So if we're talking, you know, command and control, the first part, you know, we're talking about the average that we saw, that actually the customers that were working with us and we were helping out, it was about a day. It was about 24 hours. But between the time they actually dropped the shell and were able to exploit that code, do that lateral movement, and get compromised, it's still seconds, right? So that's pretty quick. That's why we want to be able to block. So where do we block it? Well, we would have blocked it, you know, at the middle, right? When the adversary uses those credentials, right? So it was a system account using system privilege accounts, doing something they're not supposed to do. It's not easy to actually detect, but you have to be able to detect it. It's an application on a system that's doing something it's not supposed to do with accounts it's not supposed to do, to be doing that. We need to be able to detect that. And that's, again, the next level. Are the entities being used that are valid, are doing what they're supposed to do, are they doing something that's suspicious, or at least need further investigation? We need to be able to block that. And if you would have something that would actually be looking at identities, you would have been able to block that RDP connection, I guess, to the domain controller or whatever that critical infrastructure server was. I got a couple more. Those are actually super recent. So so at CrowdStrike, we name the bad actors, the threat actors that we actually tracked. And I guess I want to open a small parenthesis. We received, I guess, a lot of Twitter hate at Black Hat and at DEF CON this summer because people were saying that we idolize them. That's not the case at all. We want to name them because we wanted them for our customers to understand who they are. It's a lot easier for a customer to understand, okay, I got an adversary group, a hacking group that's coming from Russia and that's targeting healthcare, then I'm going to say to him, well, he's using 24/27/8 and they're targeting, you know, X amount of systems. When we put a face to the bad guy, it helps. It helps our customers. That's the whole point of why we do adversaries, the whole point we name them. And you actually, if you want to look at it, it's free. We got it on our site. It's called adversary.crowdstrike.com. You can look at it. You don't have to agree. And you know, I'm super open to comment if it looks bad. But the whole goal is to be able to name those people. Show to our customers where they're coming from and who they're targeting, right? So we got good graphic artists. Personally, I'm a nerd. I like it. You know, some people don't. But it's cool to see. You know, you see a bear, you see it's Russia. You see a panda, you know it's China. It's easy to remember. You see well, a lot of people don't know this, but you see a Kalima. A Kalima is actually the fictive animal from Korea, right? It's sort of like a unicorn that has I don't know, some sort of stuff. It's weird, but anyway, it's supposed to make sense, right? So for this group, for this hacking group, right, the group is called actually Gothic Panda. I had to anonymize it, but the group itself is called Gothic Panda. And we've seen in the last couple of months them actually going after targeted attacks in environments where they're going to run living off the land tools and look at credentials, right? I gave you a couple examples. Actually, this is our Overwatch team. This is live stuff. This is customer that we work with and we help that said, hey, they were using regular tools, but you see here is a couple of cats that were run. I can't even see myself what's written there, but basically there was some proc dump. Proc dump is a sysinternal tools, so they were able to add credentials there, or even just trying to save the LSAS itself offline and then trying to do some brute force hacking. This is happening now. This is not something that's from 2 years ago. We see this more and more, right? And this is against customers that are in North America, right? I'm not going to say the customers, but it's close to us. It's as I want to say, right? So these bad people that we're targeting more Eastern European now are really targeting the nation state, are targeting North America, and we want to be able to stop them because they're focused 80% plus focus on identity. The other one was so the spiders for us are e-crimes, so people that go after it for money, right? So ransomware or obfuscation of getting some sort of dollars for it, right? And the examples I show here, which I can't even read myself, but I think it's like a few dumps from an LSAS memory and trying to get to it. And then, I can see it here. There you go. The second one was a PowerShell. We're actually using a debugging tool. So SQL Dumper is installed with the SQL Diagnostic suite from Microsoft. It's free. So a lot of SQL developers actually use this, and they put it on systems. And in some cases, which they should never do, they will actually use and install those debugging tools on a SQL server itself, right? If you see this, or if you haven't done this in the past, shame on you. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. But don't let debugging tools be installed on production systems, right? They're there for a reason, and they should be remote access security in the right manner. But these tools were used on a SQL server, and they were able to go a bit too far, a bit further than expected. So use cases that I want. So I guess sort of wrapping up, use cases I want us to keep in mind. We're talking about validating identities and what you need to think about, right? Of course, everybody's going to say it. You need to secure Active Directory. That's easy to say, not easy to do if it's been there for more than a year, I guess, right? But we still need to do it to do it. If you're working with an outside firm, if you've never done it, get some tabletop exercise going, right? You have, I think you have a couple companies here that can do it. You can work with us as well. Get some tabletop. You did some red team, blue team exercise. Start with the easy stuff. Get with if you've never done it and you don't want to fall off your chair, start with more of a collaboration approach where the company is going to come in and work with you and maybe show you ways that way you can protect yourself. But if you think you're ready, go for the big one. Go for the red team exercise. It's an eye opener, right? And we have, we work with a lot of banks and they do this every quarter. Kudos to them, right? And I understand it's something that's going to cost money. It's not easy to do. So I'm not asking you to do it every quarter, but doing those exercises will raise your security awareness and will give you a better approach to equip yourself to stop the bad guys from doing it, right? Cyber insurance. We're starting to see cyber insurer ask for this when you actually sign up with them. I think we're sort of lucky in Canada that it's not required everywhere, but if you're working with a cyber insurance firm in the US, they're actually starting to put it on the paper itself. You need to do every half a pen test. You need to show me the result. You need to do an audit every quarter. You need to show me the results when you sign up with them. So maybe it hasn't reached us yet, but it's coming. And I see this as being even more important in 2023. Legacy system, of course, they're still around. I guess they're a really huge weak point. We want to be able to protect them. If you're still running Windows 98, please get rid of it. Even people, and we saw it with the Ireland hack, right? A lot of Windows 7 systems still around. That's a system that's over 15 years old, right? So it's it's time to move on. It's hard, and especially if it's actually like Patrick was saying, with applications are dedicated to imaging, to the medical environment. The manufacturer needs to certify it on a new platform, which takes years, right? Even I'm working with a company right now that has a CATIA system, and they're on Windows 7, and they're swearing that it can't be migrated. And then we find out from another customer in the US, like, well, they migrated 3 months ago and they got certification for it, right? So sometimes it's the vendor and you got to push back, right? I'm not saying it's that the case all the time, but I would, the Canadian way, friendly challenge the vendor to say, can we migrate that machine? And if not, why not? And have you had any success, or have you had any customers somewhere else that actually did it, right? We gotta accelerate that because it's hurting us pretty bad. If you're not using MFA today, definitely strongly recommend to use that MFA solutions. It's again, when you're talking about managing identities and zero trust, it's always looking at what do you have access to, and then I challenge you. I don't necessarily block you from being able to access that resource because I don't want to stop your work, but I want to challenge you. Again, I'm going to pick on Patrick, right? If Patrick is working 9 to 5 during the week, there's no reason for him to be in an Exchange server on the weekend after midnight. There's no reason for that. So if it's a crisis and he's an Exchange admin, I won't block him because I'm going to have to wake up and pick up the phone myself. But I want to challenge him. That's where MFA comes in. We need to have system in place, if you have MFA already, that you can look at and say, okay, these critical infrastructure servers, when somebody's doing something they're not supposed to do, whatever that policy is, you need to be able to challenge it. You can block it if you want, but if you don't want to stop work because it's a valid purpose, at least challenge it. That's where MFA comes in. And if you haven't educated yourself on golden tickets and pass the hash, please do. This is something that's actually going to be increasing over the next months. We see it as a big risk. And if you can't look at your AD, if you're not sure what to look at, come see us, come see any of the other vendors on the other side. We need to be better protected for this. I'll leave you with this. This comes from Gartner. Modern attacks requires continuous validation of identities, right? See it, the path, get some real-time response, and have some risk-based to be able to manage that. And I think I did a few. I caught you a couple of minutes back, but I got time for a few more questions, or any questions. Any questions out there? Wow. Should I have done this in French instead? Yes.
Are there any major threats that you're looking at that are Mac-based for organizations that are principally running on MacBooks?
That's a great question. And if we think that Mac is not a target, that's absolutely false. We see more and more attacks being actually done on the Mac side, and even because Apple has the same issues that Windows has. There's a lot of Catalina still out there, unpatched, that are there for a while, that Apple hasn't supported for over a year, and it's still out there. And it is a target. It is. We see it. We actually had to intervene with one of our big customers in the province, not here in Ontario, recently, about a Mac attack, because a lot of cases, it's higher exec people or directors and above that want that little nice shiny toy, and they're using it. Well, guess what? They're not patching it, right? And they will actually block some of those policies. So yes, we see it, and if you think that Mac is not a threat or a target, you are 100% wrong. And same thing for Linux. Even worse for Linux, I guess, because of all the kernels versions and all that. Good question, thank you. And see, Patrick gave you a pair of socks. They're cool socks. Any other questions? I guess what I'd like to suggest, and I'm not being paid by. Okay, sorry. The question was, what if you have legacy systems, and that company that actually built a system for you that's purpose-built for a specific application is bankrupt, defunct, and no longer exists? What do? Do you just bite the bullet? I would have to say, before you do that, I would look at, and I'm not being paid by VMware or Citrix, but I would look at virtualizing that machine and filtering traffic in and out and putting it into a secure data center. That's what I've been working with customers in the past before I joined CrowdStrike. It's like, if you're stuck, you got to keep it, find a different way to actually make this available. You can even you put it into a dirty network or a separate network, and then you have a jump box to access that machine. So you mitigate your risk. You find a way to leave that machine available to your environment, but in a much secure manner. Don't just leave it on their desk of your secretary or next to a copier machine, right? That's the wrong thing to do. So find a different approach to it. Good question, thank you. Got time for one more? Yes, sir.
Some MFA solutions seem to only check the MFA when you're registering a new device, logging in, and then it's trusted maybe for 30 days or maybe forever. Is that a bad idea? Should that be avoided in favor of daily or more often checking of the?
So we went the other route. Every single authentication you do should be challenged, right? Yes, 100% correct. Like if you're talking about application portals like Okta or even VMware has Workspace ONE, it'll be an authentication and then you're gonna have a session cookie for your browser. It'll be good for X amount of minutes. I would say if you're able to look at the next level, solutions where you are actually challenging at every single authentication, that's how you eliminate the risk completely. That's where we're trying to go. There might be some in-between solutions, but getting an authorization for a device, for a window, it's how you manage your risk for how long that window is. Yeah, good question, thank you. I think that's it for me, yeah? Awesome, thank you very much, you've been a great audience. Awesome.
going to do a prize draw. If there's any folks outside, you want to do a quick little yell out to see if there's anybody out there and get them to come in for a prize draw? We are giving away a Nintendo Switch, and this comes to us courtesy of iCode by the Sea, Jamie Goodyear. So, I think there's people outside. They're going to lose out. All right, here we go. Who's going to get the Switch? All right. 625219. Good. All right. And by the way, you come in multiple times. I just put the ticket right back in. So.
All right, so next up we have Tyler Parrott with the Great Shift Left.
Am I using this? Doesn't matter, I can use this.
Thanks from here.
I probably won't venture too much from here anyway. I'll just,
Okay.
yeah. So, let me see. Okay. All right, so can everyone hear me? Yes? Okay, so first off, I wanted to thank the BSides committee for having me here. It's been a while since I've been to Newfoundland, and I'm a big fan of both this conference and the province, so it's always a no-brainer to try to get back here. I'm going to be giving a talk today about how we can leverage modern technologies like CI/CD pipelines, like infrastructure as code and cloud computing in order to get security involved at earlier stages of the development process. And also how to make the security-related data that's available in your environment more visible to you. So I know shifting left isn't exactly the newest topic to be talking about, but I think it's a really important one from a security context. And I also think that it's an area where a lot of organizations have room to improve upon. So I've been around security for most of my career. Before joining AWS in 2021, I spent 15 years with the federal government at CSE, so at the Communications Security Establishment, where I was a cybersecurity analyst. And in my experience, most of the focus for security tends to be on the detective side of things rather than the preventative side of things. But if you think about all of the different breaches and hacks that have made the news over the last several years, many of those aren't the result of some hyper-sophisticated nation-state sponsored zero-day, right? They're the result of poorly configured or unpatched resources, and sometimes both, like Pat was talking about one this morning. So I view cybersecurity a lot like I view my health. If I take time and effort to take preventative measures, then it's a lot less likely that I'm going to be experiencing an adverse event as a result. So the CTO of AWS actually has a pretty famous quote that goes, "Everything fails all the time." And he says that all the time too. And when he says it's normally in a high availability or a redundancy, resiliency context. So basically what he's saying is when you're designing architecture, if you design it with the understanding that any component within your architecture can fail at any given time, then your design is much less prone to failure. And in my opinion, you can use the same mindset with security, right? Assume breach and work your way backwards. So we'll start with a definition of shifting left for those who don't know. It's a practice intended to find and prevent defects earlier on in the software delivery process. And in a general context, that means getting testing involved in the software development process. But for today's talk, I'm also going to be talking about how we can shift security left by baking in security and compliance checks into our deployment stack too. So in my mind, that involves getting your security teams, your operations teams, and your development teams to not only spend a little more time together, but also start understanding each other's languages a little bit better. I find it's quite common for these teams to kind of be off in their own corners, in their own silos, doing their own thing until there's a problem with the deployment. And I think that's not just a missed opportunity for these teams to understand what each other is doing more and why, but it also has a penchant for making those interactions between those teams a little more negative than they need to be. I'm not nervous, you're nervous. So anyways, this is a quote on screen that I really like. And I think it's a good primer for this talk, and I kind of want you to keep it in mind as we go through the presentation. So if you're getting up there in years like I am, you probably remember a time where you come into your desk with your coffee, you sit down, you SSH into your favorite server, probably named after some Battlestar Galactica ship or something, and then you type uptime. And you're hoping to see, a big uptime. It was kind of a point of pride. But it really shouldn't have been seen that way then, and it definitely shouldn't be seen that way in a modern IT environment, right? So instead, I think teams should be looking at their environments and their infrastructure in a more ephemeral way, where patching and iterating on your environment take precedence over uptime. And unlike when uptime was the point of pride, thanks to technologies like CI/CD pipelines, like infrastructure as code, and like cloud computing, we now have mechanisms available to us that make that patching and iterating easier without affecting the availability of our deployments. So I'd also like to point out, it's no secret, but I am an employee of AWS. So some of this talk today is going to be centered around AWS specific technologies and services, but everything I touch on is universally applicable. Doesn't matter if you're in cloud, on-prem, whatever. So I just happen to know AWS the best. Okay, so at the core of this concept is data, right? And having data available at all levels of your deployment. So can we design deployments to answer questions like, are we deploying in Canada? Or are we performing backups before we give the green light to actually deploy anything? So as it turns out, depending on how you design your architecture and your deployment, the answer to that question is a pretty surprising degree of yes. There's actually security information available at every layer of your environment and your deployment, right? If you're using infrastructure as code to manage your infrastructure layer, then you have data that is both human and machine readable. So that means it supports both manual and automated analysis. At the language level, your choice really matters, and knowing what languages you're using in your deployment also matters. So for an example there, since it's a memory safe language, Rust tends to be the language of choice for Amazon's security sensitive projects. So for example there, our Firecracker VMM, which is what underpins our Lambda and Fargate serverless services, are written in Rust. Now, next is understanding your software dependencies, right? So understanding your dependencies is really important from a security posture standpoint, right? Now, according to Sonatype's State of the Software Supply Chain report, up to 90% of modern applications are composed of OSS components, right? And we already heard one this morning, Log4j. I'm sure that's seared in most people's minds now. So it's important to know, like, where are you vulnerable, right? Is that there in my infrastructure? Next, we have workflow information, right? So using CI/CD principles means it gives us insight into not only who introduced changes into our environment, but how, and that's often via an immutable audit trail, right? And using tools like GraphQL for your API, that not only allows you to make input handling auditable from the outside of your environment, but it also gives you insight into where you can be more specific about the inputs that you're accepting. So we'll be taking a look at how to kind of leverage all of these aspects throughout the presentation. Okay, so let's take a look at how we can shift left at the infrastructure layer. And I'm just going to level set first, right? So what is infrastructure as code and how can it help? Right, so as a formal definition, infrastructure as code is the process of provisioning and managing your infrastructure and your resources by writing a template that is both human readable and machine consumable. So the templates are usually in YAML or JSON format or JSON adjacent format. And some examples you might be aware of are Ansible, Terraform, and CloudFormation for something AWS specific. So basically it allows you to provision infrastructure using code, right? So genius naming convention. So infrastructure as code has a lot of advantages. such as making it easier for you to edit and deploy environments in an automated and consistent fashion. So that makes it easy for you to set up multiple environments for things like UAT, for prod, for testing, deploy entirely new environments in the case of disaster. And it can also help with compliance and security, as we'll see in just a minute. Now, some of the other things it can help you with is returning your environment to a known state at any given time. And I think that's a pretty powerful concept from a security point of view. And another thing is testing at scale. Okay, so I used to work on a production environment that had something like 700 cores, several terabytes of RAM. We took millions and millions and millions of files in a day for analysis. And on the other hand, our staging environment had, it was a 2U server, something like 12 cores, maybe 32 gigs of RAM, and it took a tiny, tiny fraction of our deployment traffic. So I can't tell you how many times we push a new feature or a bug fix to staging, have everything look hunky-dory, only to have everything catch fire as soon as we push to production, right? So cloud computing, infrastructure as code really help with that kind of problem. IAC can also integrate directly with your CI/CD pipelines, which means you can manage your whole deployment from top to bottom or bottom to top using CI/CD. And since it is code, then you can treat it as such, right? So that means things like feature branches for new functionality at your infrastructure layer. And as I just alluded to, IAC is multi-purpose, right? So not only can you use it to edit and deploy environments in a consistent and automated fashion, but since it's code, it can be linted or it can be ingested into other services for compliance purposes. Now, so in my younger and more daring days, this probably would have been a live demo, but now I'm older and risk averse, so I'm not going to attempt the live demo gods today. So you're getting screenshots, and I apologize for that. But this here on screen is some JSON code, and what it's doing is setting up a storage bucket in our S3 service. So if you're not familiar, S3 is our object storage service in AWS. You'll see I'm giving it a name. I'm making sure to block all public access. And then I'm making sure that if the CloudFormation stack or the IAC stack that creates this bucket gets deleted, then my bucket sticks around. So this here, it's infrastructure as code in its purest form. Okay, so let's chat a little bit about the AWS Cloud Development Kit, or as I like to call it, cheating at IAC. So while AWS does use CloudFormation for deploying infrastructure, our CDK allows you to define and build your infrastructure using programming languages, right? And then it automatically generates those CloudFormation templates for you as part of the deployment process. So what it's doing here, it's providing you high-level constructs for pretty much anything you can deploy in AWS, and it's going to be using sane defaults for those as well. So for example, if you're using CDK, in most cases, you have to explicitly enable a publicly facing component. CDK enables you to not only have all of your code in the same place, but also in the same language. And since it is in a programming language, it enables you to do things like apply software engineering concepts to your code, your infrastructure code, like unit testing, for example. So we have another snippet of code here. This is a simple Python stack, and it's doing the exact same thing as my JSON code was a few screens ago, with the bonus of creating an access control policy on my bucket as well. Now from here, it's as simple as me typing CDK deploy on my command line to have this bucket created for me, and CDK destroy would tear it down for me. Now the deployment process itself, it goes through several steps before it actually deploys anything. So the first thing it's going to do is it's going to instantiate all of the constructs in my code and link them together. From there, it's going to verify that my constructs are actually in a state that can be deployed in AWS. Then if they are, they're going to be rendered into a set of deployable artifacts. So that is my CloudFormation code or a Lambda application bundle, for example, if you're using a serverless model. And then it's finally deployed. So by the time the resources are actually being deployed in AWS, your CDK app has already exited. And the code here on screen is what I used to generate the JSON code from a few screens ago. So that was generated as part of the deployment process. So infrastructure is code in a nutshell, right? I have defined a piece of infrastructure in code, which I can then check into my repository and treat it like any other piece of code, which I think it's a pretty powerful concept in and of itself, right? But like I alluded to earlier, defining your infrastructure this way provides opportunities for compliance and security. More code. So enter the CDK aspect. So aspects are a feature of the CDK that let you apply an operation to all constructs of a given scope. Okay, so they can do things like add tags to the resources you're creating, or they can verify the state of a given construct. So in this case, they're verifying the state of every S3 bucket in my deployment. So in this aspect, actually, we're doing a couple of checks. The first check we're doing is we're ensuring that encryption is enabled on my bucket, right? That's pretty important, encryption at rest. Next, we're making sure that if encryption is enabled on my bucket, I'm making sure that it is a KMS managed type. So there are several different ways to encrypt S3 buckets, one of them being KMS managed. KMS is our key management service, and it just gives our users more control and oversight on their key material and the keys themselves. One of the other types would be S3 managed, for example, that means the S3 service itself is the one creating, owning, and rotating your key material. So a lot of our customers prefer KMS managed just for the oversight and the management they have on it. And as a reminder, these checks would occur before any infrastructure was created or altered. So here's an aspect in action, right? I included the aspect with the CDK code I showed a few screens before, and I ran CDK Synth as a build step in my code pipeline. So since I didn't have KMS managed encryption enabled, the build step failed. So that's pretty cool, right? So let's take that coolness a step further. And yes, I realize that this is an uncomfortably nerdy concept, but I still think it's cool, so I'll defend that. CDK NAG is what I like to call compliances code. So it's basically mapping aspects like the one I just outlined to compliance requirements in various different frameworks as rules. And we call these sets of rules NAG packs. Okay, so this is an open source solution, and we have NAG packs for frameworks like NIST 800-53, HIPAA, PCI DSS, AWS Solutions, which is just a grouping of AWS best practices. And you also have the ability to create and manage your own NAG packs based on your own context and your own compliance requirements. So all of this can be baked right into your CI/CD process. And it ensures that every single time you create or alter anything at the infrastructure layer, then it has to pass compliance checks before it gets created. So because I'm a sucker for punishment, I also ran the same code with CDK NAG checking against the NIST 800-53 framework. And as you can see, it didn't go very well. Some of the things I missed were encryption at rest, encryption in transit, bucket versioning, and replication across different buckets or regions. I don't know if you can read that there, but you might notice there's errors generated for both S3 encryption being missing and KMS encryption being missing, which might leave you wondering, Tyler, if I need both KMS encryption and S3 encryption enabled on my bucket in order to pass my compliance checks, how am I ever supposed to get a compliant bucket with CDK NAG? And I'm actually super happy you're wondering that, because CDK NAG includes the ability for you to suppress rules as part of this process. So in scenarios like this, and it also will print out a full run of all of the rules that were run against your infrastructure, including the suppressed one, with every build. So I actually found out about this suppression thing when I was stuck in this weird circular rule-based loop where I created an S3 bucket. I checked it in, it failed my build step, and it said, Tyler, you need a log bucket for this S3 bucket. And I said, fair play, CDK NAG, that makes sense. So I added the log bucket for my S3 bucket, and I check it into my repository again. Build step fails. And it says, Tyler, you need a logging bucket for your log bucket. And it was then when I sought out this solution, and you can see how it's kind of suppression is useful in scenarios like that, and in the encryption one as well. So all of that to say, it's not perfect out of the box by any means. It does take some fine tuning depending on what you're deploying and what your compliance requirements are, but it's a very, very useful tool in terms of compliance and security. Okay. So now that we've shifted as far left as we can infrastructure as code, let's see what's possible at the application level. So I think this is an area that gets a lot of attention already, so I'm just going to touch on some topics that I think are important at a pretty high level. I'm going to start by mentioning the concept of GitOps. And GitOps is usually brought up in a containerized or Kubernetes-based context, but it can also be achieved with modern serverless architectures or pretty much any architecture that can be managed with CI/CD pipelines. So the idea here is to manage or to treat your Git repo as a sole source of truth, okay? And then you would have your change management occur via pull requests from or pushes to your environment, and you'd have your servers and your infrastructure adjust themselves to the contents of your repository. Okay, so the security implications there are an environment where it's more easy to tell the exact state that your environment is in, and also an environment that is more equipped to quickly answer questions like, are we vulnerable? So it can also enable you to shift away from pushing code to your deployment environment to pulling and having your environment request those pulls. And that reduces your network attack surface. And it also helps protect your environment from drift. Now, the reason why this concept is usually brought up with Kubernetes is because Kubernetes can really streamline something like this through utilities like FluxCD, for example. So FluxCD is an operator that will consistently check for newly built containers that are the result of a merge. And it never lets your environment deviate from the latest approved containers that are built via your CI/CD process. So if you had a developer, for example, they're developing a new feature for your UI, they would check that into your repository, create a pull request. It would have to pass build tests, code review. It would get merged down to main. A new container would be built. And then something like FluxCD would say, I have a new container for the UI. It would pull that into your cluster and then replace all of the UI containers in your cluster. And then your environment would never let your UI container deviate from that one until that exact process happened again with a new feature or a new bug fix. And I also wanted to mention tools like the GitHub API and the CodeQL analysis engine. So GitHub isn't just a place where you can centrally manage your code and have your workflow data. It also understands the code it's hosting, right? And it records every single action taken on your repository, every issue that's open and closed, every pull request, all of your workflow data, and then it takes that and it represents it as data via its API. So that means with API calls, you can answer questions like, what programming languages am I using? What are my dependencies? What are my vulnerabilities? And you can also pull your workflow data as well. Okay, so we just had a chat on Zero Trust, and I think we have another talk this afternoon touching on it, so I won't spend too much time here. But the reason why you're hearing about Zero Trust so much is because it's a very important concept, especially when you're talking about more modern, loosely coupled microservice architectures, right? So you should start by assuming that every component in your environment has a direct connection to the internet and work from there. So that's the everything fails all the time mindset, right? And this means that there's no areas within your deployment where any component should trust any other component. So gone are the days of the moat and castle security model, and thank the stars for that. So from there, every interaction between your components should have some form of authentication like mutual TLS, and you should have encryption everywhere, from your client to your cluster, everywhere within your cluster or your environment, and then strong encryption at rest. And I will say that to HTTPS, no matter what. I don't care what the context of your application is. If it's unclassed, you should still be using HTTPS. If you're using a containerized deployment, every commit you should make should create an image. Every image should be tagged with a hash of that commit, and then every image should be checked into a registry. From there, you should be continually scanning every image you have in your registry for vulnerabilities. And the reason why I suggest you tag your containers with a hash of a commit is because with CI/CD, you already have a strong mechanism for rolling out new containers. But in the case of failure, having these tags on your containers makes it easy to roll back. So not only easy to roll back, but also it enables you to have an easy mechanism to start your investigations into bug fixes and incidents as well. Now, we should also be scanning your dependencies for vulnerabilities and updates. So utilities like Dependabot are very good at this, and they can also help automate the remediation process as well. So this one is more mentioned in a cloud-based context, but I think it's a really useful one, and it's also one that not many people focus on. Okay, so just to be clear, when I mention account in an AWS context, that is an entire environment where you'd be creating users and deploying resources. So you don't have to make any trade-offs or compromises with your design decisions. You would have a very predictable and, as a result, controllable blast radius for your workload. The users that have authorization to modify your environment would be very obvious to you because they're the only ones working on that deployment. And it's also easier to determine what consequences changes would have to your environment since you're the only one using it, right? So that means you can also have different guardrails and controls in place depending on the workload, depending on the context, and depending on the use. So as an example there, I don't think I know of any customers of mine that use the same guardrails for their dev and their security environments. And that makes sense, right? Now in your accounts, Stefan mentioned this earlier in a different context, but you should have continual audits of your users to ensure you're enforcing the concept of least privilege. So your users should only have the exact amount of permissions they need in order to perform their tasking and nothing more. And the other thing you should be doing is purging users, right? So if you have an employee leave your team or leave your organization, then you should be sure to revoke those credentials. I think last December, actually, there was a breach at Cash App, which is pretty well known. And they had an attacker breach their infrastructure, exfiltrate data that had customer information on it. And as it turns out, the attacker was a former employee that still had valid credentials on their infrastructure. So that's one of those scenarios where that hyper sophisticated nation state sponsored zero day isn't required, right? That he did plenty of damage without that. And finally, we have kind of a hodgepodge of remaining concepts that are still very much important. So the first is automating your certificate provisioning. So this is pretty easy to do with utilities like Amazon Certificate Manager, but equally easy to do with utilities, open source utilities like Let's Encrypt. Now, if you're using Kubernetes, you can go a step further and terminate your TLS connection right inside your cluster. So there's that zero trust topic coming up again. Next, you would be using minimalist host or container images. So only install exactly what you need in order to run your workload and nothing more. And if you're using containerization, ensure that you use a minimalist base image to start, something like Alpine, for example. And finally, test-driven development. So test-driven development is essentially relying on your software requirements being converted into test cases early on in the software development process. And then you track your development by continually running these test cases against your software. So too often I find the test cases and your unit tests that you write for your software are kind of tacked on at the end of a feature development process. And that leaves a lot of room for gaps and for errors as well. So all aspects of your application, from the lowest level of infrastructure all the way up to your HTTP headers, should have test cases written for them as part of the feature development process. And then from there, you should be continually running your tests during development. You should be running them every pull request and then again on merge. Okay, so let's see what all of this has given us, right? Like, how does this shift left help us overall? Now, in my opinion, at the infrastructure level, it means that all of your infrastructure is defined as code, which at a bare minimum gives you a strong mechanism for automating your deployments and for your disaster recovery. Now, on top of that, since we have infrastructure as code and infrastructure as code can be read and interpreted elsewhere, we have the ability to bake in our compliance checks right into our deployment process, which helps ensure that we never deploy any infrastructure that doesn't pass compliance checks. Now, I added a bonus here of a library of compliant resources, which could even be broken down into different contexts or different classifications. So why bother writing a new S3 bucket or a new load balancer or a new VPC if you already have a compliant one that you can just copy and paste into your application, right? I think the other really important factor here is building compliance and security into your infrastructure layer has your developers thinking about security right out of the gate, right? So let's say, for example, you have a new developer on your team, they create an S3 bucket, They check that into your repository and it fails a build step, saying you need encryption on this bucket. Then they'll add that encryption, they'll check it back in, it'll pass the build step, and next time they go to create an S3 bucket, encryption is going to be in their mind, right? Next would be combining your IAC, your pipeline to support zero downtime deployments. So deployments can support a rolling model that can replace your images or your functions or your containers without affecting the availability of your application. And you should also be able to do the same in reverse in the case of failure. And that's where containerization, again, comes in handy, and so does versioning. Now, push button compliance reports. So one of the last things I did in my career in the public sector was a compliance exercise. And some of you may know the term SANA, or Security Assessment and Authorization. I had to take screenshots of my console settings, and I had to fill out what seemed like a never-ending spreadsheet full of different security controls I had to have covered. And I remember just thinking how difficult that would be for the compliance team to determine whether or not the controls I'm approved to operate under are actually applied in my environment using those artifacts, right? So the whole idea of an SANA is that you're supposed to, you get authorization to operate within certain boundaries. And then you're supposed to continually monitor your deployment to ensure that you're still in those boundaries. And if you exceed those boundaries, so let's say you open a new port or you add new functionality to your service, then you should return to the authorization step and then reassess. So either you rein your deployment back in or you change your operating parameters. So in my ideal world, every time that we would run a build, then we would get a compliance report printed out for us. We would have the exact controls that are covered in that environment at that time, right? And if you have your infrastructure defined as code and you have your compliance checks built in, most of the work is already done there for you. For the application layer, here's what I see as kind of an ideal state. So it starts by using test-driven development, right? So basing your development processes around testing rather than having testing being an afterthought is going to have your developers thinking about sound principles right out of the gate. From there, we start using our code repository as a single source of truth. So if we know what is in our environment is an accurate reflection of what's in a repository, then you can leverage your repository for useful security information, right? From there, we're also scanning all of our containers, all of our images for dependency or our dependencies for vulnerabilities and updates, right? And we're making sure that we have a process in place that if any issues arise, then those things are remediated in an automated fashion. And finally, we're being paranoid, right? So we're treating every component in our deployment like an island, and we're making sure that every island has a passport, or every visitor to the island, sorry, has a passport. Okay, so what does this all mean for our live environment, right? To start, the components of our production environment are treated as ephemeral and immutable, right? So as I mentioned at the start of this talk, we look at uptime as an indicator of risk, not as an indicator of pride. And patching and iterating are our new indicators of pride. From there, we would have limited access to our production environment. Okay, so again, if we're using the one account per workload principle, then we know exactly who should have access to that environment and why. I added a bonus point here for an environment that is only writable by your CI/CD pipeline. Okay, so when your application that is following test-driven development principles passes a new build to main, then that should trigger automatic replacement of all of the affected components in your environment. You don't really need a reason for users to have access to a live production environment if you're using CI/CD. And finally, all of the existing threat detection and incident response apparatus you have in place still applies here, right? We're not replacing anything. We're always going to need doctors and prescriptions, right? What we've done here is just try to make it a little less likely that we get that far. But as an example there, let's say if we take what we have above here and we have an environment that should only be changed by your CI/CD pipeline, then you would be monitoring for that. And if you know that something outside of your CI/CD pipeline made a change to your environment, that's an immediate red flag that would need to be investigated. And you know, at the end of the day, this is what it all boils down to, right? A few years ago, NIST released this guidebook that looked at organizational cybersecurity from top to bottom. And basically what they did was they broke down all of the typical groups that you would see within an organization, like your management, your IT, your security, your HR, and they outline the cybersecurity responsibilities those groups have. And it's a really great read if you haven't read it. But basically, we're always going to have security specialists. We're always going to have security operations centers, unless you're in Ireland. And we're always going to have incidents to respond to. But that doesn't mean that your operations teams and your development teams shouldn't be tackling security in their own way, right? So making security more visible through data and throughout your environment is helping everyone tackle that challenge together. And I wanted to wrap up by just talking about my favorite thing about this conference so far. So I arrived in St. John's, a city I love, and I get to my hotel, I go up, I open my door. The first thing I see is this big round window with this view. And, you know, I see the city, I see Signal Hill, the Narrows. I love it here. But this isn't my favorite thing. My favorite thing is I sent this to my account manager, Jason. So Jason's sitting over there, and he replied with his view that in his hotel room. So that's my favorite thing. All right, I thank you. And if any of you have questions, I'd be happy to take a few. Yeah, go ahead. Yes. Yes. Like anything like that. You know, there's a lot of stuff. I see a lot of organizations just take the path of least resistance. And a lot of times when you talk about things like that, work, but also add value, then the answer is no, because that's extra work, that's extra things I have to learn and extra things I have to manage. But anything like that, like why wouldn't you, right? It doesn't cost any money and it has plenty of advantages, especially from a security standpoint, right? So yes, please. Anyone else? Okay, I guess you're all hungry. So thank you very much for your time and enjoy the rest of your day.
for everybody to come back in. Maybe if I speak really loud, people will come in from outside. Somebody close to the door want to do me a favor and just open the door and yell out and say, we're going to draw for prizes and we're going to start the presentation. Yeah, that gets everybody in. Oh, really? Hmm? No, it'll be after yours. Yep. No, we're going to do it now. All right. So I'm going to draw for a Sony Bluetooth speaker. I'm not sure. It looks like it's waterproof, maybe. I don't know. But that, and plus I got a set of these Galaxy Buds. So, yeah. So 2 separate prizes. Let's see. All right. So the first one, 625-242. 242. Anybody? No. All right. Next. 625-310. 310. All right. Next. All right. You snooze, you lose. 625-258. Wow. A lot of people losing out. I'll just ask you what your number is, Bone. 625-154. Seriously? No? My gosh. All right. How about 236? All right. Awesome. All right. And next one, 136. One. All right, so next up, we have Ali from Netscope. Netscope, sorry. Too many net things in my mind. It was close enough, right, Dylan?
Hi, folks. So before we start, we're going to do a quick draw based on some of the questions that you've probably seen on the screen. Hopefully you have good memory. So starting, what year was the first BSides event ever held in St. John? Who said that? Next question. Where was the St. John event held? Who said that? There you go.
All right, you get a prize.
Third question. What year was the first ever BSides event ever held anywhere? Okay. Question before last. Where was the first ever BSides event held? Yes. Great answer. The gentleman over there.
Over there?
And final question, an easy one, I think. Name another city where BSides has been held.
Vegas?
That's it? All right. All right. All right, let's begin. So, hello everyone. My name is Ali Zadisa. I'm a cybersecurity specialist at NetScout. We're the scouts of the net. And the title of the presentation is A Convenient Truth. It's kind of a joke because the convenient truth is that the network is something that everybody today relies on and needs in one way or the other. And the network depends on the packets. You're going to see that as a trend during my presentation, packets. And the packets themselves, whether you want to admit it or not, they're the absolute source of truth. Packets do not lie and cannot be altered or modified. So that's the bottom line of my presentation. So a lot of things have changed when I started working in cybersecurity. It seems to me that a lot of trends right now affecting the market. Cloud, ease of access, global network, new laws in Quebec, Europe, and elsewhere, punitive measures. All of these things affect the effectiveness of cybersecurity programs and, by definition, put the assets at risk. So how do you define risk and how can you measure risk in real time? It's somewhat easy to have, sit down and from a security perspective, say what is your risk tolerance, but to be able to do it in real time, have clear indicators of if you're deviating from that level in real time, it's very hard to do. And anybody tells you otherwise, they're not being honest with you. So that is something that a lot of people have challenged with. In my opinion, one of the reasons behind that is from the beginning, we use different and separate metrics to measure the effectiveness of cybersecurity versus operations, the workload, which is ironic because security is there to support operations. Well, we use different tools, different metrics, different teams who don't talk to each other. And that silo in itself creates opportunities for bad guys to win. So what is the question that I ask you is, what is the acceptable level of risk? So think about that as I go through my presentation. So the threats themselves have evolved as we evolved. I used to be an SC, and remember when I started, there's no such thing as cloud, so it was very easy in data center. And that made it easy. You have a perimeter, you defend yourself, but now you're everywhere, consuming everything from on-prem to cloud, and sometimes you catch up on new services that you're not aware of. But the threats also have evolved as operations productions have evolved, and they're persistent depending on the sophistication of the bad actors. Sometimes they're nation states, sometimes they're your average kid. But the threats evolve in such a way that the detection period, it takes a lot longer. The incursion period happens well before detection. There's active reconnaissance attempts every single day. So yeah, the attacks have evolved and they're more advanced. But our defense or our strategy has not changed regarding these new threats. At least based on every stats that I've looked at and all the numbers that we all seen, it seems to be that the bad guys are winning and the good guys are not winning. I believe some of the stats that I've seen out of Canada, US, and Europe, the success rate for the advanced threat was 60% and above. And these are the numbers that you can validate through Mandiant report, for example. So the cybersecurity strategy for so long has been relied on things such as logs. They're great, they're convenient, but the reason why we chose logs back then because it was less costly than packets, it was less management overhead, but logs by themselves are not being successful against these new threats. If logs were sufficient, your serious incident response team would not need to come in and start capturing packets because you already have the logs. So there's a need for packets. And the technologies that we have been using to implement that strategy was for so long was using logs. So the question that I asked the team and ask yourself is, has that strategy been working for you? Are you really getting your money's worth? The cyber defense world and the security world, you're familiar, there's no shortage of good vendors, a lot of solutions. And we should, in my opinion, we should stop chasing the magic bullet or the one solution or the buzzword of the day and focus on the process and procedures and overall visibility. The defense in depth, it's something that's old, but it actually works. The challenge is what layers of your defense in depth needs more love or attention, and how you go about finding that and focus your energy. There are better technologies out there, and the security sector, especially regarding packet analysis and deep packet inspection, has evolved tremendously. Today, we can with ease analyze packets in real time, create metadata on those packets, which can be used from security to NetOps to DevOps, different contexts, different use case. So a lot of benefits that are available today that was not available before. One thing also has changed. The dependency of these new cool and nice features that are easy to consume has hidden the complexity behind it. It's easy to access a service, but that creates bigger attack surface. This complexity creates more dependency on cybersecurity to have a more situational awareness in real time. It's not enough to say that I have this IP and I see it's talking to, I don't know, Emotet, the level 10 malware. But what is the impact behind that malware? It's which servers? What are the use cases of those servers? What is the context of that service within your environment? Are they transactional? Are they testing? What is it you come out of it? Because if you cannot have that information in real time and kind of superpose the security versus operations, you're not focusing on things that matter. You're not focusing on your crown jewels. And that is what's missing. That is actually the security gap that we have in the market today. So going back to the question, what layers of your defense in depth needs more love? My answer to you is network packets, something that you already have. The networks of today, our enterprise networks, have evolved tremendously from SD-WAN, direct access to the cloud, and it seems to be there's always some kind of project regard to network. So the network for me is foundational element, and this ever-changing entity creates complexities and blind spots. If you ask your average customer or secure architect, do you know how everything's connected? Do you truly know in real time the dependencies between those services, the user, the session, the middleware? They can't. It's an unfair question to ask. It's because we don't have the right data set to give those honest answers in real time. Imagine if you could tell in real time the dependencies that you have on your average cloud provider on the availability zone. If you see that it's being saturated and you have to migrate to a different zone, that creates a risk for your cybersecurity strategy in real time. We often neglect that. We're consuming services such as UC, collaboration, but that's a target for cybersecurity. And most vendors don't focus on UC as if it's a thing apart. And it's just, but it's actually a thing. So you need to have proper visibility, and that could come only by leveraging the packets that you all have in your environments. Why packets? Because they give you comprehensive visibility. What do I mean by that? It's to put things in context. Again, traditionally, the approach was threat-based approach. Everybody, as I said, losing logs. That approach has not been working successfully based on the number of incident response that a lot of companies are doing and the success rate of bad actors, which means by default that you have to change your strategy from a threat-based approach to a risk-based approach. And in order for you to be aware of all the risks, you have to leverage every single data that you have already in your environment. And packets, being the absolute source of truth, as I mentioned, cannot be modified, altered, or erased, such as logs, give you that context. And using deep packet inspection or DPI in real time gives you multiple benefits to have that situational awareness to put things in context. More importantly, it allows you to eliminate the silos that exist between the teams, because the benefit you get from network can be enhanced by like adding the layers of a cake on top to security, to DevOps. And just as an example. So with regard to when to act, the time is now. Ask yourself, are you seeing truly what you need to see based on everything that you have? Are you acting, the data that you are using, is it enough? Is it sufficient? Do you using the right data set? Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that multiple solutions and vendors in place, but are you seeing the proper context between LDAP, DNS, and DHCP and the session, the user? Do you know what's normal in real time for that specific user and that specific applications versus abnormal? For you to say, you know what, I'm seeing jitter or a different packet entropy for that application, that is not normal. Let's investigate. Because from a network perspective, that could be just performance or availability. But from a security perspective, as you may all be aware of, Sudden change in packet entropy for regard to an application or jitter could be a clear indicator of compromise for an attack. It's only by superposing these different teams and silos through packets and leveraging the same data set from different contexts, you could put things in perspective. And by doing so, you'll focus on things that matter. Because you can understand what is normal traffic for a specific user and application in the context of their reality, transactional database, and so on, you'll focus on things that matter first. So your average analyst, when you see that ticket, sees the IP, hey, this is important. I'm going to start with this. Instead of investigating, start capturing packets reactively, and then understanding what the consequences are. And this also gives you other benefits. By leveraging packets in real time and having metadata, you'll always have the right information regarding reconnaissance because you see everything as far as sessions. What was the first attempt of a TCP MUX happening 3 months ago or 2 months ago? Who was targeted? Where is it coming from? Do you have capability of doing contact tracing? It's not important to say, oh, I have a malicious IP that was talking to blah, blah, blah. Okay, who was patient 0? What level of credentials they have? Who were they talking to 6 months ago? Can you go back in time? And to be able to back in time application of IOCs, like tomorrow, if there's a new version of Log4j, can you truly say or admit to yourself, oh, this was here also 6 weeks ago, or you have to go back, or you have no means of going back? By leveraging packets in real time and creating metadata through DPI, as we can do today, you have all those side benefits, which saves a lot of time in actual troubles, actual day-to-day secure operations, streamlining, eliminating silos, but also incident response and investigations. And this allows you to get ahead of threats. So what are the final benefits of using DPI? Well, it is scalable from a money perspective investment. The benefit you get from troubleshooting and availability based on network can be layered from a cybersecurity, from a DevOps perspective. You eliminate the silos. You know where the dependencies are in real time. If you see changes, you can act upon it. So it's very good from a TCO perspective. The data set that you get is a lot more rich. You get the full session, conversation, DHCP, DNS, and all those sexy buzzwords. So this gives you more data, and again, the right data, not just more tools, but the right data set. This allows you to have a better integration within your security stack as well, to put things in context. You can effectively, by using packets in real time, measure if you're deviating from the acceptable levels of risk. So if a CISO asks you, where are we with that? Where are we risk-wise? You have proper metrics to give those answers. And you can put things in context. If you're running new service or using old service, you can know what the comprehensive visibility is and have proper answers with regard to what is normal, healthy behavior for that user, session, applications, and so on. So when you see changes that are not normal, you can just put it aside and say it's just a performance issue. It could be security. A lot of times, advanced threats are hidden and we ignore them because we say it's performance. It has to be availability. But when you dig, enough, you understand it's cybersecurity and it's just hidden well enough. We have to use these tools that we already have from a different perspective. That's it, guys. Thank you so much for your time. Questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
There you go.
Oh,
Small gift.
thank you.
All right, folks. It's lunchtime. I see the staff are bringing out the food now, so we'll just give them a few minutes to get everything prepped for us, and then we'll start calling tables. So I think, Nancy, you're going to kind of direct tables, but we'll just start, getting a few rows of tables to go and get their meal, sit down, and we'll just keep everything flowing. So we'll just wait, and when the food is out, we'll let you know. going to start again, and we're going to start by doing another prize draw. Try and get everybody back in the room for the next talk. All right, so the first thing that we're going to draw for is a Marley Bluetooth speaker. It is not a Harley. 625-262. Nobody? Next. 625-308. You got 262? All right, come on down. Which one? 308. You got 308? All right, come on up. I got 3 prizes here. So here you go. You get that one? Awesome. Nah. All right. So, would you rather have the Echo Show or these cool Bluetooth glasses that got speakers built in? They're called smart glasses.
What would you recommend?
I have no idea. All right, cool. All right, next. So we have the Alexa Echo Show. All right, 238. 238. All right. All right, do we have our next speaker close by? There we go. Chris, you can introduce him.
All right, you want to use the wireless or?
I cannot stand here. It won't work.
Just make sure you click that on somewhere because make weird noises if you don't. No, the other way.
Oh, sorry. All right.
Go.
Does it work better on the outside? Or the inside?
Should be fine either way.
Just go there.
It's not that.
No, that's fine. Yeah. Which one is for? Where's the HDMI?
This here is for video. Do you need power?
I don't know. I have never plugged in this for. Oh, you have HDMI right here. There it is. Got it. I don't need power. There it is. Let me make sure this is working. Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so welcome back, everyone. For our first talk after lunch, we have Jerry Chapman with Jerry Chapman with Optiv with Zero Trust.
Can everyone hear me okay? No? Test? No? Test one? Test one? Test one? Test, there it is. All right. Yeah, no worries. Well, good afternoon, and hope everyone had an enjoyable lunch. My name is Jerry Chapman. I work for Optiv. My goal here as an employee of Optiv, I'm an engineering fellow with Optiv, so I get to do a lot of things around thought leadership, whatever that means in the industry. I am well, let me just go further a little bit. I am a co-author of a book called Zero Trust Security, an enterprise guide. So I've been doing this for a little bit of time. The goal today really is to give you an agnostic understanding of zero trust, to hopefully, as practitioners, walk away from this and have a clear, very precise understanding. Because I'll just say this. When I wrote my book, we wrote a paragraph and a half to describe zero trust, right? And it's why? Because we had to fill pages, right? You have to fill pages when you're writing a book. So we write a paragraph and a half just to define zero trust. Well, I'm going to tell you what zero trust is in 3 words. Let's just be very clear. I'm going to talk about that. And I'm going to talk about a journey. I'm going to talk about what it looks like and how to do zero trust. And hopefully give you some strategies to walk away with. And then more importantly, what I find when I have this conversation is if you take away the notion that I have very specific solutions, you being the practitioners, very specific solutions in my environment that can lead down the path of zero trust, and you hear that and you're like, yeah, I get that. Then you're like, yeah, the vendor conversations, those are great. Vendors talk about zero trust. They talk about it from their product, which is fantastic. They do that. They do it very well. But if you look at it from what do I have? Where do I go? And how do I move forward? And then most importantly, because I'm about to say, I'm an identity guy. I've been an identity guy for well over 20 years. I talk about identity all the time. We're going to lead security with identity. That's what I talk about. How do we lead security with identity, right? So let's kind of get into this a little bit. So if I start to talk about zero trust, first off, I use my own USB device because I don't trust devices. Let's be very clear. The first thing I talk about is security. So if you're talking about context-based security, that's a bunch of marketing terms. First off, understand that zero trust is more than marketure. I call it marketure, but it is more than marketure. And then you see something like identity-based security, or context-based security. You're like, well, that's just more marketing terms, Jerry. You're absolutely right. Let me add to what that actually means. You take identity, you take security controls, and then you take risk. You bring those 3 things together, you've got a context-based security model. And I don't mean the identity providers that tell you, well, we do geolocation services for step-up authentication and those types of things. Yeah, they do. They've been doing that for 5 years. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about bringing in external telemetry to drive risk-based decisions. That's how you get the identity, security, and risk model to drive context-based security. The second thing, you've heard this, trust nothing, right? That's what everyone tells you what zero trust is. That's absolutely right. But if you don't want to impact the users, and a lot of conversations in security is what is the user experience? And there's this weight and measure between user experience and security, right? What I tell you and what I can show you and prove to you, and we're going to talk a little bit about this, is how do I make the user experience better? And how do I ultimately increase my security and security controls to support a zero trust framework? So while it is default to trust nothing, ultimately it becomes a earned trust conversation. You have to earn the trust that you have. And if that something changes with that trust, like, I don't know, I have never been here. By the way, it's a beautiful area, love the country, it's awesome. I've never been here. But when I log onto my network, there's no way I should just log on and say, yeah, MFA, that's wonderful. No, Jerry, where are you? What are you doing? Why are you trying to do this? You've never been there. That is risk. That is where earned trust. And if I start coming up here regularly, now our client manager here at Opti is going to try to bring me up here as much as she can. Thank you, Kelsey, by the way. That will change, because if I come up more regularly, it's like, oh, wait, Jerry goes to that location. He's able to support it, and then that becomes earned trust. That's what the default to trust nothing really means. The third one here, the design dynamic micro perimeters. When people read that, they say, Jerry, you're talking about microsegmentation. I hear that all the time. No, I'm not. Microsegmentation is a part of the conversation in a micro perimeter conversation. Microsegmentation is a way to support things like micro perimeters. But if I'm talking about data, and if I'm talking about more than just segmenting my PII data to some network data, that's fine. I can segment my PII data to some network. But what happens when I get through that network? Because I, quote unquote, have access to that data. What about all the data inside of there? That segmentation does nothing for that. So there's different technology to support that. Things like data protection, that includes things like data classification, data governance. That has nothing to do with microsegmentation. That's why I call it microperimeters. Then the question is, well, why is it dynamic? Here's the truth. We've been doing the principle of least privilege for well over 20 years. The military has been coined the phrase defense in depth about 20 years ago. They've been doing it for 20 plus years. In the IT industry, we've been doing it well over 20 years. So what's different about zero trust? Because we're talking about defense in depth, we're talking about a principle of least privilege. Jerry, everyone has said it before. What am I saying that's different in zero trust? What I'm saying is now we can do things like just-in-time access. Well, we've been talking about that in theory forever and forever. But what I'm going to tell you, for the last 5 years, the vendors, the industry has come to an integrated model where now we have standards where we can integrate our technologies and integrate our solutions to drive just-in-time access. And I'm going to show you an example of that here in my presentation in a few minutes, because I think it's important for you to understand what do I mean by just-in-time access. Okay. Simple definition, right? I spent 10 minutes on a slide. You're like, yeah, that's simple, Jerry. I get it. Identity, security, and risk. That's the 3 words you need to remember for zero trust. And what that means is every organization has some level of maturity around zero trust, whether it's fundamental. By the way, if you look at this slide, you see fundamental. You see things you've been doing for 20 years. Yeah, I'm doing network security. Yeah, I'm doing identity. Yeah, I'm doing data protection. Yeah, that's great. Have you integrated your identity solution with your security solution? That's what that next level is, the integrated model. And most organizations, quite frankly, stop there. Yeah, it's great. I can take my Active Directory users and groups, I can integrate them with my next-gen firewalls, and when I integrate them with my next-gen firewalls, I can do things like user-based routing. So a user gets access to a network segment because they're in some Active Directory group. What I would challenge you is, do you have a governance solution associated with that identity to determine whether they should even have access to that network through that user group in Active Directory? So that's what that may or may not get there. They get there with some level of maturity or some level of integration, because now they're bringing in things like your SIM solutions that have a UBA integrated in them. They're bringing in things like SOAR solutions. So now your SOC analyst or your SOC solution is now saying, oh, wait, I've got an incident. It's not a false positive. Let me forward that on to something and say, we have a problem. We have an incident. Let's do something about this. And more importantly, this is where I start talking about leading security with identity. If that source solution is notifying my identity solution should be able to say, oh, wait, this is a change. Go change what's going on. Kill the authentication. Kill the access. Whatever that means, terminate it. And that's where an adaptive model starts to drive your zero trust program. Okay, moving on. So I've told you what it is, right? Pretty simple. I've told you kind of that maturity journey, kind of where you bring identity, security, and risk together. Let's talk about how you do it. Now, there's a whole lot on this slide, so I apologize for that from the outset. But if you haven't read the NIST 800-207, it's a great conceptual guide to tell you what zero trust is. They did a great job of defining what is zero trust, what are PDPs, what are PEPs. They've got all this stuff out in it. Go look up the NIST 800-207 if you haven't seen it yet. Fantastic document. What I've done and what we have done is said, listen, let's make this simple. Because to me, it needs to be simple. How do I get to zero trust? So if I look at the first box, and by the way, the boxes across the top, they are the steps that I'm about to walk through quickly. The bottom tells how we align to the NIST 800-207 principles. So what this means is I'm not just making this stuff up. This is not something I said, oh, let's just throw some stuff out here and figure it out. No, this is stuff that aligns to what the industry is saying that are good ways to do this. So the first one is define a microperimeter. That's easy, right? No, there's 3 ways to do that. There's, oh, I'm just going to go buy a VPN solution. I talk a little bit about this in a few minutes around technology and so forth, but I just need to protect my castle and moat with my moat, right? I'm just going to keep doing that, and I'm going to add, I need to do something with my VPN. Maybe I've been doing VPN for years. Maybe I'm going to augment it. Maybe if you're talking to some of the vendors out there and they're fine, replace the VPN. I personally say replace it, but that's a different conversation. Because sometimes you can't just replace your VPN solution. It's not even an option. You've invested $10 million over the last 15 years into your VPN solution. Sometimes it's not optional. So maybe that's not the path. The real path to defining a microperimeter is defining and understanding critical business systems. And what I mean by that, that's a vague term too, right? I'm trying to drill down into some of these vague terms. If you have a critical business system that drives your business, and more importantly, if part of that system generates, I don't know, 50, 60, 70% of your revenue in your organization, guess what? That's a critical business system. And if you start to understand that critical business, and when I say understand, that means you understand what's going in and out of that. First, we'll start at OSI model 3 through 7, right? You start to understand the network layer. You know what's going on up the top, all the way to the application layer. You can get that. That's pretty easy. There's solutions that'll tell you that. That's not hard. But then you get into things like the application layer security that the network stuff is not going to give you, that the ZTNA solutions that are fantastic are not going to give you. You have to figure that out. You have to figure out what is the user experience in that environment. So there's a whole lot of stuff I just said there, right? Understanding the business system, understanding at the high level, where do you get, all the way down to the attribute level, if necessary, in Active Directory to say, oh yeah, if you have this attribute, this is what your user experience looks like. There's a lot said there. Now, take zero trust out of that conversation. That drives cyber resiliency. Think of that for a second. That drives your cyber resiliency because now you understand what's going on in the organization that is your most threat. So some of the ransomware stuff we heard earlier today, you know how to protect that stuff. You know how to get past that. So if you understand that, here's what you start doing. You start drawing circles around those components in that business system. And you say, oh, I can create a microperimeter here. I can create it here. I can create it here. And it's going to be different for each one of those solutions or each one of those circles. And that's okay. Because what you're doing now is you're protecting the business. And what you're moving towards, and this is the hard part, what you're moving towards is implicit deny with explicit allow. And when I say that, people say, oh, Jerry, you're talking about whitelisting. Yeah, I am. Why? Because we're only giving you access if you should have access, period. End of story, conversation over. It's hard. Yes, I know. I'll talk about governance of that in a minute. The next thing you see up there is identity. Listen, if you can't define an identity, and I don't mean just a user identity, I mean a machine identity, a device identity, service accounts. All of those things drive identities. IoT, MIoT, that's a big conversation I'm having lately is around medical IoT. And I'm completely separating it from just IoT, just to be clear. OT, right? All of those things are driving identities. So if you've got a microperimeter and you understand the identities, what you can now do is start saying, well, I can define who and what can get in and out of that microperimeter. That's the point of understanding the identity. This goes back to let's lead security with identity. It's my favorite catchphrase these days. Okay, so the third one, enhanced security. Now, I'm an identity guy, and I talk about MFA all the time. MFA is not perfect. It's not. Sometimes we spend way too much time with pushing buttons from the authenticator apps, and people get very tired of that conversation. They're like, yeah, I'm just going to push a button. Right? I heard someone else say earlier this morning, education, absolutely. Education, MFA is one of those. Another one that I talk about a lot is dynamic PKI, because let's face it, you are not doing interactive logins with service accounts, and you shouldn't be. I heard that earlier today too. Don't do that, that's just wrong. But if I can do dynamic PKI, now I'm not doing interactive logins. I'm doing one-time certificate authentications. And then there's technology today that I can support this without having a huge PKI infrastructure that has a CA, and I got to manage the CRL, and I got to do all those things that drives my certificate management. No, there's ways to get past that. Better ways, because now we're not relying on the human condition to support it. The last one, visibility. I can create all the microperimeters I want. I can define all the identities. I can have MFA, dynamic PKI, whatever I want. If I can have all of that and perfectly inside a little cube, a little circle, however I want to define that. But at the end of the day, if you don't have visibility into that microperimeter, guess what? Doesn't matter. Because when that ransomware gets in there, if you can't maintain what you have, if you can't monitor the environment, and then most importantly, if you can't respond, what's the point? You've done nothing. You've changed nothing. So visibility. Sorry, I get very passionate about this subject, if you can't tell. It's a lot of fun for me. So keep those 4 things in mind when you start thinking about zero trust. How do I create a microperimeter? How do I bring identity into the conversation? What does enhanced security look like? And quite frankly, how do I have visibility into the environment? Those are important. That's how you do it. Oops, sorry. I'm excited. All right, moving on. So let's talk about strategies. By the way, I usually can talk about these things for hours, so sometimes I just have to check myself. So let's talk about different strategies. The NIST 800-207 has some great strategies. They talk about using enhanced identity governance. Now, they talk about using enhanced identity governance, but the CISA within the NIST environment, they tried this. And what they came back to the environment or to the industry and said is, our identity governance solutions aren't ready. They can't do what I'm talking about. They can't do enhanced identity governance with things like, open network protocols, with portal modeling, the attribute-based stuff. They're saying they can't do it. Now, I'm going to argue that point in a few minutes. But they're saying they can't do it. That's Jerry's opinion. It's what it is, but that's okay. We'll talk about that in a second. I'll give you my support for that in a second. They're also talking about micro-segmentation. Listen, we're doing this forever. Micro-segments, next-gen firewalls, all the stuff that I've already talked about. They're talking about, what's the other one? SDP. SDP is my favorite topic when you start talking about software-defined perimeter, or when you start talking about ZTNA, because quite frankly, SDP is based on the simple fact that you have to have an authentication header before you do anything. If you don't have an authentication header, the packet gets dropped, conversation over, and you don't even get a response. So you just get the response timed out message if you try to attack an environment or talk to an environment. It drops. So SDP is a great technology. I encourage you to look into it. If you haven't, I encourage you to see what it looks like in your environment, potentially, because it's all about that authentication header. All right, so if that's NIST, then Jerry obviously has something to say about it. I have a lot to say about a lot of things, but we'll keep it here for now. First thing is, there are 2 ways in my mind to drive a zero trust approach, or to encompass a strategy. First is technology driven. I'm going, what's that, left to right from your perspective? Right to left? Technology driven. VPN replacement, easy conversation. All your ZTNA vendors are talking about it. Yes, you should do it. VPN is the #1 attack vector, period. Everyone knows about it. It's not hard. That's an easy conversation. The second thing here is data governance. Data governance is an easy conversation too. If you really start thinking about it, you should understand your data. You should know who has access to your data. You should be able to classify that data. You can get a solution in here to drive it. Good way to drive zero trust. The third one up here, again, I'm an identity guy. SSO and MFA, absolutely. If you're not doing SSO and multi-factor authentication as a means to get to zero trust, A, you're not enhancing the user experience, and B, you're not even going to touch zero trust. Because if zero trust is about authentication and authorization and getting access to something, if you don't have a mechanism to automate that process, forget it. Conversation over. Move towards SSO and MFA. And quite frankly, you can't do the next step beyond SSO and MFA. And this is my favorite topic, one of my favorite topics. Passwordless. Why should you do passwordless? Because if I am doing passwordless, my user experience has just increased. I'm not changing my password every 90 days, 180 days, whatever it is. Microsoft says you should do it every year. Now, I can explain why they say that. That's the Windows Hello environment. The NIST framework says never change the password. Just create a very long password, never change it. So the passwordless initiative, or the passwordless, is a step into zero trust. This is, again, a technology-focused mechanism to implement zero trust. It gives you that first step, because if I can do that, the user experience is great. What is, as an IT person, as a security person, if the user experience is wonderful, guess what? Now the security controls I put in place is not going to negatively impact the user. Because now I can start stepping up authentication, and they're like, yeah, I'm okay with this because I'm just clicking a button. You educate them, the fatigue of hitting the authenticator, you educate, and guess what? The next step is, oh, I get it. If I'm not making the request, I don't hit the button. Period. But if I'm doing passwordless, I now understand that because it's a normal part of my day. It's a normal part of my job. And I'm not changing my password every 90 days. And I'm not creating long calls or long days where it's just trying to reset my password on all my devices, because all my devices have passwords all across them. This is giving me access into my environment. I hate changing my password because now I'm on my iPhone, I'm on the Android device, I'm all these things just to get into the environment. It's really a headache. Should not have to do that. And it just affects my experience, which means I don't want my CISO implementing anything that's going to change what I do, because it's a pain, right? Now, we're security professionals, we're IT, we don't care. We're like, yeah, of course I'll do that. Your user community does not want that. That's the truth. So that's where I talk about the technology driven. The second thing I talk about is a policy or outcome based. Now, I list 3 here, but I want to talk about just one of them because I typically go way over if I talk about all 3. But I want to talk about network access control. What does that mean? Policy-based control, about policy or outcome-based in a network access control environment. Well, first, that means I got to have a policy. Well, Jerry, what is that? You're very general. Now, I know this is very general, and I appreciate that because it's going to be different for a lot of people. But a policy starts with a subject. Sorry. What's a subject? An identity, whether it's a user, whether it's a machine, whether it's IoT, OT, MIOT, a service account, it's an identity. It is a subject. And then what are they going to do? What should that subject do? Whatever that is. Keep in mind, I'm going from implicit deny and explicit allow. So implicit deny with explicit allow. We've always been implicit allow with explicit deny. Unfortunately, that's a reality because it's easier. I'm flipping that on its head. Okay, so I have an action. I also have to have a target. Well, what am I doing this to? And then ultimately, what's the condition? That's the risk stuff. So let me just give you a sample policy. Sysadmin. Well, probably a few sysadmins in here, probably a few domain admins, whatever that looks like. Generically, let's go with sysadmin. Need access to a production environment through very specific protocols so they can do their job. And I just name a production environment, whatever that looks like for you, right? You have that. That's not hard. That's the easy stuff. Here's the interesting thing, the condition. Quite frankly, you're not getting to that system unless there's a ticket open in my ITSM system, period. I heard earlier, and he's not wrong, have MFA if you're an Exchange admin or whatever that looks like. You should have MFA to get into that system if it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I argue, they said, no, you should not get into that system at 3 o'clock in the morning on a weekend unless there's a ticket open. You should not have unfettered access into that environment unless there's a reason to be in that environment. And then let's give you that reason. Go do what you have to do. And as soon as that ticket is closed, I think I have a diagram here. I'll just build it out because I'm not going to walk through it. Unless that ticket is open and then ultimately closed, and there's multiple ways to close it, you don't have access. When it's open, you get in. When it's closed, Access is removed. By the way, it's not on the slide. I apologize. I know this every time I show the slide. I just haven't updated it. Remove that access. Now, here's what I want you to take out of this conversation right here. This is one of my favorite slides and one of my favorite things to talk about. Here's why. Every organization, every person in this room, sitting in this room, more than likely has Active Directory. Sorry, Microsoft gave us the drugs in the 2000s, and we said, yeah, we're going to do it. Yay. Right? Yeah, Active Directory. And now here we are 22 years later. I blame Bill Gates. Bill Gates in 2004 said at the RSA conference in 2004, we need to go passwordless. I'm like, really, Bill? You've got Active Directory and everyone's using it, and you won't let me turn it off until 2008. Then he said smart cards and blah, blah. I can have that conversation. But everyone has Active Directory more than likely. High probability. I'd bet on that. I'd bet those odds. Let's just say that. You probably have some sort of firewall system. And I would guess you have some sort of next-gen firewalls because you're protecting your environments. So you're probably running the next-gen firewalls, whether they're Cisco's or Palos or Fortinets or whatever they happen to be. You're probably doing that, which is fantastic. They will support user-based routing. Integrate those firewalls with your Active Directory environment. If you haven't done that yet, and you'll be surprised at how many people haven't, do it. That's the first step. To user-based routing is the first step to this. And then we can go to PAM solutions because I'm an identity guy. I can talk about privileged access management, putting jump boxes into place, using privileged session management, all kinds of things I can talk about. But more importantly, I want to integrate those things with my ticketing system. And most importantly, I want to integrate them with my identity governance solution that does lifecycle management, that drives whether I should have access. Not just, oh, it's 3 in the morning and I should do MFA. It's great. You shouldn't be able to do it unless you have this access. And the solutions you have today, I guarantee you will integrate and you can do it. That's what makes me most excited because my good job is to help you understand what you have, how to bring it together to do this, to drive zero trust principles. Okay, let's see where I am. All right, still good. So I've been talking a lot about this, and this is a passion, right? And I talk about let's lead security with identity, and I talk about, well, identity and zero trust. This is a huge part of the conversation, right? How do I do identity in zero trust? And before I build this out, because I want to build this out a little slower, because I think there's impact for what I'm about to show you. Think about what I said, what the NIST or the CISA said within NIST, that there is no identity governance engine that can do the things that I'm talking about. I argue that point and say, yes, you can. I can do it with the current technologies that exist today. What it takes is a mindset change or a shift, a paradigm shift, a mindset, whatever you want to call it. It's a shift in thinking in how we use identity governance engines. An identity governance engine today, and listen, I'm to blame. I'll take the blame. I'm an identity guy. I've been preaching RBAC and role-based access control and application security for 20 years. I've been doing that. About 7 years ago, I said, wait a minute. This is not the answer. Because that is not the answer. If you properly deploy an identity governance engine into your environment, that engine should have its tentacles, and I am being very specific with that word, tentacles, because it should reach into everything in your infrastructure. And if it's not, you need to go back and think about what you're doing. It should be helping set policy in your firewalls. It should be helping set policy in your data protection solution and your data governance solution. It should be setting policy across in your applications. One of my favorite questions is, what about applications or legacy applications? Listen, I know it's hard. You can externalize access control in applications if you really want to. And there's solutions today that will make it easy for you. And you bring that into the data governance engine. Now, first off, I know everyone's probably saying, Jerry, you're talking pie in the sky type stuff. No, I'm really not. I promise you I'm not. I do these things every day with customers. This is what I do. And my goal is to get them to where they're thinking about their governance engine as a policy decision point that can drive policy across my environment. Is that me? Probably. Across their environment, in their infrastructure, in their cloud environments, on their on-prem environments, in the hybrid environments. They can drive all of those things with a properly deployed identity governance engine. Okay, so how do we make that happen? So we got identities, right? Identities drive all this. And again, identities is everything I've already talked about. I'm not going to repeat that. But more importantly now, we have to bring risk into that conversation. Remember, identity security risk, right? I'm right back to the same things I started with. How do I bring risk? Well, listen, these identity governance engines, a lot of your risk engines, your SIMs, your SOARs, your data protection solutions, UBAs, CASBs, all of these things have analytics as part of the conversation. And there's no reason you can't bring that analytics into your environment. That's risk. You want to bring them in, and then you can start initiating workflow. Also intelligence. I forgot the intelligence, sorry. That's threat intelligence, right? What are the vulnerabilities? What are the things we need to know about? Because that impacts my policy and what I need to change potentially. So if I bring in my attributes, so that's the standard identity stuff, right? I'm bringing in HR and Active Directory and all these things that define who and what I am. And I bring in risk information, telemetry data, things like, and I hate talking about vendors, but I just have to say this. Microsoft is probably the biggest or the largest attacked organization in the world. They're everywhere. Everyone wants to attack Microsoft. And because why? The attackers know that you have your email system, most of you. 90% of the world is on Active Directory, and if they're on Active Directory, which means they were probably on Exchange, which means they probably migrated into the cloud. Now, I'm playing percentages. Again, these are percentages. I'm not a gambling man, but I would bet on these percentages. The telemetry data that Microsoft has, you can bring into your environment. They call it identity protection. If you don't like Microsoft, I get it. You don't have to like Microsoft. There are other partners out there that do things like compromise credentials. So they know, they search the web, the dark web, they get in there and they bring in these credentials. They know what credentials have been compromised. And if it's your organization, they can say, oh, wait, it's these domain names. Here's the names I'm searching for. Yep, here they are. Here's the compromised credentials. And if I have those, what do I do with that? Well, I need to do something about that in my identity solution. Now, some would say, well, change the password. You shouldn't have to change the password. You shouldn't even be on a password, number one. What does that mean? Well, that means the credentials are no longer valid, right? I put those dots together. Okay. And then finally, if I'm bringing in any kind of the threat intelligence, and I'm bringing them into the entity that I'm managing, and in my policy, I called it a subject. I'm bringing it into the subject and all of the environments and all of the conditions that drive how I gain access. And if I do that, what that's going to do is it's going to go across my infrastructure. It's going to apply policy across my infrastructure. It's going to apply policy against my data. It's going to apply a policy against applications. Layer 3 to 7 and up. I usually do 8, 9, and 10, and I make that up all the time. But if you do that and you bring your engine to support that, that's where you start to get that policy decision point that the NIST 800-207 talks about, that the NIST CISA group says you can't do. Yeah, I think you can. And I do this. I talk to customers about this all the time. This is not Jerry making stuff up. This is stuff I work actively with customers to do. And I think it's important that if you go back to your organization and you talk to your CISOs or you talk to your directors or whomever, and you start thinking about, we have an identity governance engine. Where's it deployed? And I think you start looking at it, here's what you're going to see. You're going to say, we're protecting applications. We're doing role-based access control. That's what you're doing. Again, that's my fault. I own that. But I'm telling you, you need to change it. Here's the other thing you need to change. Birthright privileges. Ooh, I'm an identity guy, and I'm saying change birthright privileges, right? That's my fault too. I'll own that. For 15 years, I told you, go do birthright because it's easy. It makes the user experience better. Wrong conversation. Identity guys hate me right now, by the way. They hear me, they're like, Jerry, you need to stop talking. I had a VP in my own organization. I was presenting to a client. He was sitting in the room. I said what I just said, and he just gave me the look. And I've known this guy for 16 years. He's like, Jerry, what the heck are you telling these people? I'm telling them what they need to know so they can effectively deploy zero trust, period. That's what I'm doing. Now, does that mean birthrights go away? No. You've got to get a laptop. You're going to get an Active Directory environment or an Azure AD environment, Office 365. Those are things that's table stakes. You should have those things. Everything else, you need to earn it. You have to earn trust. You have to request it. I have a friend of mine who travels between Atlanta to Denver all the time. And when he first took on this job, he's like, Jerry, this is such a pain. Because every time I get on my computer at home, I have to log in, I have to do MFA, I have to do step-up authentication. I get on the plane from Atlanta to Denver, I do the same thing. I get into Denver, I'm doing the same thing. And then I come back, but after about 2 weeks of traveling, guess what? He's like, Jerry, this is cool. I'm not entering anything in anymore. It knows where I am. It's driving risk analytics to tell me whether I should be doing more stuff. And I just met him. I just saw him 3 weeks ago. He was in Kansas City. He's like, yeah, I'd do it again, Jerry. I had to go to Kansas City. Yep. But that's what should happen. That should be the experience. And if we're educating our users to understand that that is the experience, guess what? They start to expect that. But they also expect it to be okay when they're not doing something abnormal. So there is a ramp up time. There is the bell curve. You kind of go up. Yeah, it's a little bit painful, but after about a week and a half, 2 weeks, it goes back down unless you start doing something abnormal. So if ransomware gets a hold of your identity and starts elevating privileges with some of these identities, guess what's going to happen? Conversation over. Stopped. It's not going anywhere. There's no elevation of identities. If they're trying to send data out to some outside source, right? They're searching the data, they're in the environment, they got the environment, they're searching that, oh, I found some data, send it out. That's not going to happen because they're not going to get out. Okay, I think that's my last slide. No, one more, sorry, and then I'm done, I promise, I'm almost done. Last piece of this is, I talk about identity, I talk about leading security identity, and I just want to re-highlight some of the things I talk about with identity that emphasizes zero trust or emphasizes leading security with identity. Listen, if you don't want to ever say the word zero trust, because some CISOs are like, get out of my office. If you don't, fine, don't talk about it from that perspective. Say, I'm going to lead security with identity. What does that mean? That means I'm going to build a policy engine in my identity governance solution. I'm going to figure that out. I'm going to make that happen. That's first on my roadmap. Secondly, I'm going to do identity governance. I'm going to drive an identity governance program where I understand where users are, what they do, what they should have access to. I am recertifying that they actually have access and require the access that they actually have. I was in a quick story. I was in an organization. The organization was divesting from the organization that owned them for 20 years. So they were completely separating. And I went in to do some life cycle management stuff. And the guy I was working with said, hey, I told him, I need access to the parent company's Active Directory environment. You know what he said? First off, he said, well, I haven't worked as an active domain director or an active domain administrator in 15 years. But let me give you my credentials because they still work. I said no, number one. I said, no, let's call them and talk to them. But that's the point. Without an identity governance solution, you're not going to have that. Not effectively. Third thing I talk about here is SSO, MFA, modern authentication. My favorite question is, what about legacy apps? I could talk about that for hours too. I've been on that pedestal since 2002, right? We talk about getting rid of the mainframe. Oh no, let's talk about that. I've been talking about that since 2002 and what that means. And then the last one, yes, start a passwordless initiative, right? Don't forget. Don't worry about the password change solution, self-service password management. Again, that's my fault. Self-service password management, we've been talking about that forever. It's the same problem. Start a passwordless initiative. And listen, I'm not telling you to do that across the entire organization. What I'm going to tell you is do that in a small proof of concept way. Let your system admins test it just to show it. And then bring in the business. Bring in 1 or 2 users from the business, because now if you've got the business engaged, you can do whatever you want. Okay. That was my last slide. I appreciate the time. I'm really going to enjoy my weekend here this weekend because I brought my wife up and we're going to enjoy the weekend, so I appreciate that. I'll take any questions you have at this point. Yes, sir. So the question is, what are my key points on measuring endpoint posture? I'm going to tell you, I'm not an endpoint guy. I don't have agents. I don't work with agents. I have a team around me. When I talk about zero trust, when certain things come up, I'm like, hey, come with me. Or I talk to our vendors, our partners, say, hey, come with me, because I'm not that expert. I can talk about everything and anything identity. Won't have a problem there. But when you start talking to the metrics and the key metrics and more importantly, some of the algorithms, and that's not, Jerry's not answering that question, but I will bring a person to answer that question for you. So I don't have I wish I had a better way to answer that.
Well, I guess the answer is there are solutions out there.
There are. Yes. The integration of the technologies today is incredible. And if you're not taking advantage of that, then you're just buying stopgap solutions, and then you get a bunch of shelfware. Anywhere else? Yes, sir. So what do I mean by passwordless is the question, right? So first, let's just be very clear. When I say passwordless, what I mean is you are removing the password from the attack surface, period. That's the end of the conversation. So depending on your identity provider, let's use Active Directory, because everyone loves Active Directory, right? In Active Directory, the only way to remove the password from the attack surface is to check the box that says smart card. Microsoft did it in 2008. I used to go around to Microsoft sites all the time in 2008. Everyone was on a smart card. Everyone had a smart card, a little smart card with the certificates and everything they needed. Back then, it was a little harder to manage. But today, there are solutions that will do that for you and make your device a private certificate authority. So now the certificate is your authentication mechanism. That's number one. Now, if I add to that, you get things like FIDO2 and WebAuthn and all the things that FIDO2 is driven to say this is what password looks like, passwordless looks like. Sometimes that removes the password from the authentication process. Sometimes it doesn't. It really is going to depend on the identity provider you're using to drive how they do authentication. Does that help? Excellent. Yes, sir.
A lot of the passwordless implementations I've seen say they're still sending a text message or an email or something like that.
Magic link?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, by removing the password, I mean, if you already have MFA as one of those things, you're removing one of the elements. So I guess, do you have to be careful when you're talking about passwordless to make sure that it's, as you described, some sort of hardware thing as opposed?
Yeah, so you bring up a good point. And the question is, do you have to be careful around passwordless, and what does it really mean, and what is the impact, and what is the administration and the registration and all those things, all those use cases? The answer is yes. To give you the short answer, the answer is yes. You have to be careful of that. But let me give you the little bit longer answer. If you can create a passwordless experience for the user community, what you do in the back end becomes whatever you want to do. Right? Because if you fix the user experience. So now, whether they are actually using a password or think they're using a password, who cares? Because if you change the experience so that they are now passwordless and they're not entering a password, they're doing MFA, step-up authentication, whatever it is, then on the back end, you can do whatever you have to do. And that could be moving towards a truly passwordless experience and migrating and navigating those waters. I think I'm a little over. Am I? Am I a little over? All right. Any other questions before I call it a day? I appreciate your time. Thank you for having me. Thank you for that, by the way. That's pretty cool.
That's not mine. I don't know if someone has forgot their clicker. Maybe the last presenter.
I think this was ours.
Yeah. Someone.
You want the wireless
So,
mic?
yeah, of course.
Just make sure, try to position it so that you're not touching this as much as possible.
Okay.
This is ours. You can use it if you like.
No, that's fine.
No?
Is it HDMI only?
No, there's. Do you have HDMI?
Oh yeah, we do.
Okay. There is USB-C.
Give me a couple of seconds here. Okay, Mike.
Yep. Just give you a quick intro while you're doing that.
Yeah, of course.
All right. So for our next talk, we have Alex. Correct me if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Argyris? Argyris. There you go. Alex Argyris. And we're going to be having some prizes after this, so stick around.
Can you guys hear me well? Mic is perfect. Let's start. Let's go ahead. So, if I remember correctly, this summer, I did look at LinkedIn and I saw a post from Robert saying, thanks God, right? BSides is coming back on track in person. So, okay, what the heck I'm going to present this year? I'm not quite sure. For those of you who know me, I've been a security analyst at Bell Canada for many years. And then I moved into the obscure world of sales with Cisco 8 years ago. So my core business is typically threat from endpoint, email, and network security in general. So 2 or 3 years ago, I decided to move as well to another world, which is DevOps or SecDevOps, right? With XDR. So with this, it comes everything related to API, of course, right? We tend to integrate everything with API. So when I saw the post from Robert, I say, okay, what the heck I'm going to present this year? And I say, okay, I think I'm going to talk about API. First of all, I'm not an expert on API security at all, okay? So I did some research and prepare to be able to build that slide deck. So hopefully for the next 30 minutes or so, we will have a nice discussion on API security. And of course, I came up with a great title, pretty sure you guys are, or at least if someone has asked me a couple of years ago or even last year, what is the most or the threat vector, right? The most threat vector that is used by cyber criminal and so on and so forth, I would say email, right? But I'm not quite sure if this is going to still be email in the next couple of years, right? It may be API in reality. So let's try to figure this out. So just a little bit about myself. For those of you who don't know me, as I said, I work for Cisco as a security analyst, or not security analyst, sorry, sales engineer, focusing on security. And I've been presenting at BSides for many years, thanks to teams of BSides, on multiple different subjects, from DNS sync calling, crypto, SSL decryption or not, a couple of those one as well. A fun topic, of course, right? So I like to do skiing over winter. Big fan of road bike as well. And I have a very nice family, okay? You're lucky, that's part of the story as well. You're lucky because every year B-side is exactly the same week as my birthday wife. So it's always like, am I going? Am I not? So at the end of the story, I'm going to fly tomorrow morning with the fly at 5 a.m. back to Montreal. That's the end of the story. Anyway, so typically I consider my talk as sexy, right? Or fun, right? Funny with some videos and all that, reference to some external stuff that are nice to look at and stuff like that. But unfortunately, API is not sexy at all. It's almost boring at some point, right? So let's try to see what we can come up with for the next couple of minutes here. So a couple of warning here, of course. I'm here on my own, right? I'm not representing Cisco at all. And please, typically I would say, please ask questions. So it's going to be boring. But this year, I'm going to say, you know what? Don't ask too much question. I'm not a security expert on API. Instead, add comments, right? Raise your hand. Say, if Alexandre, you're totally wrong, right? That's not what's going to happen in the next couple of years. Or here's that, the reality of API and so on and so forth, right? So I can be able to learn from you guys, and you also going to be able to share that content as well, or that knowledge with the other folks in the room as well. Make sense? So first of all, I do have a ton of pigs here. Those of you who are familiar with the snort pigs. I didn't know until I walked here what I was going to do with it, but I always have a dream to be able to throw those one, right, in a room. So if Caddy, one for you. Oh, Caddy, one for you. Oh. So if you guys had any comments that are nice, right, I will do it as well. Ken, one for you over there. Or if you want any of those one after the talk, I'm sure you're too far. Oh. I'm sure that we will have a bunch of those one available at the booths as well. Okay. So let's set the table. Okay. Make sure that everyone is on the same page. So first of all, when we talk about API, those statistics essentially are based on a couple of research that I did. They are all available, of course, and I have the reference at the bottom of the page as well. And I was very, very impressed by that number on the top. Okay, it's in 2021, so I guess that number has probably increased a lot as well in 2022. But I don't know about you guys, but at home I have 3 children that are almost all teenager, and when I look at my firewall, the statistic, it's more roughly 99.9% of TikTok, YouTube, and Netflix, and so on and so forth, and not API. But in reality, if you look at traffic, apparently the vast majority of the traffic over the web is API. Okay, so what do we do with that? Okay, And other statistics that are pretty interesting to look at as well. This is from Radware. They say that most of the organizations are seeing a lot of increase into the usage of API. Okay, so my guess is all your organization are probably using a lot of API to do all kind of funky stuff with it. So this statistic is pretty interesting as well. If you look at that, it's from Cybersecurity, based on a report that they are a survey that they did. If you look at the percentage of those API attack over the last year, comparing the increase of API traffic and overall for the same period, it's crazy, right? So that's one of the reasons why I think API is probably going to be a very big problem for us in the next couple of years. If you look at the other statistic as well, we're almost 100%, 95% of the respondents said that they have been suffering from a potential threat, leveraging API as a vector, right, essentially. So there's a bunch of number over here as well if you look at that text. But essentially, the most important thing in my mind is the documentation, right? Or having API that are well known by your organization, or API that at least are known by your organization, right? It's mean that most of the organizations do have API that are leveraging probably on a daily basis that they do not know. Right? So what about if that API is vulnerable, for example, has a security patch that needs to be applied, or so on and so forth. So who here thinks that microservices and container or whatever SaaS application or even low-level API are secure by default? You're totally reason. I'm sure that they are not. Right? Typically, and if you look at most of the product out there, and I consider my product at Cisco or any other product as well from any other competitor, they are made to be simple, right? So by default, we do not apply too much security, right? So typically, we will say, go ahead and apply this and that to make it more secure. Same thing apply here with the API. That's my guess. If you look at the other statistic as well, it said that open source code are more secure. I would tend to say yes, right? It's all depend perspective. Some people will say no, some people will say yes, of course. But if you look at open source code, typically there's a bunch of people that are looking at that code, the source code, and make it better. So let's take a step back and let's look at the base of what API is. I'm pretty sure there's some of you may, but don't really know what API is. Okay? So if you look at that description over here, which is coming from media, it's a little bit old, and I would say that it's not totally true anymore. Okay? It said that API is typically a way to communicate between two services, two application, two server, right? Without having a human interact into the communication itself, right? It's not intended to be used for user interface, so on and so forth. Not anymore so far. I think that if you're using a browser with extension, you have application on your iPhone, Android devices, there's a great chance that behind the scene, a lot of API is used to produce that content that you're viewing on those applications or you're viewing on those extensions in your browser as well. Okay? So there's mainly two big API, or I would say type, right? REST API and SOAP API. I have not dealt with SOAP API at all. So if there is anyone down here that have been dealing with SOAP API and still do some development around it, good for you. But the vast majority of the population around the world are more tend to are more using REST API itself. If you're looking at REST API, it's more based on a web type interaction. Okay, it's leveraging, and we will look at that a little bit further. It's leveraging HTTP method that we're used to typically, and it's used as well JSON file that most of the programmer, coder, or whatever are familiar with to exchange data, whether to ask for a control, ask for a command, or to get a response from a specific request. Comparing to SOAP, where it's used the old XML, and most majority of people don't like as well. This is probably a very old 2020 statistic, but whatever. It's just to show you the difference between the usage of SOAP versus REST API versus the rest of the type of all the other type of API. Okay. HTTP or API HTTP method, we're pretty used to the first one, all right, GET. But there's many more. And the reason why we're used with the GET one is because when we use our browser, I would say probably 99% of the time, we do. So we are asking for some content on our browser using a GET, and then we expect some response from the server. Most of the time is HTML content to be displayed into our browser. Same thing apply here with API, right? So we're using the GET requests for some content to be shared with us. And there's as well. So POST typically will be for command, right? So if we look at a server or application or router or a firewall, then we will POST to change some type of configuration within the devices itself. There's put and patch, right? So if we want to change something in a database or update something, then we will leverage the or patch HTTP method. And then the last one, delete, of course, it's the one that we want to use if we want to remove some content from a specific application where we're using our API. So let's look at the API security challenge. Some of you may be familiar with the OWASP, right? Probably, some of you, right? There you go. I see someone knocking his head over here. Oop, too far. Anyway, I have, and there's one guide specifically. There's one guide for top 10 on API. Okay, so those are the guide to identify some type of vulnerability that can apply to some sort of system. And I have choose to look at specifically at 6 or 5 different vulnerability, and we will go over them in the next couple of slides. So the first one is broken access control. So of course, same thing apply here. So based on the last talk where we were talking about zero trust and identity, so on and so forth, same thing apply here with API, of course, right? So typically when you will create an API set key, which is typically a secret or whatever, then you will also assign a role to that API set key, right? Or a key set. Whether it's a view role only, admin role, or whatever other role that you will have also set or created within your application. Pretty important to test that, right, at some point, right? Make sure that if you create an API key that is supposed to have only view access, then this API key cannot do a delete on any of your data within that application, right? Test it. Same thing apply as well with the evolution of privilege or being able as well to do things like manipulating the data if you're not allowed to, right? Security misconfiguration. So like most of the technology out there, there's always default configuration, okay? Sometimes default configuration are not the best. And even if here we're talking about API, there is still application that leverage API that has a web access for admin, right? So make sure maybe that the default user and password has been changed. Things like the one that I like over here, it's the error handling. So if you're creating your own API, or if you're testing an API, it could be a good thing to look at the error that API is giving back when you're, I don't know, doing a bad request, right? So you want to make sure that error handling message is not telling too much, right? Just enough for the developer, for example, to be able to fix that request, and not more, nothing more. Of course, it's all about updated complement all around that API, and it's including as well the layer of application where that API is, right? It could be the physical box, it could be the OS, and so on and so forth as well. So make sure to patch all this system, make sure to apply correct fix, upgrade it, so on and so forth. Identification and authentication failure. So, of course, there's multiple things that could apply here. I'm pretty sure maybe you have been, you're familiar with URL where you see session ID within the URL itself. And even worse, sometimes you will see API key directly into the URL as well. Some people will say, we don't need to worry about that. It's HTTPS. It's encrypted, right? Okay, but what will happen if that traffic goes to a proxy that do SSL encryption, right? Everyone that is access to the log will see the API key within that log. Okay, that could be an issue here. So the other one as well is how frequently you change those API key, right? Back to the previous talk on Zero Trust, where we were mentioning MFA, for example. So we're pretty good now these days doing MFA control, right? So we ask all our employees to use MFA for almost any type of connection or authentication to all our application that we have. But we're pretty bad of doing something similar with the API key. And worse than that, typically when someone are asking us to get an API key, we will either send that API key and the secret to email, to Teams, or whatever other channel that we're used to use, right? And we will never change it. That's the worst part. The other thing as well is people will leave or their API key within script, and they will publish those scripts on public GitHub or other public repository as well, right? Don't forget, typically when you publish something on GitHub, it's almost there for life, right? So that could be pretty bad. So logging in general, I'm a big fan of logging, of course, but important things, don't log everything. Security stuff is pretty interesting to look at, including auditing logs, access logs. There is some commercial offering that can look at all that data and trying to detect a bad behavioral tentative of connection, of course. Am I missing one point here? No, I'm not. So an extra one here, and that's coming from my network background, right? DDoS, right? Denial of service, which is not part of the top 10 from OWASP, but I think it's still one that is pretty important to look at as well. So you want to protect the access to those API resources, of course, right? If you are, for example, a competitor of you that is mad at you, it could try to DDoS your access to your API, right? That could a service that is degraded or even available for your own customer, okay? So that could be pretty bad. The other thing as well with DDoS or with scraping in general, for those of you who do understand that word where we do scraping for web information, you can have your competitor that leverage that API to scrape all your data, right? That is publicly available to take advantage of maybe price that you're giving to your and try to see if they can sell it for cheaper, of course, in real time, almost real time. API documentation, which is another one as well. I think it's missing into the top 10 one from OWASP. So there's two types of documentation for, I would say, for API. The one that are public and the one that are private. So most of the API that are public do have that are publicly available. And the reason is pretty simple. Like if I'm a customer of AWS, I want to be able to leverage their API, of course. Same thing for Microsoft, any other Salesforce, whatever other SaaS provider that is giving a service. So the documentation needs to be publicly available for sure. But in this case, I doubt that there's a lot of problem within those API, those documentation. There's probably a bunch of people that went through and find all the different issue with it. But on the other hand, if you're building an in-house application that is leveraging API, and think about it, should you publicly expose your API documentation, right? I don't know. Maybe it could be part of your business, maybe not, right? If this API is just leveraged internally, that it maybe doesn't make sense to publish that API documentation. Make sense? So the other part as well is Swagger. So for those of you who are not familiar, wow, I'm trying this. Someone was asking one over there. Oops. Oops. So the Swagger is another one that is pretty interesting. So for those of you who are not familiar with Swagger, it's typically the diagram of all your API tree, right? It's helped a lot for developer to look at all that. It's kind of a documentation as well that can be leveraged by many different people to do good things or bad things as well, right? So again, if there's no requirement for you to publish this to the outside world, keep it for you. So now it's time to learn a little bit. So if you're not familiar with API, here's your chance. Okay, the easiest way to start with API is to use your regular browser, and that's it, right? Instead of having an HTML content showing in your browser, then you will have the JSON result from that HTTP request, which is an HTTP request to get detail on a specific IP over here, which is Google. Okay. Of course, you're not going to be able to do all kind of fancy API requests with your browser. A start. If you want a little bit further than that, and start to play with free API. There's a ton of free API available on the internet, okay? That are always on. Things that are from weather to price on stuff to jokes, cats, picture and all that. There's tons of those API that are publicly available. Like if you look at Rapid, I think it's Rapid API, they have a way to search through those one. So you can subscribe to some of those API and leverage it into your own project if you want to. If you want to start playing with your own API, for example, test your own API as well, or even those API, I strongly suggest to use Postman. So Postman kind of the tool to be used, right? If you want to go a little bit away from CLI and the Linux shell or whatever other shell that you're using with Python, then you can leverage Postman for that, okay? The great thing about Postman, there's a lot of organizations that are creating their own API, that is creating as well, right? That can be downloaded, and all these packages include endpoint, so which is URL, for all their API. Any questions so far? Who wants a pig? So the next thing here is to those top 10 OAuth vulnerability. So unfortunately, I have not been able to test it myself, but that tool seems to be updated. So a couple of months ago, so I guess it's not too old. So essentially, it's a Docker that has its own API that has a ton of vulnerability, typically associated to the top 10 of OAuth. So if you want to test that, that's a cool way to do it, right? Start with it. And of course, the question, right? Do I test this in a production environment? The answer is always, it's up to you, right? Yeah, some people will say no. Some people will say, I don't have the luxury, or I have no choice, right, to do it in production because I don't have that API elsewhere. So totally, it's up to you. I will say it's depend if the API itself is critical to your organization. If it's critical, then it may be a good thing to wait until midnight or whatever other time of the day that the API is not used by your customer or your user or whatever server or application that is leveraging the API itself. Okay. So a couple of tools over here as well. They're all open source tools that are available through GitHub or any other type of repository as well. I have not tested those one, and some of those are pretty old as well. But the key here is these are all tools that will help you to test your own API or API from your SaaS provider or from your iOS application as well that you have in-house. There's a reference over there as well for the list. Most of those applications will require you, unfortunately, it's not a one-button test. Okay, so most of these tools will require you to add some content to be detected, right? Please look for this, please look for that, and stuff like that, okay? But at least it's a good script or tool that will allow you to go through all your application or API and figure out if there is any type of vulnerability through it. There is also other tools that are not shown here that are commercial tools that will do similar things, of course. Some of them sometimes are part of a vulnerability scanner, product, and so on and so forth. One tool that I have tested myself, and this one is pretty nice, it's how to find API key that could be lost in the wild, right, essentially. So do I have any of my developer that has left any API key on a script and save that script on GitHub repository, for example? Okay, so this tool, it's based on pattern. So there's a list of already populated pattern, but you can also add your own pattern as well that would look for pattern of API key. And essentially will go through all a list of URL where you have your repository of script for organization or for whatever other reason as well. And it will go through all these scripts and try to figure out if there's any API key that are left within those scripts itself. Make sense? So almost at the end. Takeaway. So please make yourself familiar with API before it hits you, of course. be better at visibility, increase the visibility that you have on your API that you're leveraging at your organization. Document all these applications as well that may use API without your knowledge, and use some open source or commercial or whatever tools to test those API for vulnerability. Okay? Any comments? Any question?
There's a lot of vendors that offer WAF, web application firewall, that includes an API protection. There's also another portion that comes from bots. Bots can also attack your APIs. So you can also look at bot management solutions, make sure they have API protection that will look at the trends, how your APIs are used normally.
Yep, I do agree. So there's a lot of API gateway now these days. So typically an organization that has a lot of API will try to forward all these API or proxy all these API through a API proxy. In this case, you can have multiple different look and inspection as well at that enforcement point. Hopefully it was useful for you guys, and see you next year.
Well, thank you, Alex. We're going to take another quick break. We'll come back at 3 for another prize draw, and make sure you're back for 3.
Start again. If there's anybody outside, you want to get those folks in here. We're going to do some prize draws. We got 2 prizes to give away, and then we'll get started with another talk. All right, everybody's quiet. Deathly quiet. Stephen, you want to just do a little yell out, just tell everybody to come in? Do it. All right, 625-215. 215. Everybody digging for tickets? Yeah, excellent. There is no wrong way. All right. All right. Next, we have the another Alexa show. All right. 625-228.
If you're German, Weiss.
That's what I go to.
The Weiss.
Weiss.
Yeah.
All right.
Do this Weiss.
All right. So next up, we have Sean Weiss from Fortinet.
All right, thanks. Is this on? Good to go? There we go. Okay, everyone, thank you for having me. My name is Sean Weiss. I'm from Fortinet. I'm the Business Development Engineering Manager for Canada. I hail from Calgary, so first time in St. John's. So, of course, I tried something called Screech last night, and it's not really being helpful this morning, so you might see me pause and forget what I'm talking about. So bear with me. All right, so today we're going to talk a little bit about demanding more from your endpoint. And really we're going to talk about, well, the endpoint, and we're going to talk about why the endpoint is sexy again, right? For a long time, I think we can all agree, up until a couple of years ago, the most boring part of cybersecurity was the endpoint. And largely because it wasn't working anymore. It didn't do a lot for us. And we're going to talk about how that changed a couple of years ago and how it's evolving. And then before we do that, though, we're going to dive into a little bit about threat landscape. And we're going to talk about some of the things, some of the drivers, some of the challenges, things that are keeping us up at night that really demanded more from the endpoint. And so that's what we'll do first. So let's jump into threat landscape. Okay, so a couple of items to bring up, some things that we've been challenged with over the last couple of years. First and foremost, enabling work from anywhere, right? So, COVID brought this to a head real quick. And, unless you were dead the last 2 years, everyone understands this concept, I think pretty easy. But what happened here, right? In the snap of a finger, when COVID came along, we literally had to send everyone home.
right? So everyone was all of a sudden working from places that we no longer controlled as a corporate security operations group, right? And so security operations folks now struggled with, well, how do we secure the endpoint in our data wherever it might be? It could be someone working from the hotel, they could be working from home, they could be working from Maui, right? We really didn't know where anybody went. And all we knew is they had our laptop, they had access to our assets and data, and really all we could do is really support them with an endpoint, right? That was really our only chance of protection, or at least it was our best chance of protection. So trying to protect this new plethora of users that could be anywhere really created a whole bunch of essentially remote offices that we all of a sudden had to protect real quick. So that was a massive headache. And you probably all lived through that. The other big one here that keeps us up at night is ransomware, right? And we've been up here, guys like me, been up here for 10 years telling you the same thing. Ransomware, it's getting worse, it's getting more sophisticated, and it is, right? That's the problem with that story. It really is. Every year I get up here and it does get worse and worse every year. And we'll talk about that. So again, how do we protect against ransomware? Ransomware is becoming more and more advanced, just like the endpoint is, right? So it's a cat and mouse game. We throw ML or machine learning and AI at it. Well, guess what they do? They do the same thing. And it's this cat and mouse game where we're always trying to stay one step ahead, but it never seems like we are. The other big problem that we face is a lack of people that know what they're doing. And so events like this are great for that, but we need to do more. And what I mean by that is there's a massive skills shortage in security operations folks, people that understand threat hunting, that understand automation and orchestration and the skills that go into that, the building blocks behind orchestration. Orchestration is not easy, right? It takes a lot of skills, a lot of training to understand how to make APIs work with each other, how to script that out. And there's a shortage of people that can do that stuff. There's a shortage of people that can reverse engineer malware and threat hunt. And so that puts our security operations in jeopardy. All right, here's some stats. 16 days is the average number of days that it takes us to remediate an incident. So this was from, I think, IBM. Is this IBM? No, this is Verizon, right? This stat came from Verizon. 16 days it takes us to remediate ransomware, right? That's over 2 weeks that ransomware is running wild, encrypting, and asking for money, okay? That's ridiculous. The other problem here is it's not even the ransomware that costs the money, right? It's not ransomware that does that is the expensive part. It's those 2 weeks of being down, right? The costs that go into not being able to sell anything or produce anything or whatever it might be, ship oil in a pipeline. Actually, one that really upset me, anybody like, what's that Italian liqueur? Campari. Anybody like Campari? Yeah. Well, then you probably know about this one. Of all the people to hold up for ransom, it was Campari in Italy. Campari couldn't ship Campari for literally a month after being held ransom, right? That, for me, that's when it goes too far, right? You start attacking my booze, now I'm mad. Anyways, where's I going with that? But loss of reputation, of course, the cost that it takes to rebuild, because nobody really knows where the ransomware lives, right? And so half of your network has to be rebuilt from scratch. So there's a lot of costs that go into this beyond just your initial ransomware. All right, let's talk about another issue. Point product syndrome. I call it no vendor left behind strategy, right? Some guys would call it best of breed, but I'll argue that point later. This is one of the problems as to why we have a skills shortage, right? Because most organizations are built on this best of breed mentality. Again, what I call the no vendor left behind strategy, where you wake up one day, the CISO, and he realizes he's got 17,000 security vendors in his network, each one of them doing one individual thing, half of them not working with each other, not integrated, not coordinated, and now he's left with this massive mess. And we're going to talk about why that is driving some of the stats that I just showed you, right? Because that's hard for your operations team. If they've got to learn 17,000 different security products, that's a lot of training, That's a lot of overhead. How do you make those tools work together if they're not designed to work together, and most of them aren't? And so this is what's driving a lot of security operations to these great inefficiencies that I'm trying to talk about. So in this stat, that was done by, this one was done by ESG Research, and they basically said in their findings that 67% of organizations complain about disconnected tools. And that's what I'm really trying to talk about today, is this inefficiency in the SOC that's being created by tools that just don't work together. There's either too many of them or they just don't integrate. And complexity, as we all know, complexity is the enemy of security. All right, and further following up on this study, so this one was basically asking some questions. Which of the following would you say your organization, what their biggest challenges are? I don't know if you can read those or not, but I'll read them out to you. Number one was too many emergencies, right? Anybody work in the SOC here? It's probably a lot of guys doing SOC stuff here, right? You're probably running from one fire to the next, right? You don't have a lot of time for preventative measures, right? You're always constantly putting out the fire. You're always reacting. And that's what they're talking about here, right? Too many emergencies. They're always putting out a fire. The second number one problem was blind spots, lack of visibility. You don't know what's going on in your network. You don't know what's around you. You're not sure if you're seeing all of the threats in and out. So that's a big one. Third one was difficulty correlating data. And this is really talking about lack of integration or lack of threat intelligence sharing. And we'll talk about why that's important and how that can be helpful. Incident management was number 4, right? So basically the SOC team's complaining that they can't manage incidents properly. They can't do it in an efficient manner. They can't do it timely. So essentially what we're saying here is SOC is saying we're challenged by constant emergencies, blind spots, lack of integration, and the inability to respond effectively. So we got to do something different, right? Some of those stats I showed you earlier, there should be a bit of a wake-up call that things aren't getting better. We're not getting any better as a cybersecurity industry at stopping malware, at stopping breaches. So we got to do something different. And really what it comes down to is time. Time is the enemy. And that's really what I'm going to talk about today when we talk about the endpoint and its place in all of this strategy, is how do we get to a better, how do we get to a place where we can protect and detect faster? That's really ultimately the goal of cybersecurity today. This other stat here, I think this is from IBM. So this isn't ransomware. This is basically any and all breaches. And I've been doing this slide for probably a decade, and this used to be 276 days. 10 years later, it's now 228 days. So are we really getting any better? That's like 50 days in 10 years. Right? That's a 20% increase. That's not very efficient. But that's how long it takes on average for the average organization to detect a breach in general. 228 days. That's 2/3 of a year. It takes them 80 days to contain that breach. The other stat, I didn't put it up on this one, is over half of those breaches are detected by a third party, not even detected by your own SOC team. They're detected by somebody else, somebody you're doing business with, sometimes the government or CSIS or whoever it might be that puts out some kind of bulletin. So most organizations aren't even finding their own breach. Now this one is interesting. This one basically and take this one with a grain of salt, but this study basically threw up a couple of other numbers. And they threw up a number here, 1 million, and they were saying the average savings from containing a data breach in less than 200 days. So what they're basically trying to say here with this stat, and take it with a bit of a grain of salt, is that the quicker you detect something, and this is probably a no-brainer, it should be, the quicker you're detecting, the quicker you're protecting, right? The quicker you're finding the threat, the less damage it's going to do. The other stat they threw up here, the 3.58, this is the savings in average, the total cost of a data breach when fully deployed with security, automation, and orchestration. So this number that they did in the study was basically saying when you're getting to a point of integration and you're using automation, these are the savings that you're going to realize. Again, take it with a grain of salt, but it's obvious, right? Now, this is not just me saying this stuff. Good old Gartner has actually got a lot to say about this. So Gartner couple of years ago, really maybe the last year or so, has really been touting this new strategy or a new philosophy, a new concept of what they call cybersecurity mesh architecture. And the cybersecurity, or CSMA, what this is really all about, it's about getting away from a best of breed, no vendor left behind approach to something that's a whole lot more integrated. And integrated for the purpose of orchestration, for the sake of automation. It's automation that's going to save your bacon, because again, it all boils down to time. We largely win or lose this game based on time. It's all about how fast we can detect and react. And that's what Gartner is saying here. Get away from the point product syndrome, get away from siloed products, because if they're not integrated and they're not sharing and they don't work together, then you're not doing yourself any favor. All right, so some of the benefits, some of the other benefits of what Gartner talks about here. Sharing of policies. So, think of some of your networking gear, firewalls, for example. With a mesh architecture, in theory, you're creating policies that can be duplicated elsewhere, right? So you create one policy and you push it to where it needs to go. You don't have to worry about configuring the same rule set 1,000 times. Because what happens when you create the same rule set 1,000 times? Eventually you fat finger it somewhere, right? And it no longer becomes the rule that's trying to do what it was supposed to do. Sharing of threat intelligence, right? So something that's found on one part of the network, sharing that with the rest of the network, right? Maybe the endpoint finds something, and now we want to share that threat intelligence, whatever it might be. It could be a hash from a piece of malware. It could be an IP address or URL, but then sharing that amongst the network, right? Or just amongst all the other security tools. And then, of course, playbooks, right? So the ability to have a orchestration capability where you're either pushing a button or the machine's doing the pushing for you, where all of the different devices and solutions in the network are actually working together to detect and then mitigate that threat. And that, for me, is the big one. Last and not least, this integrated approach should be coming with some sort of financial benefit where you're consolidating things like licensing, consolidating training. So no longer are you trying to train everybody on 17,000 different security tools. You're hopefully being able to reduce that. And what Gartner's going to talk about here in the next slide is for them to realize the benefits of a cybersecurity mesh architecture, CSMA. Gartner is basically saying that a consolidated vendor approach is probably going to be the best way in the foreseeable future to realize that strategy. Because integration is ultimately difficult. Because vendors have to get together, they have to talk, they have to agree, and then they got to stop screwing around with the next version of firmware that breaks that API, right? So that's why Gartner says, if you're going to realize the benefits of something like a security mesh architecture, it's probably best done with a consolidated vendor approach. And of course, I want to tout my own company, but I'm not trying to make this a Fortinet thing. There's more than just Fortinet who believes in this philosophy. So just take what I say with a grain of salt. But this is where the industry as a whole is moving towards. A consolidated security strategy where things just work together. All right, we kind of went through this already, right? The benefit of the mesh architecture, it's really all about speed to detect and speed to respond. It's about increasing efficiency. It's about not taking 228 days to find a breach and another 80 to remediate that breach, right? It's about finding that breach in real time and mitigating it in real time. So instead of getting a letter from CISA saying, hey, we found your intellectual data on a website in China, instead, we're getting a message on our phone that says, somebody from China tried to hack your database, but we just quarantined that IP address on the firewall and quarantined the compromised machine with the NAC. That's hopefully the information you're getting as opposed to the email from CISA 228 days later. That's what this is all about. Okay, introduction to EDR, and where does endpoint play in this game? So a couple years ago, a lot of vendors customers came to the realization that endpoint just wasn't up to the task anymore, right? The problem is it wasn't detecting stuff anymore. right? And was based on antiquated technology, blacklisting, right? You want to detect malware, you needed a blacklist, you needed a signature, and you had to download that constantly all day long. And this is where the attackers were a step ahead of us with what we call polymorphic malware, because the malware would change constantly. And so these blacklists, these signatures were quite useless. And so eventually, the vendor community started bringing some sex appeal back to the endpoint, and we started doing things a little bit differently. And we were no longer relying on just blacklisting. And so we call that next-gen AV, right? So AV changed from a static, signature-based method of detecting, and it went to something that's more machine learning, artificial, but really behavioral-based. So what we do with the endpoint, the next-gen endpoint today, is we look at the behavior. What is this file or this process trying to do with the operating system? So we don't really care about hashes anymore. We don't really care about something static like that as a signature. We're looking at the behavior, right? We're looking at the behavior, because no matter how many times you change that hash or change that piece of malware to make it look different, it's still the behavior. The behavior it's going to do is still going to be the same. So that's where endpoint has really changed the game a bit and has really added some increased value over the last couple of years. Now that's next-gen AV. There's another product that came out as well a couple of years back. And this is what we call EDR, or traditional EDR, I'll say, because some of this has gotten all wrapped up together. And I'll kind of explain what some of that terminology means, because it's kind of confusing for a lot of people. But then EDR came along one day, because what did next-gen AV lack? So sure, it was good at detecting stuff, but it wasn't so good at threat hunting. It wasn't so good at remediating and rolling back and all that other stuff that a SOC needs to do. Because even with next-gen AV being as good as it is, you are eventually going to get breached. I will guarantee that you will get breached. No matter what you buy from who, you will eventually be breached at one time or another. Hopefully not as much as you were before, if you're doing the right things, but you will get breached. I don't care what you do, what you buy, how much money you spend, you will get breached. And what separates the men from the boys in this business, or the girls from the women, is not that you didn't get breached, but it's how fast you responded to that breach. It's how efficient you were at mitigating the damage that was done, right? So again, I come back to the fact that this game that we're in is largely won or lost based on time. And next-gen AV didn't really have a way to help us with that part of it. So EDR comes along, and EDR was all about, how do we remediate? How do we roll back? How do we threat hunt? How do we look for these indicators of compromise that we just detected on this machine? How do we make sure that this stuff isn't somewhere else, or that somebody didn't talk to the same command and control channel server, or the URL and click on the same link? So that's what EDR was all about. So then we end up with these two endpoints on everyone's machine. And then we finally started consolidating these together. And so that's what you should be demanding from your endpoint. Right? This should be the same thing. All these two tools, these two strategies for endpoints should be combined together into the same footprint. And here's some other things you should be demanding from your endpoint. Proactively mitigating risk. And so what I mean by this is your endpoint should be able to detect the communications, not just look for malware, but it should be looking at the processes that are running on your machine, and what is the risk factor with that process. So for example, let's say you're using Google or Chrome. You're using a really old, antiquated version of Chrome, right? And that could be a critical of a CVE critical vulnerability score of 5, or maybe something high. And so that's the visibility that you need as somebody who's managing risk in your corporation or in your organization. So being able to detect and manage risk from the endpoint, what kind of behaviors is that endpoint exhibiting? What kind of risky behavior and processes and applications are on that machine? And then also think about IoT or rogue devices. So your endpoint should also be able to detect what's around me that might not be good for me, right? What's around me that's not safe? What's around me that I need some visibility into? So being able to detect IoT devices, being able to detect rogue APs running around, that's also something you should be demanding from your endpoint. We talked about next-gen AV, and that's really what we're talking about here with the next two, right? So this is your endpoint. If we're buying into the whole next-gen AV concept, it should be able to integrate with things like sandboxes, other behavioral analysis tools. But it's the whole idea behind it should be detecting threats based on behavior. No longer should we really have to rely on static blacklists anymore, because those days are gone. And then ransomware. Ransomware is a very particular kind of malware. And it needs different tools from the endpoint's perspective, different behavioral analysis type of tools that are different from just normal malware. And so your endpoint should specifically have capabilities that are devoted to just ransomware protection. And then, of course, the last two, what I was just sort of talking about a little bit earlier, is that we then need to wrap all of this up in a management framework where we can threat hunt. We can take those indicators of compromise that we found in the network, whether it's something we learned from somewhere else in our network or whether we learned it from the endpoint itself. And we should be able to propagate that IOC discovery process amongst everything in the network so that we know if anybody else is being compromised, or that we know if anybody else has gone to that website or that URL that probably shouldn't have. And then the ability to roll back and remediate, right? So what we're talking about here is, let's say files were dropped. Let's say registry entries were changed, or the machine itself is completely compromised. We should be demanding from our endpoint the ability to fix that, right? Delete those files, put that registry entry back the way it was before, or let's do a complete rollback of that machine from scratch. So these are all things that we should be demanding and are possible with today's new endpoint. All right. The only thing I'm going to say about this one is something else that we should be demanding. The last bullet point here, zero trust. Who's heard of zero trust? Right? Probably just about everybody. It's another buzzword that we like to ram down your throats these days, right? It's the next best buzzword out there. But it's important. Zero trust is important. And I know we sound like marketing guys sometimes when we come up here talking about zero trust, and the terminology gets confusing too. But zero trust is all about, if I can dumb it down a bit and just sort of summarize it super quick, zero trust is all about ensuring only the things that are safe and authenticated and authorized should be on your network. So EDR, the endpoint, has a part to play here, right? Because I just got finished talking about how EDR knows what kind of IoT devices are running around next to the endpoint. It knows about what kind of risky applications and processes are running on your machine. It knows if it's discovered malware. We can threat hunt and look throughout the rest of the network at what other endpoints might be compromised. So EDR has a big part to play here, because the endpoint can then start to put a tag on the endpoint and say, you know what? This guy's got ancient version of Chrome running. He's got BitTorrent on here. He's got TeamViewer, which we don't like in our corporation, et cetera, et cetera. And we can put a tag on there that says, this is a naughty machine, whatever that tag needs to say. And now the rest of the network, if we're integrated, can say, oh, this guy's got a tag of naughty. That means he can't talk to the corporate financial servers, or he can't talk to the server network, whatever that rule wants to be on our firewall or our network access control. So you should be demanding that kind of capability from your endpoint. Tying endpoint into zero trust is absolutely crucial and critical to zero trust. Okay, so let's talk about another buzzword, XDR. EDR is the same thing as XDR. Just two different buzzwords. The difference is XDR just comes with more bells and whistles, more options, more capabilities. It's more integration. So it's really an integration. And in fact, all of the things I'm really trying to tell you today is XDR. All of this integration and orchestration capability, that's what XDR is. It's taking EDR and adding this functionality of integration and orchestration. It's the same tool, it's the same endpoint, just opened up with more functionality. So that's what XDR is. Now, Gartner have something to say about this too. Recent survey by Gartner found that 75% of organizations are pursuing security vendor consolidation in 2022. That's up from 30% just 2 years ago. Now, the funny thing here is, a lot of people tie vendor consolidation reasoning into cost savings, like being the biggest driver. But the takeaway from this slide is the biggest driver for most organizations in consolidating vendors in the cybersecurity space is not just because it makes sense financially, right, with the reduced licensing and whatnot and training, but it's because it makes better sense from a security posture point of view. That's really the primary reason that most people are going to this CSMA or consolidated vendor approach to security. All right, so what is XDR, right? So it means extended detection and response. So that extended part is the important thing here, the differentiator between more integration capabilities, and we'll talk about that in a bit more detail. And that's what this is here. So this slide is showing kind of the front end of the art of the possible with XDR. So XDR opens up the ability to take in information, not just take in, it's actually a bi-directional relationship. So the endpoint and the firewall have a relationship and can talk to each other. Same with the secure web gateway, if you still use those instead of a firewall. Email gateway, which is an interesting one, right? A lot of people think, well, what does the endpoint have to do with a mail gateway? And I'll show you an example a bit later. Authentication stores, Active Directory, for example, right? There's a nice bi-directional tie-in there too. Things like DLP and CASBs. So there's a lot of integration, and that's at the heart of XDR, is the ability to integrate so that we can automate. Okay, so how does XDR help? So again, I kind of mentioned some of these bullet points before, but first and foremost is reducing alert fatigue, right? So one of the things XDR does, because it's taking in threat feeds and data from all these different sources, is it can start to correlate, and it can start to reduce false positives. So rather than just sending out blind events from a device, you're getting incidents, not events. And so these incidents are correlated and they're prioritized based on criticality, so that you're really only facing or looking at what's important to you in the SOC. And of course, the one I keep coming at time and time again is XDR with its integration and automation is really all about speed. Speed to detect, but speed to respond, right? And that's really where XDR, in my opinion, is the game changer. All right, so let me give you just a couple of examples of how this might look. Vendors will remain nameless. So let's say you've got a firewall in this example. You've got an endpoint. What else do we have here? I think we've got a mail gateway, but let me kind of go through the script. And this is a low-hanging fruit one. This is one that's super simple, super easy. This should be something that no script kiddie would ever have to touch. This should be something that's just low-hanging fruit that your console, with the touch of a couple of buttons, should be able to automate. All right, so the whole idea here is malicious application on the endpoint. It tries to access external servers, command and control channel servers, right? So the endpoint detects that this is something malicious. There's a malicious communication going on the endpoint. Now, the problem with detecting all of this at the endpoint all of the time is your endpoint is your last line of defense, right? Do we really want to leave the endpoint to being the guy who's always detecting and stopping everything all the time? That's kind of late, isn't it? Right? Because the endpoint is the furthest thing back into the network. So the whole idea here is this threat intelligence shouldn't just be for the endpoint. We should be stopping this stuff right at the front door. So the whole idea here is as the endpoint detects indicators of compromise, could be hashes of a malware or the IP addresses of these command and control channel servers, it feeds that into the firewalls, all of the firewalls. I don't care if there's one or if there's 100, they'll all get this information. And it feeds all of that threat intelligence so that the next time that command and control channel or that attacker who tries maybe something different We don't have to wait for the endpoint to do its job. We'll let the firewall do its job, right? And the firewall will block it right at the firewall. And that protects the rest of my network faster and quicker. I don't have to rely on waiting for the endpoint to do everything. All right, so I kind of built that one out. All right, another one. All right, so this is showing integration between the XDR, the endpoint, and network access control. So this, again, a very low-hanging fruit, a very easy couple of menu items that you push, a couple of IPs that you add to make this integration work. And this is essentially the endpoint working with network access control, or NAC, if you've ever heard of NAC. Who's never heard of NAC? Do I need to explain what NAC is, maybe? No? Okay. So what NAC can do, I'll explain it anyways. NAC is a device or solution that can basically take, it basically provides visibility on everybody on your network. So it talks to switches, talks to access points, and as endpoints, servers, whatever it might be, jump onto the network, it knows about it and determines whether these devices are safe and secure. Are they part of corporate policy? Do they have their firewall on? Do they have their AV up to date? Are they authenticated? Yes, put them on the network. That's what NAC does. Well, NAC can also do the opposite. If NAC says, oh my God, you just downloaded some malware, off the network you go. And the way NAC realizes or learns that you're now no longer a good corporate citizen is through XDR, right? The endpoint tells NAC, hey, guess what? We just downloaded some malware today, man. We just went to a URL that we shouldn't have. We just talked to a command and control channel server. Things are bad here. And so NAC can then go, okay, off the network you go, and we'll put you on an isolation VLAN. We'll alert the SOC, and the SOC can go talk to you and figure out what's going on, right? So that's another real easy integration, provides real safe, very fast, effective way of taking machines that are exhibiting malicious behavior and getting them off the network before damage is done. A couple more to go through, maybe. All right. This is getting a bit more sophisticated. This is now starting to get into the SIM space, right? This sort of thing we kind of left to SIMs traditionally and SOAR tools. So here's where XDR kind of goes, am I a SIM? Am I a SOAR? And we can talk about that later. But here, this is where XDR gets more sophisticated. Phishing attack, right? So here's where we integrate with mail, right? This is a good example of integrating with mail. Mail gateway determines that there is a phishing attack. One way or another, it somehow detects through its capabilities and says, all right, we've been phished. We've been phished. And so as it comes to this verdict, it's got indicators of compromise on how this phishing campaign has been conducted, right? There's IPs, there's domains, maybe there's URLs. And so these indicators of compromise are then XDR. XDR then goes, okay, we can't be the first guy that got this. So let's go see who else went to this. Because as you know, threat vectors can change in the snap of a finger, right? So if we detected a phishing campaign today, 5 minutes ago, that means we may not have known about any of those indicators of compromise 10 minutes ago. So who 10 minutes ago maybe clicked on this thing? Because we only know about it 5 minutes ago. So we better go check, right? We better go make sure that nobody else has clicked on this stuff before we knew that this was all bad. And that's the idea here, is these indicators of compromise are fed back to the endpoint system, and the endpoint automatically, you don't even have to lift a finger, you don't even have to get out of bed. The system will automatically threat hunt, and it'll look for all of those indicators of compromise to see if anybody else in your network went to those links. All right. Last one. Detect and block brute force attempt. So here's where we integrate with identity stores, so Active Directory. Right, so we all know what a brute force login attempt is, right? Somebody's trying to force their way into your network by constantly trying to try a username and password combination. And so the idea here is when we see this attack on the network, quite often it's IPS and Active Directory logs working together, and the XDR takes these, correlates, and goes, oh, this is a brute force attack. And so then what happens is XDR can go, you know what? If we let this guy keep doing this long enough, he's going to get in, right? So what do? We talk to Active Directory and we say, disable this user, because this guy's going to get in eventually. So let's just disable this account. So that's a quick and easy integration with Active Directory, where if we see a brute force attempt, XDR can talk to Active Directory and he can say, disable this user. So that's another quick and easy one. Okay. I'm going to close out with this one. And thanks for your time today and suffering through my screech. But you know, if I leave you with any last parting thoughts here, it's in this game that we play, which is not really a game, we largely win or lose on time. And we have not done very well as an industry at equipping SOCs with an efficient, fast ability to detect and remediate. And part of it is because of this best of breed point product syndrome, where just too many things don't work together, they don't integrate, and they're hard to orchestrate. It's all about how do we get to a point of protection faster than 228 days, because that's ridiculous. We have to do better. And the way that we're going to do better is by automating. And the only way to automate, I shouldn't say the only way, but the best way to automate, and take it from Gartner if you don't take it from me, is with a more consolidated vendor strategy, where that integration is native to the products when they're built. That's it. Thank you for your time. Thanks a lot. Sure. Oh, is it for me? Yes. Thanks, man. Yeah, no worries. Sure.
All right, we're doing really good on time, so we're going to take a really short break, come back to 3:55, and then we'll have the next talk.
we're going to get ready and do another prize draw and then get the next talk kicked off. We want to run out and just yell at people out there and just say we're going to do another prize draw? Sure, just go for it. Just scream. Prize draw! All right. Yeah. You're going to introduce him? Okay. All right. We also have still the coins that are left over from past years. We still have quite a few of those left. So if anybody is interested in owning a coin from the event that never happened, you can exchange $20 bill for one. It's trade. All right, ready? All right, so right now we're going to give away a Nintendo Switch Lite. So 625-159. I'll try again. No. All right, we got one. Here we go.
Enjoy that. All right, so we good? Sure. Yeah, and just as a reminder, the drink tickets that you got when you came in, those don't have to be used on alcoholic beverages. They're good for anything. Just go to the bar and all's good. Anyway, for our next talk, and I believe it's our second last talk for the day, we have Jeremy Boone with shooting yourself in the foot, or shooting himself in the foot.
Test. All right. All right, so here to talk to you today about Secure Boot and all of the different ways that Secure Boot can go wrong in a hardware device. But first, a little bit about me. My name is Jeremy Boone. I'm a research director at NCC Group in our hardware and embedded systems consulting practice. I have about 15 years of experience with low-level firmware security. Prior to NCC, I worked at BlackBerry, Motorola, do a lot of code review, reverse engineering, and focusing on low-level stuff like operating systems, bootloaders, and so on. So the agenda. First, I'm going to talk about Secure Boot. What is it, and why does it matter for hardware devices? Then the bulk of the talk is going to be about all the different ways this could go wrong. These are the foot guns, how you shoot yourself in the foot. And then finally, conclusion, summary, Q&A. All right, the what, why, and how of Secure Boot. First, I'm going to try and define what a bootloader does in a hardware device. You know, everything has a bootloader. Your mobile phone, IoT devices, smart things, probably your refrigerator and washing machine, and your laptop certainly does, servers, anything that runs firmware has a bootloader. The thing to note about a bootloader is that it's extremely highly privileged. It's more privileged than your operating system, more privileged than your kernel. And its main responsibility is to power on the device. So bring it out of reset and configure all the peripherals. So on a laptop, that will be doing things like initializing your network card, initializing memory, you know, making sure that the hard drive works, and so on. Turning on all of these peripherals, making sure that they're configured appropriately. Sometimes bootloaders have really interesting debugging features. special boot modes that allow you to do things like provision a hardware device during manufacturing. This is really common in IoT products. They also have debugging facilities or recovery modes, which is like a subset of RMA where you as a consumer might have a device, it's busted. You return it to the manufacturer, they need to analyze to figure out what went wrong. Usually the problem happened at the application layer, so they need a very privileged debugging capability at the bootloader layer to solve that sort of problem for you. Then finally, loading your OS and apps. That's the main job of a bootloader. So this diagram up here shows the general boot flow, and it starts with a ROM, and I'll talk a little bit about the additional special responsibilities of the ROM. Then that loads your primary bootloader, which might load one or more secondary bootloaders before it finally loads your OS. And this is what we call the chain of trust. And every good chain has to have an anchor, so that the chain is anchored by your boot ROM. What makes the boot ROM special is that it's immutable. It's baked into the silicon during semiconductor fabrication, so it can never be tampered with. It's set once, and it stays that way forever in your processor or microcontroller or whatever. And the direction of the arrows here are important because they show who is responsible for loading and verifying the next stage of execution. So the boot ROM is responsible for verifying the bootloader, which is responsible for verifying the OS and applications. And this verification is performed through digital cryptographic signature verification like RSA or ECDSA or something like that. The other important aspect of how this root of trust is anchored is through this notion of one-time programmable memory, or fuses. So they are bits that you can set inside your processor, or not you, but the OEM can. And they do things like you can store limited amounts of data in here, like key signatures and so on. And these are the keys that are used to perform the cryptographic verification during your boot process. And they are, again, immutable. All right, so why do we even care about secure boot anyway? Well, it's important because depending on what the product is, it might be really important that you're able to authenticate or attest the integrity of the software that's running on a device. Like if you have a fleet of IoT sensors, like whether it's like an agricultural system where you have crop monitors everywhere, you need to know whether or not those things are actually running the software that you want it to run, and that those devices haven't been absorbed into a botnet and are doing something malicious or are reporting false sensor data. More importantly, secure boot also helps an attacker, or prevents an attacker from achieving persistence. I'll talk a little bit about that later. And really, it's about stopping things like rootkits, bootkits, jailbreaks, that sort of thing. Now, all of this is easier said than done. That cute little diagram with 4 boxes that were extremely linear, that's not how bootloaders actually look. This is what they really look like. This is the boot flow diagram for an ARM processor. I believe this is used, this is used in most mobile phones, most Android-based devices. And this is from a specification published by ARM with these various phases. You can see here, BL1 is the ROM, and the reset arrow telling you, like, when you power on, first reset this device, it's the ROM that executes. And it loads and verifies BL2, which then loads and verifies several other things, before finally loading this thing called BL33. BL33 on a lot of Android phones is actually UEFI, which you might see in your laptops or servers. So what does UEFI's boot flow look like? It looks like this. So bootloaders are incredibly complex. They have drivers, they have network stacks, they have command interfaces, KVM functionality, like it's insane. So finally here, the runtime phase of UEFI is when like the Android OS will run or when Windows OS is finally loaded. So with this complexity, a lot of vulnerabilities can happen. And the bulk of my talk is talking about all the different ways this can go wrong. And I have some fun examples. So these foot guns or secure boot vulnerabilities, it's really about breaking a link in the secure boot chain. Because you have this chain of trust where each component loads and verifies the next phase, when that next phase executes, it assumes, it has to assume, it's forced to assume that the previous stages are behaving correctly. But if you can break that chain by exploiting one phase in a multi-phase boot process, you can break that link and you now control everything that executes afterwards. And all of these types of vulnerabilities up here are the ways in which you can do that. And I'm going to cover a bunch of these in way more detail. Don't have enough time to cover all the possible ways, but I think I have 13, lucky number 13, different ways. So foot gun number one. Foot gun number one is not actually using secure boot. And this is like super common in IoT devices. A lot of vendors that we speak to, they say, it's too expensive to do secure boot. We have to we have to have cryptographic support in our bootloader. We have to be able to calculate a signature of a binary blob, and that takes a lot of time. And our microcontroller can't do that. But it's not really an excuse in this day and age. Like the microcontrollers in your thermostat are more powerful than your desktop PC like 10 years ago. So you're just begging to have your IoT device brought into a botnet if you take this approach. Now, there's a whole bunch of related problems to not using secure boot. I'm going to touch on those in a little bit. One of the most interesting ones is this unsafe reliance on firmware encryption. So some vendors, instead of signing their binary, they encrypt it. Now, what do we know about encryption versus signing? Well, encryption offers confidentiality. It doesn't offer the property of integrity. So because it doesn't offer integrity, that means someone can still tamper with it. Now, it might decrypt to garbage or not, depending on the property of the encryption algorithm you use, and I'll talk about that now. But you're not actually guaranteeing integrity if you're relying only on encryption. And here's why. First of all, if you're using something like AES, you're relying on symmetric keys, and if that key is leaked, game over. Because of the read access patterns of how your bootloader is reading data from flash memory in order to load the next stage of the boot process, they often rely on AES in ECB mode for encryption. And that's because you want to be able to jump to somewhere in the middle of flash memory, read a couple blocks, decrypt it, and load it into RAM. And you can't do that with something like CBC mode because you'd have to decrypt everything up to those few blocks you actually care about. So what's the problem with ECB mode? Well, everyone is familiar with the ECB Penguin attack. You leak some information you leak some information about the plain text. But more important is this property of malleability in ECB mode. And so here, let's just imagine this is a blob of data from your firmware image. and the byte highlighted in red stores a flag called is debug enabled. An attacker wants to flip that from false to true. When you're using ECB mode, the attacker can just modify that ciphertext block, and all other data in that block will be changed upon decryption. The attacker can't necessarily control what the value of the target byte is, and the other bytes highlighted yellow in the same block will also be like corrupted in the process. But through trial and error, an attacker can, with fairly pinpoint precision, modify this one byte to suddenly make it look like debug is supported or enabled. And the whole rest of the firmware image, all of these blocks in gray, or depending on the contrast, might be white, they won't be tampered at all. If you use something like CBC mode, everything after that one block becomes corrupted. All right, the next foot gun. So a lot of IoT devices will only verify the signature of the firmware image once during installation. But really, to implement proper secure boot, you need to verify it every single time the device boots up. The problem here is that by verifying it only during installation, you don't really prevent an attacker from achieving persistence. So if an attacker can exploit the device once and get code execution, which grants them privilege to write to the storage media, then they can just replace the firmware image in flash memory so that the next time the device reboots, it's running malicious firmware now. And the solution to that is to make sure every time when the device boots, the signature of the firmware image is checked. All right, foot gun number 4, bad crypto. So we see secure boot implementations that use a whole variety of algorithms. Sometimes we see AES, which is used to encrypt firmware or to encrypt or to wrap a key. We see RSA for signature verification. We sometimes also see HMAC, usually for protecting the integrity of data regions, not like executable firmware. And there's really nothing wrong with using these primitives, but there are ways to use these primitives, construct operations based on these primitives that are unsafe. So once we saw someone using RSA 512 and just factored the private key. Padding oracles are extremely common, if you're familiar with that vulnerability class. Weak random number generation comes up. And then, of course, once you encounter more complex signature verification methods like ECDSA or RSA, you're incorporating other classes of vulnerabilities now because you have to process the keys or the certificates that are used to verify the signature of the firmware image. So there could be like ASN1 parsing bugs or elliptic curve digital signature algorithm signature forgery, which happens if you forget to properly verify the R and S fields of the public key. So it gets pretty hairy with crypto issues. And unfortunately, because a lot of secure boot implementations are rooted in a boot ROM, and that boot ROM cannot be changed. If you have something like a padding oracle or you have a certificate validation bug in your boot ROM, it can never be fixed in the field. That device is forever vulnerable. No firmware updates can update a boot ROM that is baked into the silicon. And this is part of the reason why this stuff matters so much. All right. This next vulnerability class has to do with how you sign your firmware image. On the right here is a diagram that shows what a firmware image kind of looks like in general. So most firmware images are prepended by a header that has some versioning information, and they might contain some metadata as well, like how big the firmware body is, where to find the signature that's appended to the body, that type of stuff. Now, if you've signed this blob for your IoT device and you want to make sure your bootloader correctly verifies it, is it safe to only sign the body? Because the body has all my code and data. That's the thing I want to make sure isn't tampered with, right? Well, if you don't sign the body, then of course an attacker can tamper with the header. What does that mean? Well, for this particular device, they could set the is_signed=0 flag. And then the bootloader that's loading this firmware image will say, oh, I guess this thing isn't signed after all. And even though there's a signature appended, the bootloader will just ignore it. And it's surprisingly like a really common vulnerability class. And I have an example here. The OnePlus phone had a subclass of this particular vulnerability, where in their boot chain there was one component that made this mistake. One phase of execution, I should say. Solution is obvious. Make sure the signature encompasses the entire image. That signature envelope should protect everything. All right, the next foot gun. Key management. So key management is a hard problem. So we see sometimes development builds that are used during the engineering process for your IoT device. Developers are signing these dev builds with production keys. What does that mean? That means that these dev builds can be loaded onto production devices that are in field with your customers. Sometimes development builds have relaxed security policies, or they have like a default root shell, something like that. The problem is that debug tools and debug builds leak all the time. You go on GitHub, you're going to find developer tools and internal tool leaks from like MediaTek and Qualcomm and all these processor vendors. So you need to make sure that you have different sort of key policies for, sometimes it's referred to as fused or unfused units. But really what it comes down to is you want to make sure that the code and the builds that your developers are producing can't just be loaded onto any arbitrary device in the field. Another common problem, especially with like symmetric cryptography, is using the same secret key on all devices. So this happens a lot when you're using like a key to authenticate to a backend. This IoT device, like maybe it's a smart thermostat and it has to talk to cloud, and that key is used to do that. But once that key is exposed, then an attacker can use that to impersonate any device that you've produced. So it's really important to make sure that every device has its own unique identity, and that identity can't be spoofed. So if you're using keys or tokens to identify a device, make sure that they're generated randomly and they're unique, and that step is done during manufacturing or initial provisioning or something like that. Another common key management foot gun is failing to zero secrets from RAM after use. So let's say your firmware image is made up of multiple components, and one of those components is a wrapped secret, like an encrypted private key. And then during the firmware loading process, your bootloader reads that encrypted key from flash into RAM. It decrypts it, does some stuff with it, and then when it's done, it doesn't throw it away. So it resides in RAM. So any memory exfiltration vulnerability, like a memory overread, like this subclass of memory safety bugs, might be able to grab that key. Solution is, of course, when you're done with secrets, zero them from memory. Okay. So this is a memcompare function. Can anyone tell what the security bug might be in this function? It's really subtle. All right, the issue is that it doesn't execute in constant time. Now, this is totally normal. This is how memcompare is supposed to work. So memcompare returns as soon as the first mismatched byte is identified when comparing two input buffers. What happens if you use memcompare to do something like verify a password or to compare two HMACs to make sure that they match? Well, now you're leaking subtle timing information because an attacker that can carefully measure how long the memcompare function takes to execute, they can determine which byte in their input was incorrect. So here's an example of that. Imagine the input, the correct password is hunter2, and an attacker tries all A's. The function returns, so it's sending an authentication request to the device, or it is talking to a bootloader over a serial console or something like that. So it sends all A's, and you might have to usually repeat this thousands of times and average it out. But the average execution time is 1 microsecond. You try B and all A's, 1 microsecond. You just keep repeating and iterating until you hit H and all A's. Now it returns in 1.1 microseconds because the first character now matches and it's comparing the second character in the input string. And then you repeat this over and over until all of a sudden you hit HU. And now you know you found another one of the correct inputs. Repeat, repeat, repeat. And essentially by brute force, thousands of attempts, you can figure out what the correct or what the expected input should be without having prior knowledge of it. And for passwords, this is just a simple to understand example. Everyone here knows that passwords should be hashed, and hashes, are pre-image resistant. This isn't usually applicable to password verification, but for something like HMAC validation, it's certainly applicable. So as I said, HMAC validation, sometimes like a serial console to a bootloader might have some sort of debug authentication method. It also happens with padding oracles. So after you, like with PKCS padding, when you are, after you've decrypted the ciphertext to plain text and you're verifying the padding that's appended, sometimes that padding is checked using a memcompare-like function. And if you don't use a constant time memory comparison operation, you can have unintentionally created a padding oracle. And the solution is to just really rewrite your memory comparison function so that it doesn't return early. No matter when the mismatch occurs, when it's comparing the bytes of the two strings, it keeps executing until it hits the end of both inputs. So the next footgun is related to rollback protection. The idea of rollback protection is that all firmware updates to a device have to actually be updates, upgrades, not downgrades. So the version number should always be incrementing. And this is important because downgrade attacks are a real thing. If a firmware image is pushed out to all devices in the field, and that firmware image contains a patch for a critical RCE vulnerability. Well, if an attacker can just downgrade your device to the older version and exploit that vulnerability, then it's almost like you've never patched it in the first place. So the mitigation usually involves some sort of hardware enforced rollback protection, and this is unique to the processor that is present in the device. But the general way that works is that there's a minimum version that is stored in a region of memory, fuses or one-time programmable memory. And that version is updated every time you do a firmware upgrade. And then the next time you do a firmware upgrade, you make sure that the version you're about to apply is not less than the version you have. It's pretty straightforward, except you're actually tying the rollback protection to this immutable property, the fuses in your CPU. Race conditions are another interesting class of vulnerability. There are different subsets of race conditions. So there's, sometimes they're called double fetch or time of check, time of use problems. And as we know, a bootloader needs to read a firmware image from flash, verify the signature of that image, and then load it into RAM, and then jump to it and start executing it. But what happens if you read it from flash, verify it, then do some other stuff and kind of throw away the version you verified, and then read it from flash again? There's a small window there between steps 2 and 3 that allows a physical attacker to modify the image in flash memory. And because you're not verifying the signature on the second time it's read, you are essentially opening yourself up to the possibility of executing unsigned code. And is anyone here familiar with the ESP32 microcontrollers? Yeah, they're used in a lot of hobby projects. They have an interesting feature called execute in place, which means that they don't copy firmware from flash to RAM and execute it from RAM. They execute directly from flash. And as a result, time of check, time of use problems are almost impossible to defend in a product like that. The way ESP32 does it is by encrypting memory with a tweaked AES ECB algorithm. I think it's called AES XTS. But they know this limitation, and they've actually documented it in their developer guides. The solution, of course, is make sure you're always verifying your image every time you verify it. So how do you exploit one of these race condition bugs? Well, many times you're assuming that the attacker is going to have physical access to a device. So it only really matters for embedded devices where the threat model includes physical access. So like phones, you can lose your phone really easily. Phones have always been designed with physical protection in their threat model. Won't apply so much to like your home router, because if the bad guy's in your house and is taking apart your router to exploit a hardware bug, then you've already lost. So it usually works by interposing spy flash. So an interposer is a fancy word that means man in the middle for a serial bus. So in this imaginary system, we have a board management controller. It could really just be any processor that's talking to flash memory, but the attacker has cut one of the data lines, and they've installed their own device that acts as a man in the middle on that data line. So it allows them to spoof data that's read from flash into RAM as they please. And an example of that was actually done a few years ago by a guy named Trammell Hudson. He exploited a time of check, time of use vulnerability against Intel Boot Guard, which is Intel's secure boot system. So we're going really deep down the rabbit hole now. So it gets even more complicated. You don't just have to worry about secure boot when you're first powering on. You also have to worry about secure boot every time your CPU is coming out of a sleep mode. Not every sleep mode, but certain low power modes do things like turn off RAM. And when that happens, your firmware has a desire to save certain data. So during the boot process, it might have computed a large table of data and it stores it in RAM, and it doesn't want to lose it when RAM is turned off. So it has to save the data somewhere. And sometimes that data is saved in persistent memory like flash or your hard drive, or sometimes it's sent to some other power domain, some other RAM region that won't get turned off, depending on how complex your processor is. And the reason why this even happens in the first place is because, you know, your processor wants to be asleep for as long as possible, and it wants to wake from sleep as quickly as possible. So it doesn't want to have to recompute that large table of data, in our example, every single time you wake from sleep. Unfortunately, when you're writing, if this data that's in your RAM that you're now caching somewhere while you're sleeping, when you read it back, you need to make sure it was the same thing that you wrote. And then there was a vulnerability a few years ago. UEFI had has this notion of a S3 boot script. Every time S3 sleep is entered, UEFI bootloader will take the contents of all the registers, and not all of them, but many of them, the ones that matter anyway, and it will stuff those into a thing it calls the boot script, which is really just a DSL, domain-specific language that says, write this value to this register, write that value to that register, so that when the CPU comes out of reset later, the S3 boot script parser will read the script and then just spew a whole bunch of register writes across the CPU to reinitialize things. The problem was that S3 boot script wasn't signed. So an attacker that can tamper with it now is able to coerce the UEFI bootloader into reading and writing arbitrary registers, which is, of course, sufficient to compromise the system. Solution, of course, is you need to integrity protect this type of data. Usually an HMAC is applied. All right. This is probably the class of bugs that everyone expected me to talk about the most. Memory safety, memory corruption, things like that. You know, we're in this sort of sad state where bootloaders, the most critical things that are responsible for bringing your computer out of reset and forming the chain of trust, they're written in C, and it's been that way forever. And what this really means is your root of trust is one memory corruption bug away from game over. So when our team is auditing bootloaders, it's all too common. We're finding like integer overflows, improper bounds checking that leads to out of bounds memory reads and writes, and so on. And this tends to happen because bootloaders by nature have to process extremely complex data structures. So the firmware image that I was showing earlier has a header with multiple fields in it and a body that can be variable length. And sometimes firmware images are actually made up of multiple of those types of things with like a directory table at the beginning of Flash that helps it find where all of these images are. And your bootloader has to parse all of those perfectly without experiencing a single integer overflow bug, without writing one buffer out of bounds. And while it's doing this, it needs to do things like parse certificates, which can lead to ASN1 funness. Bootloaders also have command shells sometimes. And just last week, our team published this Unisoc vulnerability. Unisoc is a semiconductor company based in China. And we found a vulnerability in their boot ROM that allowed us to get code execution. And it was all because one of their commands that the boot ROM's recovery command shell, which you can force the phone to enter by holding down the volume down button, and when it's booting up, most phones have something like this, it drops you into a shell, and that shell had a command that didn't parse its arguments properly, which led to memory corruption, let us take control of the bootloader. And then, yeah, some bootloaders also have network stacks in them, like Pixie Boot, for example. I'm sure some people are familiar with. So, just by means of example here, this is what a memory corruption bug might look like when parsing this firmware image. This is a type of bug that we encounter all the time. The problem is that this is all part of the pre-authentication attack surface. This parsing is all mandatory before the cryptographic signature has been verified. So at this point, you're operating on untrusted data, and you have to process a limited amount of that untrusted data to verify its signature before you can be sure that the data is actually trusted. So when this firmware image is parsed, the first thing it needs to parse the header so that it can know how big the body is, so that it can find the signature that's appended to the very end. And then it can verify the signature only after it does that. But when you're parsing it and you're reading the body size, what happens if it's excessively large? Load address tells me where the firmware image needs to be loaded into RAM. What happens if that overlaps something sensitive like the stack of my bootloader? And so we see this pattern all the time where you have a function that looks like this and it performs two reads from SpyFlash. The first read reads the header in order to do things like figure out the load address and the size. And the second read reads the body. But you're using this untrusted load address and size, and at this point you have corrupted memory because the attacker controls the load address, which is where the firmware image is written in RAM, and they also control how much is written, which is the body size. So it's extremely simple for this to sort of go off the rails. All right, the next I want to talk about is overly permissive functionality. I'm going to go through this one a little faster in the interest of time. I've said a few times, bootloaders and boot ROMs often have recovery modes or privileged command shells for diagnostics or for use in manufacturing. And sometimes they also have JTAG or a UART. UART is serial console, basically. And sometimes these aren't protected at all with a password. Sometimes they're protected with one password that's shared across all devices. Sometimes you're lucky and every device has its own unique password. These consoles tend to be super highly privileged, so it is really important that they're protected. Sometimes they have commands that are equivalent to peeking and poking memory, so you can control what byte gets written where in memory. We have someone on my team released a tool called Depth Charge, which can detect, is able to look at the configuration of the U-boot bootloader in any IoT device and tell you whether or not you're exposing yourself to these types of problems. Yeah. All right, this is the fun part that I wanted to get to. So JTAG is basically a debugger, low-level debugger for hardware. When we are doing our security assessments, we're reverse engineering hardware. We're often looking for JTAG access ports. This example here, super easy to find JTAG. Look, it's even labeled right there. JTAG was fine to find on that one. This one wasn't too bad either because it says debug right there. So when we're taking apart this device, it was pretty easy to know where these privileged interfaces are. But then sometimes you open up a device and you just have rows and rows and rows of test points. And in this particular one, through trial and error, we were able to figure out that there's a UART on those two pins. Sometimes their UART or your serial console is disabled in air quotes, and that's sometimes achieved by simply depopulating resistors on your circuit board, and those resistors connect the test points like TX and RX, transmit and receive, to connect those to your CPU. But the attacker doesn't care that you've taken two resistors out that ensure continuity of these signals, because they can just put their probes on the other side of the resistor that you removed. So anyway, that's usually, this is a form of disabling serial consoles that we don't recommend to our clients. Does anyone know what this might be? It's a card with a PCIe card edge, and it's covered in about 2 inches of a thick layer of epoxy. It's a FIPS certified device. That's what it is. So this product is FIPS certification. It needs to have anti-tamper properties, which is why it's covered in epoxy. So, but epoxy doesn't really stop tampering. While the human eye can't see through epoxy resin, we have X-ray machines. And our X-ray machine saw through this and found that the two circled pins there, that was a debug header, conveniently buried under the epoxy. So with something like a precision CNC drill, you could drill down through the epoxy and access those debug pins on this super secure FIPS certified product. All right, the very last foot gun. This one is not so much of a foot gun, because the sad reality is that every processor is vulnerable to fault injection. There are very few products on the market right now that have some sort of resilience to fault injection or glitching attacks. And those are usually things like secure elements and HSMs and the like. But the general idea of fault injection is that the attacker is very briefly tampering with the electrical inputs to a processor, so the voltage or the clock signal. And CPUs generally have something, this is called a shmoo plot, and everything in green is sort of the safe operating ranges for this processor. So this is mapping voltage to frequency. So anything in green, your CPU works fine. Anything in red, your CPU faults and it resets. Anything in yellow is kind of fuzzy. Like maybe your CPU doesn't completely do a hard reset, but it's going to do some bad things. Like, for example, your certain stages of the CPU's execution pipeline might get impacted. If you are conducting a fault injection attack, you can do things like prevent the CPU from properly decoding an instruction that it's about to execute. Or you might be able to cause it to fail to write back, commit changes to memory after performing some operation. All in total, this allows an attacker to do things like cause instructions to be skipped during execution, cause instructions to be executed twice, or corrupt memory transactions. So when the CPU is doing like a data fetch operation to read data from fuses or RAM and pull it into its cache, if you glitch at the right time, you might be able to flip some bits in that data that's being read back. And if that byte happened to be something like a flag called isDebug, to use the same example as earlier, where 0 meant disabled and anything except 0 meant enabled, then it doesn't matter which byte you flip. As long as you flip one byte or one bit in that byte, you can enable debug capabilities. And what I've shown here is a tool called the Chip Whisperer. They kind of vary in range from about $100 to $1,000 or $2. It's a commercial tool, like super affordable, right? Like $100. And it allows you to do things like voltage and clock glitching. Things like, as I said earlier, the effects of glitching could allow you to cause an instruction to be skipped. Well, if that instruction was a branch instruction to a function that does signature verification, then you can cause a boot ROM to just completely forget to do signature verification. And we actually exploited such a bug in MediaTek processors about 2 years ago. You can do things, as I said earlier, about re-enabling debug functionality. There are some interesting examples there published by other people, and so on and so forth. Corrupt data transactions, and etc. I'm running out of time, so let's go straight to the summary. All right, so to summarize all this up, as you can see, there's a million ways that secure boot can be undermined. The problem here is that bootloaders have this super critical responsibility. They have to initialize the whole platform, they have to do it flawlessly, and all the same time have to defend themselves from attack. But bootloaders actually have a super big attack surface, so this job is hard for a bootloader to achieve, or to achieve it well. And this leads to the fact that now all of a sudden, because your attack surface is large, there's a lot of vectors for a potential adversary to undermine the secure boot process. And a single error in your secure boot chain means you've broken that chain, which means the attacker can control all subsequent phases of secure boot. And what I'm really asking everyone here today is to learn from the mistakes of those that came before you, and don't shoot yourself in the boot. Boo. All right, thank you. All right, I went a bit over. I don't know, do we have time for questions, or do we gotta? Yeah. 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 Well, automation, so static analysis tools certainly help. Some of our clients fuzz their firmware parsers, so they essentially generate malformed firmware images, feed it to their bootloader, and just see what happens. Third-party code assessments, using memory-safe languages. Yeah. Yep. Any other questions? Okay, cool. Thanks so much, everyone.
We have Holly Story and Ian McMillan on how layers mitigate risk and contain threats. There you go.
Hi, everyone. Hey. Hi, Ken. Welcome to our presentation. Super nice to be here again in person this year. I was actually at the last BSides in 2019, but that seems like forever ago now. So we're here to talk about ogres, onions, mostly, and a little bit about cybersecurity. My name's Holly Story. I work with Sarah. I've been with Sarah about 5 years now, and then I have Ian here as well. He works at Beauceron. We have like a whole introduction slide, one each, but just to say that we have a partnership with Beauceron to deliver the cybersecurity awareness training solution to Canadian organizations. So we're co-presenting here today. So cybersecurity loves to use metaphors, such as the castle defense is often seen in the cybersecurity strategy. The Swiss cheese model, meaning that there's holes in each individual slice of cheese, but when you stack them together, it creates different layers of security, defense in depth. Less threats can, I guess, come through the cheese layers. As Shrek said, much like onions, ogres have layers too. So in the next 40 minutes, we're going to be talking about how layers can work together to protect your organization, how standards and frameworks are designed with layers in mind, and the human layer of defense. So a little bit about me and Sarah. I'm from St. John's, which is actually not true. I'm actually from Portugal Cove, so it's not St. John's. And I just realized just then that was on the slide. I guess I was like, oh yeah, I'm from Newfoundland. And then my marketing, she's awesome. And she was just like, oh, she must be from St. John's and put it on the slide, but whatever. Close enough. We manage the .ca registry. So we're not for profit managing 3 million .ca domains. In 2014, we diversified into the cybersecurity space based on our infrastructure that was already in place for the .ca and our expertise of the DNS. So, some of our services are at the DNS layer, and then we have the cybersecurity awareness training in partnership with Beauceron. And And as I mentioned, we're not for profit, mandated by the government to run the .ca. And we have our community investment program, which is pretty cool. I thought it would be a good thing to put in here. Every year we give $1.25 million to help fund projects aimed at creating a better online Canada. So it could be projects for cybersecurity based projects or digital literacy. And there's a grant process that happens every year in February. So to date, we've funded 185 projects worth $9.2 million, and I certainly encourage anyone to apply if you have a good project. We have funded quite a few here in Newfoundland as well. About the cybersecurity services, obviously aimed at decreasing the risk in conjunction with Beauce in 2019, over 250 current customers. And now I'm going to pass it off to Ian. I will come back for a brief talk later. And I'll also say that please think about questions during the presentation because we have so many mugs to give out that shipping back to Ottawa might be a thing. So yeah, thank you for the demonstration. This is a presentation about mugs. So.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Holly. Just before I get started, I just want to make a point today to thank Holly for being here with me as the only female speaker today at BSides St. John's. Okay, so a little bit about me. My name is Ian McMillan. I'm the chief evangelist and a co-founder at Beauce Security. I have a technical background, so I was a software developer. I've been introducing myself as a former software developer. It's been kind of weird. I've made a transition over the last 5 years into security professional. I'm a certified information security manager from ISACA. I'll actually be, small plug, speaking at ISACA in October, so you can come and see me there if you want. My background is in product experience, interface design, and architecture. And that's what I did originally when we co-founded Beauce Security. And I'm passionate about making cybersecurity tools more usable for people. And I bring that same experience from my software development background into my security experience. I really think that the things that we do for people to make them be more secure need to keep in mind the things that they're trying to do every day, which is their job, right? So I've worked with national banks, with telecom companies, with energy utilities, with higher education institutions, with governments, municipal, provincial, and in federal capacities, helping them design security awareness programs that engage their population and protect their organization. A little bit about us at Beauce Security. So we're a Canadian firm, proudly Canadian. We're headquartered on the East Coast in Fredericton. That's where I'm from. I'm not from Portugal Cove. We're really more of a software company, truthfully. We build a cloud-based software as a service that does security awareness program management. So your good old-fashioned phishing simulations, which I know everybody in this room loves phishing simulations. We automate security awareness training. We do employee engagement, user engagement to get them involved with the awareness program. And gamification is one of the big things that we do. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that today as one of those security layers. We've got over 650,000 customers, 600,000 customers across 650 customers. And we have a proven relationship with Sierra. Our partnership with Sierra just makes sense. It's two proudly Canadian brands coming together to make Canadians more secure, delivering Canadian content with a Canadian focus. So yeah, it just makes sense for us. So let's talk about security now that we've gone through sort of all the introduction stuff. So how layers protect. A good security strategy is designed with layers in mind. We apply and implement controls and measures to reduce risks, to prevent incidents, and these often overlap in a lot of different ways. So this is the onion diagram. It's not the prettiest diagram in the world. I tried to make it prettier, but you just can't make something like this pretty. But this sort of talks about all the different layers that we see in security. So, people, the outer layer is people because people proliferate through all of the assets and controls that we put in place. Everything that your organization does inside and outside involves the people within. The second layer there is our secure perimeter, of course, so that keeps malicious actors out. Our third layer is network security, which allows for monitoring of traffic, detection of anomalies, things that are happening within the environment. Endpoint security can prevent the spread of malware and ransomware. Application security keeps our transactions of data safe. And finally, the data security layer keeps storage environments protected from data exfiltration. And that's what that looks like. We often sort of think of these as stacked layers that land one on top of the other. But the reality is they are more round like this because the impact of people has an impact on all the other layers, not just the subsequent layer below it. So we have to keep that in mind when we're applying strategies to try and protect the organization from threats on the outside. In terms of frameworks, I want to talk a little bit about standards and frameworks, how they incorporate layers. This is one of my favorite XKCD comics that talks about frameworks. You know, there's 14 competing standards. Ridiculous. We need to have one standard that covers all use cases. And now there's 15 competing standards, right? So as security professionals, I think we deal with this fairly regularly. You know, I'll put a couple up here, right? So NIST, CSF, and SP 800, CIS version 8, Cybersecurity Canada. You know, these are all designed to cover us in a lot of different ways, but I think they all have a consistent theme of a layered approach to protection and defense. This is an example of copying the 13 controls from Cybersecurity Canada. It's one of the smallest, so it's the easiest to fit on one slide. And as you can see, you know, there's a lot of, if you compared this to that onion diagram that I showed, you know, you would find a clear delineation between any one of these controls and several of those layers. So I just kind of wanted to change your perspective a little bit about these protective measures we put in place based on these frameworks and then how they actually fit into the layered approach. More specifically, I want to talk a little bit about this guy, which is providing employee awareness training, super specific control, I know. In recent years, I think we've seen an emphasis on how individuals can help protect our organization. And we're seeing awareness as now one of the controls in a lot of these frameworks, which is really great. I'm really happy to see that. At one time, there was no awareness training component to these frameworks or these standards or these compliance requirements. It was just, do you have the technical controls? The people are stupid. You'll never make them smart enough to protect the organization. But fortunately for us, we're starting to see this stuff. And fortunately for me, as the co-founder of a company that develops a tool to do this, that's, you know, really good. So the human layer, let's talk about the human layer. I want to talk about how we can improve that layer of security, what kinds of things you can do to do that, and hopefully give you a little bit of inspiration as we come into Cybersecurity Awareness Month next month. So typically, this is the standard approach that we see. You know, surveying users, phishing simulations, courses, reporting, and although skill-focused education is really where we've put a lot of our resources, you know, teaching someone what a phishing email looks like, teaching someone what malware might look like. It's really an evolution in security behavior that our layer of people should be. So it's not necessarily about just saying, don't click on links. The skill is not to click on links. It should be developing behaviors and competencies that users know that they should use every day. I was just talking to somebody actually a couple of minutes ago about, I heard a CIO say to me recently of a fairly large organization, global organization. He said they've started adding security awareness moments into information technology meetings, into IT meetings. So just like how people on the shop floor have a safety moment where they talk about, I saw something on the floor and I picked it up and I moved it out of the way before someone hurt themselves. We now have people saying, hey, I got this fish, this is what it looked like. Or, hey, I got this USB drive in the mail and this is who I went and reported it to. You know, these sorts of things that are at the cultural level of the organization, not just don't click on that link or you're going to get in trouble. So engagement in particular, how does that help to the organization? Training and engagement helps. I'm just going to display all these points here. Training and engagement helps reduce the likelihood of an incident. Engaging individuals in the awareness program builds culture of security. And using metrics like education completion, click rate, report rate can help your IT teams make sound decisions in the way that you're going to implement further controls. When I say engagement and culture, these two words, they can be interpreted by people in a lot of different ways. So I wanted to give some examples. Cybersecurity is not my job, not my problem. None of you have ever heard that before, right? We want to try and change that to, I have a role in protecting the organization. My job is part of the security strategy. That's what we want to try and create. IT is making me do mandatory training. I know nobody has heard this one before. We need to change that to, I need to learn how to protect these assets that are in my care, that I'm a steward of this information, and when I'm handling it, I have to do it in a way that's secure. I clicked on a phishing link and I'm worried I'll get in trouble. This is probably the biggest downfall to negative reinforcement. You know, when the security team becomes the department of no, N-O, we get in trouble if we do something. I click on a fish by mistake and now I have to take remedial training. We need to change this to, I made a mistake and I need to report it right away. Each layer in that onion diagram that I showed you has strengths and weaknesses. So I want to talk about some of the things related to that human layer, to security awareness. Getting people motivated to complete training is not easy. Motivators like rewards, both intrinsic and extrinsic, can be really, really good drivers to drive your program forward. Negative reinforcement does have a place. If you're looking to drive instant change, I was curious if it was going to pick up my snap like that. If you're looking to drive instant behavior change in the organization, a negative reinforcement technique can definitely create an instant behavior change, but it's not good for sustained long-term maintenance of that behavior. On average, about 79% of users will complete their first cybersecurity awareness course the same day that it's assigned. And we found this through our experiences with Sierra. This is actually a stat out of the customers that Sierra's had. The challenge is getting that other 21%, takes some time to do that. So you have to generate that buy-in, create that behavior change, get people excited about that. And you have to make your training relevant and engaging. We published a white paper not long ago about how it's not all about having 1,500 pieces of content in your library. It's about having the right content that triggers people in the right way to do the right thing at the right time. Best practices for launching your training. So communicate, set expectations, generate buy-in. If you want to generate tickets at the help desk, send out blind training to the whole organization. I guarantee that will happen. Get an executive sponsor or a member of your leadership to communicate about the importance of your program. Don't just pay it lip service. Show the importance of getting people involved in security awareness and protecting the organization. Choose metrics to track success like completion, like education score, like click rate. A lot of time what I find is organizations will select a tool or an application or a series of content to deploy, and they have no way of tracking if it's working or not. The only thing they're looking at is that compliance requirement. Have we delivered training and have people completed it? But the reality is, if you're not actually measuring the success of the impact of that training, what are you actually doing? I had somebody tell me one time that compliance should be a byproduct of good security. So you should apply that same theory when you're doing your security awareness program. Don't just roll out training for the sake of compliance. Deliver training that's actually going to teach people and change their behavior, and the compliance will come second nature as a result. This is a really good example, sensitive topics. So stay away from sensitive topics that can frustrate users and make them feel disengaged. This is a real tweet from this year. My university sent me an email about providing $7,500 in assistance to those experiencing financial hardship to the pandemic, and it turns out it was a phishing exercise. Is this a joke? I can tell you from experience, when I worked at the university, that if you do this about vacation time being suspended, you get the same result. So stay away from those sensitive topics. Focus on things that you typically are seeing. Get in touch with your threat intel teams, so your CTI teams. If they have stuff that's coming into the organization that they're picking up, use that in your phishing simulations. It's a great way to expose people to the things that they might actually get in their inbox. Some best practices for phishing. So a really good segue there. Blind phishing seems like a good idea, but in reality, it's only a really good way to trick people, which we're not trying to do. We're trying to get their buy-in. We're trying to generate awareness. So we're not trying to get the highest click rate possible. The best approach is to say, we're going to be conducting these exercises because we want to make sure that you're prepared for when these threats come. And then you send out your phishing exercises, and I can guarantee that you will have people click on them, even if you've warned them, I promise. Progressive difficulty is also a great way to improve the effectiveness of that program. So if you're sending your IT admins that have been in the organization for 20 years, phishes about their iPhone they just ordered on Amazon with spelling mistakes, chances are that they're not going to click. You're not actually doing anything but annoying them. And I've had them tell me that personally, believe me. So increase that difficulty a little bit over time. I've had a couple of folks say to me, hey, and that fish you sent me, that was actually a pretty tough one. And it's like, what fish? And that's how we know that that program is working. People are actually seeing things, thinking that we're sending phishing simulations, and they're actually real phishing emails. Timely, relevant remedial training. This is a really big one. When our CEO, David Shipley, was the security manager at University of New Brunswick, he was having a really hard time following up with staff and faculty, getting them to complete remedial training in a timely manner. So what ended up happening is, someone clicks on something, and then like 6 months later, they're in a room learning about phishing, and they have no idea why. So timely is important, relevant to the material that they clicked on in the phish, for example, or the incident that happened. I'm using phishing, but anything really, any incident you have, that remedial training is critical to changing that behavior. And then give users or individuals the opportunity to redeem themselves as well. It doesn't have to all be doom and gloom. They already feel bad about clicking on a phishing simulation, and they already probably feel pretty ashamed about it. So when they complete that remedial training, give them a thumbs up. Give them that little bit of dopamine, that serotonin hit that we all crave to make them feel good about the fact that they've remediated themselves. Finally, some best practices for training here. So making your training relevant. I already mentioned that about remedial training. Customize it where possible, use local examples, relate it back to organizational practices, brand your awareness program, be cyber savvy, be cyber smart, get cyber smart. However you want to do that, make it a relatable brand, make it easy for them. So make sure that it's easy for them to take, it's easy for them to understand. We've got a copy of the report a phish button that we deploy. This is Sierra's version. Make it easy for them to report emails. A simple workflow to identify indicators in a phish and report it is a really great example of that. Already mentioned that. And then make it engaging as well. So this is probably one of the biggest pieces of feedback that we get. You know, some folks want a video and some folks want a choose your own adventure and some folks want death by PowerPoint. You know, it sort of depends on your organizational culture. But whatever works for your organization, make it engaging and then incentivize it with that positive reinforcement that I mentioned. So I'll give you an example during Security Awareness Month. I'm our Security Awareness Manager in addition to all the other things I do at Boast Run Security. And I tell people, anybody that completes supplemental education during Security Awareness Month, you're going to be put into a hat for a draw. We're going to give you a $50 gift card. Simple as that. You could be drawn for a $50 gift card, I should say. So just that small incentive, we see a substantial uptake in the number of people that go in and voluntarily take security education. Are they doing it to get a gift card? Probably. Are they learning something as a byproduct? Definitely. So that's something to think about. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Holly again. She's going to finish up our presentation. Thanks very much.
So, yeah. Thanks, Ian. And we had a discussion earlier about this presentation. Ian's like, okay, Holly, we're the last presentation. You know that we're standing in between a whole bunch of, you know, maybe 50% Newfoundlanders, drinks and prizes. I was like, yeah, that's fair enough. So won't take too much more of your time. But cybersecurity insurance. So Ian was talking a lot about, you know, clicking a box and the difference between just checking a box for requirements such as cybersecurity insurance or proactively changing the culture of an organization so that everyone feels like they're part of a solution. And that's definitely what we're seeing now is with cybersecurity insurance, there's definitely an increase of the requirement for cybersecurity awareness training. And 59% of Canadian organizations now have cybersecurity insurance. It's true that the rise in applicants due to the pandemic has underwent a 29% increase, especially with the rise of cyber attacks and COVID-related cyber attacks as well. Yeah. Oh, that would be a very interesting. Yeah, so we actually publish a cybersecurity survey every year, Sarah. So if you look on the website, we have the latest one out now. And normally there's a whole bunch of information on it, like the breakdown and graphs and all that. I don't have it off the top of my head, but certainly if you're interested in that, yeah, there you go, Ian. The mug, the mug. Now everyone's gonna have a question, hopefully. Yeah, they're good travel mugs for picnics or whatnot. 35% increase in premiums from 2020 to 2021 as well. So the last kind of subject of the day is the DNS layer, the domain name system. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with that, but it's basically like an address book to search up websites on the internet, and where Sarah runs the .ca, my organization, that's kind of our expertise. So, you know, as cyber aware as your employees may be, all the training that you could put them through, all the phishing simulations, there still will be employees that click on those malicious links. At that point in time, you know, speaking to the layers, cybersecurity awareness training reduces the number of clicks. We actually see a 3 times reduction in the number of clicks after the first 6 months of starting with training. But the Sarah DNS firewall or any DNS firewall will also help to better protect the organization as an additional layer in the onion, the ugly onion diagram that Ian was mentioning earlier. So it's a defense in depth kind of approach that makes the difference. And the goal with the DNS firewall would be to block what is currently being missed by your other layers of security. I have some statistics here. I thought it was pretty interesting. So threats blocked in Eastern Canada with the Sarah DNS firewall. We have web filtering, malware, and phishing, and a breakdown with all of it. So in terms of Atlantic provinces versus the rest of Canada, almost 9% of the blocks came from the Atlantic provinces in terms of malware, which is, quite a lot of blocks if you're thinking about it compared to, other really large provinces in Canada. The Atlantic provinces themselves, they're up to 9% there. But we have a whole bunch of statistics and we have a whole bunch of breakdowns in terms of what we're blocking with the service, because with the DNS firewall, you're essentially sending all of your traffic to the service, and then we're blocking what is malicious via our partnerships for our threat feeds. So we have partnerships with Akamai. They're adding in an additional 100,000 new threats daily, the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, and the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. Off-network protection, definitely an extension to the DNS firewall, protecting mobile devices, laptops, and so forth. So basically offering device-level reporting, full deployment in minutes, and network management. Those are the supported systems up there. Oh, it's cut off a little bit, but you can see Android, iOS, Windows, Chrome, and Mac. And we're going to be launching that on Monday. So I was like, coming soon. It's like coming very soon. We've been working, my development team have been working on this forever. And I guess like with the increase of working from home, I just gave a presentation in Trois-Rivières, and the title of it was like working from home, wherever, something else, and it was like, or the beach. It's like literally working from the beach. I don't know, it's going a bit far with it. I don't know if any of you guys work from the beach in your very much, but basically if you did, then the off-network protection would be super valuable, because you're bypassing sometimes, your network, your VPN, and other layers of security that you might have. And that's it. So this is basically obviously my email. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them now. And if not, yeah, there you go. Does anyone have any questions? I know that it's been a long day. Yeah. Yeah, so we have so there's the Canadian Shield. So that's the at-home protection equivalent of the DNS firewall. So if you're using it for personal reasons, like if you're using an iOS device for personal reasons, then maybe the Canadian Shield is the better fit. But if it's a work-owned device, then obviously, you want to protect your own network in your own organization. So at that point, it works with a client being installed at the device layer, and it could be pushed out through an MDM or on by like an activation link. So if you have like a couple users, maybe activation link, but if not, like Intunes or. Yeah, for sure. And like that would be the deployment in minutes, but obviously anything that you can take out of the end user's hand would be the way to go. Yeah. Any other? Yeah.
Is there a difference in demographics in terms of age, in terms of
Yeah, that's
a lot of people would be like, man, don't take that.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
They would be like, no, that looks okay to me.
Yeah.
Whereas younger people are a bit more
Yeah, great question. Yep. Yeah, great question. So the question was, is there demographics in terms of age or demographic otherwise of people that click on phishing emails? I'll see if I can do this. See if I can do this. Nan, don't click on that phishing email, I think is what you said. Yeah, so not really, to be honest. I would say 25% of our users that have fallen victim to phishing emails for simulations at BSides Security in particular have all been not during working hours. I'd say that's probably one of the biggest things. So it becomes more about the situation the user's in, how much workload they have, things of that nature. You know, all things being equal, if we teach people the same things about phishing emails, look for the sender address, look for the URL that you may not recognize. Is it something you were expecting? Look for a suspicious attachment, sort of the 4 key things. Provided they have a knowledge of that based on the awareness that you've given them, it's more about what are they doing right now when they get that phishing email. I'll give you a great example. We did an engagement with an organization, sub 100 people not long ago, technology-based organization. Their CTO fell victim because I sent a coverage email the Thursday before a long weekend, and he was in the evening, and he was in the supermarket on his phone and fell victim. You know, so in that case, I mean, that's a technology-oriented individual falling victim because of the circumstance. Another really good example, we went into a regional telco in the US, about 3,500 people, deployed our first phishing simulation, a blanketed phishing simulation. So everybody got the same one, which we don't typically do. And it was a package delivery in November, a missed package delivery, 28% click rate in a telco, right? In a technology, I mean, a fairly technology-oriented organization like a telco. So yeah, my answer, it's a long-winded answer, but my answer to your question is no, there's not really any demographics. Those things that we assume, oh, a senior is more likely, you know, in the context of an organization where we're giving that baseline training, after they've taken their training and learned, there's no demographics in that term. Everybody is susceptible. Yeah. Good question though. Great question. Okay. Yep. Do we get better? Yeah. Are we getting better or worse? Well, I can tell you that the criminals are getting better at what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah. So I would say, so I left IBM 5.5 years ago. I've been with Beauceron through the whole, I was the third guy through the door. And I can tell you that the average kind of phishing is going away. Nigerian print scams still bring in about 700,000 US a year, but callback phishing is up 625% this year. And callback phishing is where they're going to send you an email that says, hey, there's a problem with your account. Call us at the 1-800 number and use this 4-digit code. And then when you call, they say, hey, can you give us the 2-factor authentication code we just sent you? And they're like, sure. You know, and so that's the kind of things that are happening. We're seeing a decrease in the complexity of these and an increase in the sophistication. So it's no longer Nigerian print scams or the oil company of Qatar trying to get you to hold $100 million in trust. It's, here's a job opportunity. A colleague of yours thought that you might be a good fit for this. Here's a link to look at it, and the description is in the attachment. And that's what people are getting in their inbox. They're sending them from Amazon SES, Outlook, or live.com, and Gmail, because all of those services have SPF, DMARC, and DKIM. They can almost guarantee deliverability. And yeah, so my answer would be that anybody that's a Beauceron customer is getting better at not clicking fishes. But the criminals are upping the ante in terms of what we're receiving and seeing organizations receive. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Want a mug?
Oh, you got one.
You got one? Okay. Yeah.
Regards to your previous answer about the CEO in the grocery store.
Yep.
But so how can you break employees who otherwise can identify phishing email in a test, quiz environment?
Yeah.
But in the moment when they're distracted, they'll still fall for it.
Yeah. Great question. So question was, we can get, how do we tell people, you know, in the test, this is one scenario, and then when you're actually distracted and you get this email, how can you not fall victim? So great question. I think it's really, really important to break down the barriers for entry in your simulations. I get so many organizations when we first go in that say, we can't use anything that uses a real brand. We can't send them outside of office hours. We can't send them things that relate to projects that they're working on. We can't send them things that are referring to colleagues of theirs, you know. So what ends up happening is we send them, hey, thanks for your $1,200 purchase on Amazon. And they're like, come on, right? Like, I'm not going to click on this. So break down those barriers for entry. Try and make your simulation program simulatory, like it's as real as it gets. So send them stuff leading into a long weekend, for example. Send them stuff that's branded. I mean, cyber criminals don't care about branding. Like, they're going to send you, they'll find out what payroll system you use and send you a payroll fish from that brand, right? So now, like I said, within reason, we're not going to send people payroll fishes from our payroll system. That might be a little bit too sensitive. But, you know, break down those barriers and then make people aware of that. So a lot of what I'm doing now when we're working with customers to develop education, for example, is it's not just here are the indicators that it's a fish, but also here's when you might be more susceptible. First thing in the morning, after hours, when you start a new role, that's a big one. You know, you come into a new role and you're being swamped with a bunch of new information. That's a time that you might be more susceptible. So again, this is about raising awareness, not teaching skills. We want to raise their awareness that they are more susceptible at those times. Yeah. Answer your question? Good. Sorry, I'm a little long-winded today, guys. I just get really excited about phishing and awareness. Other questions? Yeah. Say that again, sorry. Yeah, that's you.
The DNS blacklist. So are they open source? So Canadian Shield is actually a open recursive service. The DNS firewall for organizations is a closed recursive service. So meaning that it's not like open to everybody to use. But in terms of our block lists, we have a partnership with Akamai. They're adding an additional 100,000 new threats daily. And you know, they've also purchased 20 additional block lists from other providers. So a huge amount of blocks within their partnership. And also we're partnered with, as I said, CyberTip, Canadian Center for Child Protection, and the Canadian Center for Cybersecurity. So some of the threat feeds in the service are and some are not. That's probably the answer. Yeah. You.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, good question. So to summarize, are people clicking on less stuff during Awareness Month than any other month? Or more? Yeah, great question. So I would say that depends on the organization, because a lot of folks don't do anything for Security Awareness Month. I would say organizations that are doing things are seeing a lower click rate. And what I would say is that, we believe that the best practice for phishing simulations is monthly. So any more frequently than once a month, people just get pissed off. And they're like, I don't want to get this stuff anymore. I'm trying to do my job. And it actually doesn't have any positive impact on the click rate. Any less frequently than once a month, you get diminishing returns until about once a quarter. And then at once a quarter, you're actually getting no benefit. You're just sending people phishing emails and they're not actually improving the click rate. So assuming an organization is phishing every month, we do see a reduction around Security Awareness Month. I can tell you that's true for us at BSides Security in particular. Like I said, I run our Security Awareness program. And I actually just did a webinar on this like last week. So what you want to try and do is build momentum and then carry that momentum forward from Awareness Month. So you're going to see an ebb and flow that spans about 5 months or so, 6 months typically, where the click rate goes like careening downwards October, November, and then gradually climbs through Christmas, New Year's, so on and so forth. So the idea is shorter engagements with your population more frequently, rather than a month of awareness activities and then nothing for 11. Make sense? Excellent. Other questions?
I don't know what time it is. I don't think we've looked at the
It's 5:05. We actually, I sped through the presentation, so we got time.
Oh, sweet.
Yes. Okay, give you a second. We'll come back. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
In terms of incentives to get people to go hands-on to
Yep.
what would you say is the most effective one you've seen so far?
Okay, good question. What is the most effective incentives to get people involved in your program? Yeah, excellent question. So I like to think of security awareness as like those cereal commercials you saw when you were a kid, right? They show you like Tony the Tiger playing hockey and it's like super fun. But then at the end, they flash orange juice, milk, toast, bacon, eggs, and then Frosted Flakes, right? So the idea is your awareness program should be a balanced breakfast of a number of things. Positive reinforcement is a great example. So I mentioned negative reinforcement is a really good way to change immediate behaviors, right? So that, and falling victim to a fish is negative reinforcement. People feel bad about that. In terms of incentivizing behaviors, there's two key types of incentives rather. Intrinsic rewards, which are personal. So these are kind of like a pacemaker. They introduce rhythm and pace, and they have a long-term impact because dopamine is an interesting drug. It has a really, really powerful impact. The second type is extrinsic rewards. So these are external. This is more like a defibrillator to a stop charge. So it's high impact, but not long-term effectiveness. So what I usually recommend is once every quarter, for example, at a regular interval, you introduce an extrinsic reward. Boof, here's a contest. Caption this meme with a cybersecurity caption. Create a phishing simulation and submit it to be entered for a draw. You know, these sorts of things that get people thinking about security without having to sit in front of a slide deck and look. And then otherwise, you're introducing those constant intrinsic rewards that are just making people feel good about what they're doing. So you complete a course, you get recognized. You know, you report a phishing simulation, you get recognized. Not so subtle plug, that's literally exactly what we do. So we give every user a risk score that they own. It's made up of how they do on their training, any external exposures they've been involved in, and then how they interact with phishing simulations, whether they click or fall victim, and then any other things that you want to introduce in terms of reward and incident. And the idea is that every time they're reporting that phishing simulation, we're emailing them back and saying, or showing them in the button when they report, excellent job, you reported this, it was a simulation, you've received a reward, your risk score has gone down. Yeah. To answer your question? Yeah. So like the short version, I guess, because I am a little long-winded today, I apologize, is that there's a number of things. It's better to do all of them a little bit than one of them a lot. Make sense? Okay. How are you doing? Yeah. Phishing campaigns, okay? Yep. That's an excellent question. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Great question. Yeah, so the question was, click rates are great, but we also want users to report effectively. So what if users aren't clicking, but they're also not doing what you asked? Great question. So any of the good tools that do phishing out there have a reporting capability that will track based on what you send out. So you send out a campaign, let's say we have 100 users, 100 fishes go out in the span of a month, and we get, 15 people that click on them. So we got a 15% click rate. Our tool specifically, and again, I'm not trying to make this a plug, but our tool specifically does a forwarding mechanism and a reporting mechanism. The reporting mechanism is a button that can go in Outlook or G Suite. And you're not telling users report your simulations here, you're telling them report anything here. So the idea is now you've created an easy way for the user to report a suspected phishing email, and you're able to record how many of them actually reported a simulation in the way that you expected, right? So then we also measure how much stuff comes through that's not simulations. So for example, my 100-person organization, let's say we have an 80% click rate, or excuse me, an 80% report rate. So 80% of the simulations I send out, people report properly using the button or the forward, let's say, okay, for hypothetical purposes. And then I say, well, we had 1,000 real emails that were not simulations that were reported by the same button. And with a little bit of quick math, I can assume that 1,000 is probably actually only about 80% of what actually came in because we're only reporting 80% of the simulations that we send out. Does that make sense? So we do that. We also measure ignore rate, which is the delta. So you take the number of people that reported and the number of people who have clicked, and then whatever ones weren't reported or clicked, that's the ignores. So that kind of gives you a focus group of people that you can zero in on and say, these people are almost engaged. We just need to nudge them a little bit more to get them to use that reporting button. Answer your question? Excellent. Take a mug. Yeah, well, you get fished, yeah. You have no idea how many people at conferences come up to me and say, you're the fish guy. I'm not sending you fishes myself. Any other questions? Going once, going
I
twice?
actually think your time is also wrong on this. So.
Oh, is it really? Oh, yeah, right. I'm a mainlander,
It's
aren't
so
I?
funny.
I'm running on mainland time. Okay. If you've got follow-on questions about phishing or CIRA's offering and the DNS firewall or cyber awareness training, please come and reach out to us. We have a booth right inside there. Otherwise, enjoy your social and your prizes. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, sure. All right, that was the last talk of the day, but Robert is going to come up here in a minute and we're going to give away some prizes. And I think some of the sponsors have prizes to give away too, so don't go anywhere.
All right. All right. Unless we lost a few people. But, I've already checked out there, and everybody should be in here now. So the first thing we're going to give away is another Nintendo Switch. And then after that, it's going to be our nice big grand prize, which is a nice Alienware laptop. And then after that, we're going to invite the sponsors to come up, anyone that has a prize to give away, and you guys can do your draws as well. All right, so first ticket, 625154. There you go. All right, now for the Alienware laptop. It's a pretty nice machine. All right, 625309. I remember that number. Somebody, there you go. Congratulations. All right, so sponsors, you want to come on up and line up, and we can do your draws. There we go. I know Chris Holden got some stuff. Yes, come on. Come on.
Lower this because I'm a little height challenged. Thank you all so much for coming around to our booth. We have a $100 Amazon gift card to give away from IMP Solutions. And I'm going to get you to reach your hand in here and fiddle around. And I don't have glasses on, so you're going to have to read it too.
Email address?
That's it? Okay, so whoever, oh my God, really? Okay, so whoever the funny person who is me at mudkip.pw, is that real?
There you go. You got a person.
Wow. Well, okay. We are going to know your name.
Write it on the piece of paper.
Oh, yeah, I remember you. Thank you so much for coming. And your name is?
Gennady.
Gennady?
Yeah.
See it. I told you I'd get his name. Thank you all.
Right. Hello, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I'm Eric from TELUS. This is Mike Dion.
Yeah, it was a great day, folks. Thanks for coming out. Great conversations, lots of smart people, lots of things to learn. So we really enjoyed ourselves here. So thanks.
Very cool event.
Yeah,
We
very good.
need to do that again for sure. So we have a couple of pounds of chocolate here, one or two, maybe.
You guys might know, some of you know Jackie DuPont, who lives over here. This is her doing.
So you'll have fun tonight, or give it to your kids, and you'll have fun also. And who's the winner?
Am I going to read it? You're pulling?
Let's see. Oh, I know this guy.
Grant Dwyer.
Grant!
You still here?
Grant left.
He left. He left. Well, we know where to reach him, I guess. Cool. Thank you.
We'll
Thank you
deliver
very
it right across from our hotel to the Forest building. There you go.
Thank you, everyone, and good
All right.
evening.
Hey folks, we're actually going to draw this from the BSides tickets. So I'm just going to draw a couple of prizes here. We've got 2 whiskey decanters and glasses, so real nice prize for anybody. And the first ticket is 625-236. 236. Any takers? Go once, twice, gone. All right, next up. 625-310. We can do this all day. Here we go again. 157. Man. Oh, we got one. We got a winner. All right, for the second one. 208. All right.
Awesome. All right. So is that it for the prize draws? Yes. All right. Sure. Who's the lucky winner to take home a box of mugs? Gotta ask a question. What is your favorite color? All right, folks. Thank you very much for coming, as always. Oh, shit. Yes. Sorry. All right. You want to do the, you know what they are more than I do.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So we do have some training certificates as well as some book stuff.
Yep. So one of our platinum sponsors, the Cyber Mentor, has graciously donated 5 vouchers for the PNPT certification. The what did I had it written down and I forgot what it was. Helps. I got a toupee with some brains in it. Here's here. Practical network penetration tester. Jeez, I should know that. All right, so we have 5 of these to give away. 625-178. 178.
Yep, keep going.
All right. Six, 241. Nice. Congratulations.
All right.
Awesome. So, thanks for this after this, and we'll get your email address and we'll send you the
So you want to just hang tight right there. We'll
Yeah,
collect your
just-
information.
Yeah.
Next.
All right. One down, 4 to go. 625-207. Nice. Okay. Yes, if you just want to come up here and hang out for a second, we'll get your information. 625-297. Just double check that's not mine. 297. Nope. All right. Six, 189. Awesome. 3. 625-302. 302. Nope. 625-152. 152. Nope. 625-111. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we've got one more to draw for, and then after this, we have 5 $25 coupon codes for No Starch Press to give away. So this is for the last PNPT. 625-249. 249. Anybody got that one? Oh, okay. 625-316. 316. Nope. We're running low on tickets here. 625-279. Awesome. If you want to come up here and we'll get your name in a minute. All right. So those are the ones for the PNPT. All right. Now we're going to draw for the No Starch $25 gift cards, which are not actually cards. We'll get your emails. 625-295. 295. No? All right. Oh. Perfect. All right. That's one down, 4 to go. 625-151. Awesome. All right. You can stay put. We're going to get contact information for everybody. 625-206. 206. Oh, sorry. Which number did you have? Sorry?
Yeah, I think that was the first one.
295, yes.
Yeah, so just hang out for a second.
Yep. Sorry, 206. Yeah,
Right
okay,
there.
perfect. All right, we've got 2 more to give away here. 625-168. Awesome. And last but not least, 625-116. 116. Nope. Okay. 625-191. 191. Nobody? 625-181. Oh, perfect. All right.
All right. Get them to come up.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll get the folks that got the PNPT to come up first, and then I'll get the, I'll ask everybody who got the No Starch to come up.
All right. So now I think that's it. And so we have a lot of food coming out for the social tonight. Again, bar is essentially open. And so I hope you all stick around. And we have the Capture the Flag event happening from Hack the Box. So we have 2 PlayStation 5s to give away for the first prize. We have a 27-inch gaming monitor plus a keyboard, mouse, headphone combo to give away for the second prize. and a keyboard, mouse, and headset combo for the third prize. Plus challenge coins, again, for this year, for the winners. And we also have our lockpicking little competition happening again. So we have some lockpick sets to give away for folks that participate in that. And am I forgetting anything? Do what? Only two more Starbucks gift cards. Right, yeah. So I have two Starbucks gift cards, $50 each, to give away this evening. And Palo Alto is having a threat hunting session and small capture the flag event as well with their own prizes. So hopefully you can all stick around and eat some of the lots of food that we have and lots of drinks that we have. So enjoy yourselves, and thank you again for coming out. Really appreciate it.
So anybody who won the PNPT, come on up to, I guess, this table in front of the podium here.